Sweep up the dusty dip. 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 What it does today? What it does today? What it does today? What it does today? Sweep up the dust today. Sweep up the dust today. Sweep up the dust today. What it does today? What it does today? Sweep up the dust today. Oh my God! When I say I have pissed the Dusties off today, right before Christmas. Right before Christmas, I done pissed the Dusties and the Dust Bunnies. And I thought the video was a nice video I did this morning. Girl, I was so shocked. When all the Dusties and the Dust Bunnies, I was like, well, what did I say in the video? All I did was read the article. People are mad. The Dusties and the Dust Bunnies. I got my notepad here. We got to get some house cleaning together. The Dusties and the Dust Bunnies are mad. And I'm like, well, what did I say? All I did was read Myrtle. All I did was read the article that Myrla did. Girl, hey, y'all, 42 people in the house. Thumbs up. Make sure you thumbs up. And I was in the comment section today, honey. I had some time today. Okay, I had some time today. I was in the comment section going at it with the Dusties and the Dust Bunnies. Now, I'm used to the Dust Bunnies, and the Pygmishas. And some of them, I just leave them a little while, until they get reformed. But girl, I was so shocked to see so many Dusties in my comments. I was like, well, what in the world? Lord, Alyssa said, yes, don't forget to give the definition of Dusty. Alyssa, do you want to come up and tell people what a Dusty is? I just be laughing at the people. Somebody say, well, if your husband lose his job, I guess he'll become a Dusty because he won't be able to take care of you. And I'm like, well, what in the world? Do you even know what a Dusty is? And you're letting us all know that you are financially illiterate, ma'am. Felicia, welcome to Jesus. Just thank you, baby. Please thumbs up. Nam. Hey, Nam. Which Nam is this? Max. Hey, Max. I need to hear you say dungeon living. It cracks me up. Hey, May. Hey, girl. Hey, Miss Emma. I love it. Hey, Sakina. Hey. Delivered to us from Nisha. Hey, boo. I love your hair. Hey, Chloe, what time you going live, Chloe? Are you going live or did you go live already? I was out and I just got home. Let me know what time you're going live so we can, if you're going live later, we'll just all hop over there. I love it when you walk around your chair. Pygmishas are mad. Oh, the Pygmishas, though, usually, I'm kind of used to the Pygmishas, the Dust Bunnies, and some of them, most of them, I leave them over here because, I know they're in their feelings. But I was so shocked today to see Dusties in my comment section, honey. I was like, no. Okay. Yes, honey. The girls are upset. Yes. Deliver. They are mad. The nerve of this Dusty and Dust Bunnies. Get them together. And you see, I was trying to be nice, right? Y'all see, you saw the picture I put up with Santa Claus. Did you see the picture? I was like, I tried, Santa. I tried. Where's the picture? I was trying to be nice, girl. My house is all decorated. But I'm not done. I'm still not done. Over there is not done. And the Dust Bunny, I was like, So I just had to say, look, Santa, I tried. Okay, I tried. So I tried. It didn't work. I tried. Yes, you did nothing wrong. Speaking facts. Thank you, Miss Emma. Felicia, the truth hurts the Dusty and the Dust Bunnies. Yes, Alyssa, they know you're talking about them on their significant. That's why they're mad. All I did was read Myrla's article. And I'm like, well, why are they mad at me? Yes, Felicia, please tap the thumbs up. Thank you. That man's anti-blackness has no place here. Man, bunny. Dusty, he's in his feelings. Right, we're black people. What kind of hair is black people supposed to have? You know, we're all embracing our natural hair. Okay, I've been on natural. I think this is year number 2. Is this 2 years for me? 2019, 2020, 2021. Yeah, this is my 2 years of being on natural. Girl, the man is gonna talk about my nappy fro. I was like, my nappy fro. Well, what kind of hair am I supposed to have? Straight fro? Girl, I was like, Hey, Sakina. Hey, girl. They are mad because they keep picking the Dusties, like the saying goes. If the shoe, exactly. You know that, like this one girl just now. I had to check her in my comment. Talk about all she do is talk. All she do. You know, I'm a word person, honey. If you say is, I'm a dissect is and figure out what what is. Heather Frazier. I'm gonna call them out today. Heather Frazier. All she does is name call and attack black men. Zach wasn't black. And was you singing the same song last season with Christopher? Heather Frazier, we know, we can tell you're a dust bunny. Okay, and a pygmies, okay? Only a hit dog holler. That's right. Your hair's beautiful. Thank you, baby. Well, then the other make YouTuber also read Myrla's article. Are they mad at him too? I could barely watch too many. I don't know. Exactly. Because I'm like, what in the world? All I did was read an article. Hi, Swampy. Hey, Swampy. How you doing? How's the Christmas? How y'all doing? Simone, Dustisha, Pygmishas are showing. Yes, but I got something for them. He's still defending Gil, Lord. Dustisha is showing out. They're showing out, honey. The Dusty woman must be listening to you. They're listening. And some of them I leave for a moment. Thumbs up. Make sure you guys check those thumbs up for me. And let me read some of these comments in the comment section, okay? One person even have the nerve to say I'm toxic. Janice is toxic. Dion, hey girl. Okay, let's go to the Dusty. Cliff H. Okay, Cliff H. No, what's his name? Clifton H. I can't believe this woman is married, and I respect it. Married to a man that pays all my bills. Get your dust off my channel with your broke self. Then he said in another part of my comment, she's so rude. And she said, Janice Hylton, good for you. I hope you love him after the money is gone. And I said, Dusty, stop talking because you're letting us know that you're also financially illiterate. Clifton, you should learn to communicate without being disrespectful. I'm gonna put it, you should get your broke self off my channel. Oh my God. I think he must have blocked the channel now. He's in his feelings. Okay. You know, because I had some time today. Okay. I had some time today. Yes, honey. I had some time today. Okay. Okay, let me see. Where's the one that said? Where's the one that she said? Where's the one she said? She said I was toxic. She must have blocked me. She blocked me. My thing is, if you come on a channel that you don't like, you block my channel. Okay, but don't be mad when I respond because I had some time today. Because see, people's been getting away with a lot of stuff. Okay, they've been getting away with a lot of stuff, but I had some time today. I had some time today. Okay, when I was in the comment section, honey, today. Okay, because people be getting away with stuff. Wait. I'm trying to find the one. She must have blocked me because I told her. I posted in the community in my Facebook group what I told her. Oh my God, where's the one? I'm looking for the one. Rhonda. Let me read Rhonda's response to all the gifts. Hey, all the gifts. I hope you're on the live. She said, I said this months ago. I didn't know exactly how to say it, but I try to tell you, it ain't what you're saying, it's that it's coming from you. They can't dispute what you're saying, so they have to attack your looks. So I said to her, go ahead and expound on this, please. Explain for me so I make sure I get what you're saying. Goodness said, basically, if you were younger with straight hair looking like their preference, they would not have a problem. The ranting shop, hair ranting shop, she said that's not true. Rhonda said, I don't think it's a problem with people having an opinion. Everyone is entitled to that, to have one. I think it's the multiple videos daily referring to this man as a Dusty. Okay, multiple videos daily. Okay. All the men in this series had major flaws and issues, but they are called by their names. Zach, Johnny, Ryan, but this man is called a Dusty repeatedly. At some point, it becomes overkill. Just an objective observation. I am not coming for anywhere or an opinions. Yes, you are, because obviously you didn't watch my other videos that I did on the other man, okay? And I'm not doing multiple videos daily calling him a Dusty, okay? Maybe once a day. All the gifts. I remember I cited Shara as an example. I love her, but even I can admit she gets away with what she says because she's a preference. People will always attack regular Black women for telling the truth. And somebody else I have to fight, say, oh girl, they be coming for Cynthia G too. I've heard that name before. Let me get back up here to the comments because I'm not gonna stay on long. I'm gonna try to watch Ready to Love tonight, but I don't know. Okay, right. The other YouTuber read Myrla's article. I've been kind of busy today, but I had some time today. Swampy, how y'all doing? How's things going, Swampy? Hi, bye. Hey, Janice, throw all the dust away. In 2022, I got my list right here. Right here. I'm doing some house cleaning. Mags, Alyssa, B, I couldn't watch the whole thing to find out. Oh, Janice said I got tired. I was so tired today. I was home today. Let me go ahead and do my house cleaning because I'm not saying, oh, hey, Janice, hey, Rachel. So I'm wearing my pink ribbon because of what? Breast cancer. Okay, I went to do my mammogram yesterday. I usually do my mammogram October, my physical mammogram, pap smear, everything around my birthday. So, it's my birthday, so I know to go. My doctor moved, so I had to find a new doctor. So I found a new doctor. Then I had to make sure I liked the doctor, okay? And then I had to do my daughter's physical first because hers was up. She can't go to school without her physical. So then I had mine, and then I had to do my mammogram yesterday and my ultrasound, ladies. Those of you who are having your mammograms, no, you have to do an ultrasound if you have dense breasts. So they have to do ultrasound to make sure, that you're okay. Like I shared in one of my other videos, let's not assume, ladies, let's not assume that your girlfriend is going to get tested. Okay. I told you about my classmate, grew up together, came up here together. Her mother died of breast cancer. So I assumed, me and my other girlfriend, we came from the same community, same school. I assumed that she was going to get her mammograms because her mom had breast cancer. You have breast cancer, you might live a while for it, and her mom died. So I just assumed she was going to get her mammograms. Well, no, she wasn't. And so I was looking at some of her pictures, like, well, why she don't look okay. And so she lives in Delaware. So I called her, I messaged her, I said, hey, I'm gonna be passing through. You want me to stop by? Can I stop by and see her? She said, no, she was busy. And that is not like her. Okay. So I'm sitting right here one morning, and my other girlfriend called me and said, Janice, so and so died. I said, what you mean she died? Was she sick? I said, died of what? She said breast cancer. I said, breast cancer? How could she die of breast cancer when her mother died of breast cancer? And come to find out, she found the lump. She didn't tell anybody. She had just gotten married. She wanted to have a baby. So she had the baby, and she still didn't tell anybody. She even worked in the healthcare system. She didn't tell anybody. She didn't tell nobody. She was doing stuff all by herself. Never went to the doctor until something happened. She fainted at work or something. And then when they took her to the house, that's why they found her. By the time they found it, it was stage 4 cancer, y'all. Stage 4. We are the same age, have the same boy. Her little boy is the same age as my little boy. When I tell you, I cried like a baby. I just could not believe. I cried for about 2 hours. I just could not believe that she died of breast cancer. I just couldn't believe it. And I could not believe that she was not going to get mammograms and stuff like that. Girl, when I tell you I cried. And so my other girlfriend, so she was going to get her breast examined, and she got there's a test you can take. I have to go back and take it next month. Okay. She was getting her mammogram, took the test to see if you cancer screening, nothing. 46, age 46. So she's in a form before me. We do forms back home. Age 46, there's a lump. Mm-hmm. She's 46, right? 46, there's the lump. So she decided to just take everything off. So she's currently going through next year she's going to, when her insurance renews over, she's going to do the reconstruction. So I told you all of that to say, don't assume that your friends are going, gently, hey, you're going to get your mammogram. I'm going to get my I tell everybody, I'll say here, girl, I'm going to get all the girls at the job. I'm going to get my mammogram. Girl, when did you go in? But breast cancer is big at our job. They really push that because it's mostly women there. So I say all of that to say, don't assume somebody is going to get tested. And I am just torn up over it. You just don't understand. And I have another coworker who her mother died when she was 23 years old of breast cancer. And so from the age of 23, she's 44 now. She's been going to get mammograms from the age of 23 because when it's your mom, then the insurance will approve you to go get your mammogram. So I'm just really torn up about, because even when you go get your physical, ladies, when you go get your physical, don't your doctor check your breasts? Hey, this is just my doctor. Because when I do my physical, I just did my physical. Lexa did her physical, and she checked to make sure there is no lumps. Anyways, don't assume that your girlfriend or somebody might have cancer in their family and they're getting. I have another coworker, guy. He had what's the cancer that the men have? Prostate cancer run bad in his family. So he has to go get tested every 6 months. Imagine going to get every 6 months, the doctor, every 6 months, he said he has to go. Okay. So that's why I'm wearing my pink ribbon. If you haven't gone, ladies, let's go. And men, there's a rising number of men getting breast cancer, and your pap smear, ladies. Now they change it. From the time I was 16 until now, I've been getting my Pap smear every year. Now the insurance has changed it, which is crazy to me. No, because they said no, you could go every 3 years, which is crazy to me because there's so much cancer in our society. So why would they change it? But my insurance pays for every year. So if your insurance pays for every year, go get it. Okay. Christmas sale. I'm doing clean house clean because I'm not staying up here all night. You know it's my bedtime. Okay, Christmas sale. I know a lot of you email me saying, Janice, oh my God, I just got paid, girl. Get the Christmas sale, but get the sales back. So I'm going to fix it so the sales will be effective on Tuesday. I'm not sending any free books out, with the exception of the people who have the paid membership and my admins. I will send free books out, but everybody else, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the prices of the book all the way down to the printing sale price, so you will get it. So you'll be able to buy them for what I pay for them. So for example, I think I paid $10 for this book, plus that's the printing price, plus Amazon have to get their 20%. So it's like $12 or something, because Amazon. And so all these books, I'm going to bring them down to the printing price, and that will be my Christmas present to you guys. But I'm not sending any books out, so the books will be cheap, like $5, $10, so you guys can get the books. Okay. My Patreon, I'm setting that up. I was almost done setting it up, but I have a little 6-year-old that wants to stay on me. Okay. So I didn't get to finish. So I have that tomorrow. And then in 2022, here's the big one. 2022, listen, y'all listening? Let's say amen. Y'all listening? In 2022, I will no longer be dealing with pygmishas, dust bunnies, and dusties over here. No more. Once I read a comment and it has pygmishaism or dusty bunnyism or dustyism, blocked. Okay, blocked. Okay, that's my house cleaning. Hey, Chloe. I say hey to Chloe. Chloe, what time you going live, Chloe? Wait a minute, I lost my spot. All right. So that's my house speaking. Okay, yeah, I read that. Okay, I read that. Yeah, that's it. No, I just throw all the dust away in 2022. I was like, what in the world? All I did was read an article. Well, listen, I couldn't watch the whole thing. Okay, so y'all. So I got time. Yes, girl. Yes. Okay, I think I got the mask on. Been a lot of dust flying around. Oh, hopefully the irritation will open their eyes and ears soon. Deliver Lana, she definitely got time today. I'm here for yes. I got some time to people can't handle the truth. Sprinkle with a little word. Hey Renee, Alyssa. Hopefully Season 4 Bossa will have another Myrla and Dusty situation, even if the genders are reversed and the Dusty doesn't get dumped quickly. Woo, chat. Come on up, Alyssa. Do you want to tell what we heard, hon? Do you want to tell the rumors? Am I doing Season 14? Remember I said I was 95% not doing it? Well, now I'm at 90%. Okay, so it's going down, honey, because I think we're going to have a runaway bride, and I've always wanted a runaway bride. This is Married at First Sight. They're playing with my emotions, because all this time I've been wanting a runaway. Wait a minute, I didn't even put the thing. I've been wanting a runaway bride. They didn't do it. As soon as I say I'm not doing Married at First Sight, because they care about what I have to say. There's a link. Anybody want to come up? As soon as I say I'm not going, next thing you know, we have a runaway bride. Okay. Cher V. Hey, Cher. People are funny. Hey. Brenda. Hey, Brenda. I'm glad you had time today. James Dustis was going in they was cousins. Swampy. If you don't like the content, move on. Is all I have to say. That's right, Swampy. So, I thought it was a guy. Have you walked around the chair? No. If Alyssa come up here and tell what we heard today, I might walk around the chair. That's natural grace. What's natural grace? Joanne? Hey, Joanne. People who go onto YouTube and are mean is because they have nothing better to do than harass people. Aunties and boys. Where's aunties? Hey, aunties. Who is this Jen? Dust Bunny's auntie. Auntie, how you doing, auntie? Zach is Mr. Netflix and chill. She know that and needs the book. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. Grace Mercy said, hey, some men are not for you if you go against their belief. Hi, D. Hey, everyone. They complain, but yet watching the multiple videos daily. When was the last time I did multiple video dailies? I can't remember, right? Oh, yeah. Hey, everyone's favorite cousin, Jess. Hey, your twerking today took me under the... Girl, you said that was funny. So I've been so busy with my health. I've been having problem with pain in my ankles and feet to a point I can't really, a lot of people have been complaining of that. My supervisor been complaining about what is going on, y'all. Do you think it's the food? Do you all think it's arthritis? There's so many people have been complaining about problems with their ankles and their feet. I don't know what it is. Miss Janice, Chloe Johnson interviewed the young woman that was dating Zach. Did you watch? I did. Thank you. I got a couple of members here. Felicia, thank you. I'm gonna be moving my membership over to Patreon, y'all. Okay, I'll send it out when it's done setting up. Jan, I wish you would have been around when I was younger. I would have found Mr. Right. Ladies, listen to Wisdom J. Oh, Felicia, I love you, girl. Thank you. Sean Sullivan. Hey, Sullivan. I know that name. Sullivan. That must be a popular name. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love and the support. I appreciate it. Just calling. Yes. I sing the told you Gil. I'm gonna start putting that on my page. Joanne had her mammogram today. Yeah. Yes, ladies. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but you know what? If we means us staying here just a little bit longer, we go a little bit longer, okay? Everything that we're supposed to do as you get older. Doctor talking about what she said I need to do at 45 or something. Grace, hey, very sad, so sad. Y'all just don't understand. And let me say, this is another thing I want to say about women and black women. And I know a lot of people, said that. Let me tell you how I am, right? I accept that there's racism. I accept that there's some people that don't like us. I accept that they're not going to give, not all of them, that everybody's not going to give me what I'm supposed to get. I accept that everybody's not going to like me. I accept that I can't depend on everybody to do what they're supposed to do. You understand? So let me tell you, my primary care, all of our primary care doctors, my doctor, she's been my black African-American woman, been my doctor since I was 16. Alexa pediatrician was a black man until she turned 12. Then she came to my doctor. Okay. She also do my pap smear. My gynecology when I was having little Michael was a black woman. Michael's doctor is Big Michael's frat brother, a black man. Michael's doctor was a black man, now a black woman. Michael's what's the doctor that do the what's the doctor that do the man thing back there? Okay, black man, his alpha brother too. Okay, and so our dentist for years was a black woman. So my primary care doctors must be black people. Okay, because I just feel more comfortable going to somebody that looks like me. Now, when I go to urgent care or I go to the hospital, I don't care if it's the treat. All I do is save my life. No, I have one urgent care in the practice that they have 3 black doctors. So when I go up there, I will ask for one of the black doctors, okay? But anybody they have, I'll take him, just save my life, okay? So ladies, you and people of color, you must just accept it. Stop thinking that people's going to do what they're supposed to do. So this is why I don't understand when I hear, oh, the doctor didn't do this, the doctor didn't do it. Let me tell you, one day, Big Michael was here. The devil always seems to attack when Big Michael's not here. Little Michael had these stuffs coming up on him. And I'm like, well, what in the world? And so it was a Saturday. His doctor was closed. Guess what I did? I went to urgent care. I went to the hospital up in the mountains, you know, whose hospital is up in the mountains. That's where I had little Michael. The hospital all the way up in the mountains, you know, for, you know, them people up in the mountain. I went to that hospital. And I went to another hospital in, you know, the Black community, the Children's Hospital, in one day. Because I was not going to stop until I get the answer I need. I was not going to stop. And then the Monday, call his doctor. I was at the doctor's office. Before the doctor got there, I was there at his pediatrician. And then went to the, called our dermatologist. More dermatologist, a white man, Dr. Brown. We've had him for years. Love Dr. Brown. Called him and said, Dr. Brown, it's an emergency. I need to bring the baby. He said, bring the baby in. And he gave us what we needed to do for the baby. You don't stop till you get the answer. I don't get up. This story of this man with his wife in LA, a few years back, that woman stayed there and bleed out. And, oh, nobody will come. No doctor will come. Let me tell you what, I would have grabbed my wife and put her in a car and drive. So 4 hours, that lady lay right on that bed and bleed to death. He sat there and that woman bleed to death because they wouldn't come help her. I don't think so. I'm getting my behind up and I'm going to find me somebody that's going to help my loved one. You cannot, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot sit and expect people to do what they're supposed to do. Yes, they're supposed to do, but let's just not forget our history. And don't forget your skin complexion. So you have to do what you have to do to get what you need to get. I want my daughter special needs. Let me tell you, I'm the mama that will go to the Board of Education and sit all day till I get the help. She was having problems in one of her day program. They didn't want to move her. I say, oh, no, you're not going to move her. Big Mike, come on. Get dressed. Me and Big Mike, I call them. I said, my up in the mountains, you know, the people up in the mountains. I call them. I said, my husband and I are on the way to the, well, why are you coming up here? Because I need you to move my daughter. Click. Halfway up there, they call Miss Hylton. Miss Hylton, you don't have to come up there because, you know, they don't want the niggas to come. Excuse me. Excuse me, sakes. Excuse me. They don't want us to come up there. Though my husband's very professional. My husband's corporate, very professional, very monotone. And by the time I'm halfway up to the mountains, they call and say, Miss Hylton, we changed her to the other program with the Black woman. And Lexi been going there about 5 years. Lexi for 3-4 years. She ain't never had no problems. So let me tell you, saints, you have to do what you need to do to get what you want. You can't sit there and think people's going to do what they're supposed to do. Are people supposed to do what they're supposed to do? Yes, they are. But most of the time, sometimes they're not going to do it. So you have to do it for yourself and your family, okay? That's why it bugged me when I hear y'all stories about doctor this, I said, well, girl, what? Well, did you go to another doctor? I heard one young lady, the doctor, I kept complaining about my stomach, and the doctor said it was nothing, kept telling me to tell Tylenol. 2 freaking years! 2 years! 2 years! You didn't go to another doctor? No. Well, why not? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Because if I don't get what I need, if I don't get an answer, I'm going somewhere else. Somebody is going to tell me something. I'm not going to stay here and be in pain and die. Because, no. Felicia, I get my mammogram every June on the last day of the school year. Very good. My son's friend is 30, has been dealing with metastatic breast cancer since she was 20 years. See there? So even the man need to test, okay? High vibe. I know 3 women who lost their life from breast cancer. When they got tested, they were at a stage 3 or 4. They were complaining with annual mammograms. Wait a minute. Complaining with annual mammograms and nothing was done? No, even my daughter, I don't know, she was about, Alexis 27. She was about 19, 20. She kept complaining about her breasts. Doctors feel it, Miss Hylton, there's nothing in there. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send her to have an ultrasound right here at the hospital. The doctor sent her to have an ultrasound. And they said, it was nothing's problem. That time of the month, she gets real. See, I don't understand. I don't understand. As long as something is hurting, honey, I'm going to the doctor. So sad to hear this. Yes. Ladies, ask your doctor to write an order for mammogram and ultrasound. Yeah. Because the last time I went, was it last year? Or wasn't the year before? Because last year, we didn't do much last year because of the COVID. It was like, I don't remember, it was last year. And they called me back. They was like, Miss Thompson, we need you to come back. We saw something on the screen. And so my doctor, that's been my doctor, she called me. She said, Jan, you have to go back to do the ultrasound. And I'm going to be on the phone for them to call me exactly as you done. And it was what they found was my breast was, what's the word? That word. Dense. So the mammogram alone is not enough. You have to do an ultrasound and a physical examination. Okay. But if you do your physical, your doctor is supposed to do that. Okay? If the doctor's not doing it, you need to find you another doctor or ask the doctor to do it. They do it. Even my daughter, she does her physical. Doctor, check her breast and tell us how to do it. Okay? We just have to do our due diligence. With your afro, you could have been showing solidity because the idiot needed to disrespect your race and heritage. I also have dense breast tissue too. Thank God for medical insurance. Thank God. Hey, let me tell you another thing. I was shocked. When I first went to do my mammogram, right here at the hospital, I walked. You know what shocked me? They asked for health insurance. I said, health insurance? What you need my health insurance? Isn't it free? She said, no, ma'am. No, breast mammograms are not free. I say it's not. All that money they're collecting for breast cancer and we have to pay for mammograms. Granted, I have health insurance. I have good health insurance. Let me tell you, $5 copay. They just move it up. We just changed to another insurance and it's $10. I mean, good insurance. Okay. Even the lady, when I called to schedule my mammogram, she said, oh, you got good insurance. We got very, very good insurance. Okay. I also have dense breasts. If you don't wait until 40, if you can, don't wait till 40 to get a mammogram. Absolutely. Don't wait. Learn your family history. But if your insurance will allow you, I think 40 is too old, if you ask me. I think they need to move it down to 35. 40s is too old. Sean, hi Jen. I really admire you and look up and want to make you happy. Is there anything I can do to put a smile on your beautiful? Oh, thank you. Thank you for your love and your support. Have you picked up my books on Amazon? Thank you, Alyssa. Get free breast screening. Get free breast screening. Kiki, hey Kiki. Actually, Aubrey, do you get an ultrasound? Wait a minute. Aubrey was in here? Wait a minute. Aubrey. Oh, Aubrey. Hey. Hey, did I say hi, Aubrey? Absolutely. Okay. This is funny. Hi, Raquel. Yes, I do, Felicia. Please show Jan support by tapping. Okay, and let me get my links from my book. Let's put Sister Myrla here. Ooh, excuse me. Let me grab the link from my book. Myrla said. Why should my lifestyle change? Even this, I put this up. That's why they was mad, That's why they mad. Oh, it's funny. Funny. Let me get the link. Funny. Oh, this thing's getting on my nerves, child. So what y'all Okay, wait a minute. It's not my link. My use thing is not working. Um. So, how many of y'all heard Jose and Rachel file for divorce? Huh? Did y'all hear that? All right. My husband went to. Oh, wait. He went to do a couple of things for me. Okay. I'm about to say he's been gone for a minute, but he had to go to 3 stores. Did y'all hear Jose and anybody want to come on? Did nobody press on the link? And Jose and Rachel filed for the divorce, and they're blaming they are blaming Myrla. They're saying it's Myrla's fault because she's hanging out with Myrla. Well, please, why would Rachel stay with him? That abusive man that kicked her out the house and locked the door. Girl, bye. You already understand BTC. Yes. Okay, that's the link for my books. I just dropped it. Okay, let's get through these comments and I'm going to run. Thumbs up. Grace, hey Grace. Block him. Sean, I appreciate your love and your support. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. May, don't forget Ready to Love. Oh, Ready to Love. Yes, honey. What y'all want to talk about Ready to Love. I'm excited about what's going to happen tonight. I'm going to see if I can watch live, okay? If I get off in the next... Auntie's advice! Wait a minute. Device not connected. Oh, here you go. Auntie's advice.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Merry Christmas.
Girl, is somebody coming for your hair?
Yes, Auntie.
For what? Because you called Gil a Dusty?
Because I read that article today about Myrla.
Are you kidding me?
No. That's I'm like, well, what did I do? All I did was read the article.
So what did they say? I missed the part when you were reading it. Can you go back?
Wait a minute. Let me go. I put it in.
Hi, everybody. And
congratulations. Say hi.
Congratulations on your 13,000 subscribers.
Thank you, Auntie. Wait a minute. Let me find. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear this.
She said, Ryan Dre, he said, a middle-aged Black woman calling a Black man a Dusty with a short, nappy afro looking like cotton in a junkie room. Gil is not a Dusty. Everything he said about Myrla was true. She is a diva. She is high maintenance. She is a brat. Sorry, that truth hurts. That's what.
And so you think that came from a white subscriber?
No, he has a Black picture up. From his picture, it's a Black man.
But you can put any picture on.
You're right. You could put. But this sound like a brother, Auntie.
Yeah, it sound like a brother. It sound like a Dusty brother. It sounds like a Dusty brother.
These are books. I don't know where do they see junk? It's books. But yeah, I was like, what?
The nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated
nerve, Auntie. Did you read the new article yet about that Myrla did?
No, you didn't put a link in there. I heard you say the name, but I couldn't find the person.
Okay, I have to put the link. I'll be forgetting to put the link. I got to put the link. It was a great interview. I think Myrla is still protecting him, and let me see if I can.
You think she's protecting him?
I think so. Alyssa, if you can you message Auntie what we heard between Gil and Myrla? I'm not putting it out there because I can tell you. But
okay, yeah, send it to my email.
Yeah, I gotta find the link for that. Okay. Yeah,
that'd be fine. Now I put a comment down in your comment section. I would like to read your book on my other channel.
Mm-hmm.
with the women. You sent me some extras. Thank you so much. I'm going to
Yes.
be sending them off, raffling them off to my ladies. But
Yes.
I wanted to read the book, not the whole entire book,
Mm-hmm.
but I wanted to do like a learning series on my other channel, and I wanted to get your permission to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would you like me to send you some? How many books did I send you, Auntie? I don't remember.
You sent me two of each,
Okay, so which one are you going to read?
all of them.
Okay, which one are you going to start with first?
The Naked Wife.
The Naked Wife. Okay, so I'll send you
Do
some
you want
extra
me to
copies.
do it in any particular order?
No, no, up to you. Just let me know when so I could stop by sometimes.
Yeah, I would love to have you at the conclusion of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be great because I've read some of them. Like I've been like going back and forth through them,
Uh-huh.
and excellent,
Thank
excellent.
you, thank you. Thank you. So I'm gonna make sure I send you some extra copies of the Naked
No,
Wife.
you don't have to do that. We're gonna I'll raffle them off. If anybody else is interested, they're gonna get the Amazon link.
Thank you.
That's how that go.
Uh,
But thank you so much. It has been really good. Even my daughter picked one up.
oh, good, good. It's
So yeah, I wanted to take the other ones and I wanted to raffle them off to the ladies.
mm-hmm.
Let see who wants to get one and I'll mail it out to them. But I
Yes.
wanted to start the series
Uh-huh.
on it, and I know as a writer, you don't want your whole book read. So
Uh-huh.
I'm just going to read like excerpts of certain chapters
Mm-hmm.
and go over it with the ladies. I think the books are excellent. You did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
We need to put it out there in the streets. And my other channel is for women.
Yes, yes.
So I'm sure that they would love to hear that. And a lot of the stuff that you write in your books come out in your channel and in your wisdom and your advice.
Yes, yes.
But
Thank
if
you.
they get the source material and
Mm-hmm.
you read, in depth of the message that you're trying to get over to them.
Yes, yes.
So when you come on and you do your commentation, your commentary
Mm-hmm.
on the show and stuff like that, you're going
Mm-hmm.
to get those haters. Haters make you
Oh yeah.
greater.
Yeah. Oh, I love the haters make you great.
They do. They do.
Yeah.
They do. So that means that you're on the map and everybody is using Dusty. If you
Uh-huh. Well, not everybody, Auntie. Not everybody.
Why you say that?
People say he's not a Dusty. You know
Well,
what?
even if they say he's not a Dusty, that means that they're listening to you.
Uh-huh.
And that is fantastic. So
Yes.
you are getting around, girl. You are getting around. I think that's great. It's sad that someone would, talk about your hair
Mm-hmm.
and to make a point instead
Mm-hmm.
of using the words that you said to make a
Right.
point.
Mm-hmm.
Your hair has nothing to do with it. It's natural. It's beautiful. You're
Thank
beautiful,
you.
and I wouldn't
Thank you.
even allow that to rub me any kind of way, but the right way.
Right.
Thank you, boo.
That's right,
No,
Auntie.
seriously. No, seriously. When people are in your comment section and they're enraged like that, it's because you stepped on somebody's toes.
Right.
And Gil he's a MFing. Let
Mm-hmm.
me just say this. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
double down on it. He's a MFing Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's exactly what he is. I mean, and even what she said, she still was polite.
She's very polite, and
She
she's.
could have dragged him.
Ooh, she could have dragged him.
She could have talked about his finances, how much he did have. And you made a great point in your video today because you had said, when we met him, he was a firefighter.
Mm-hmm.
And now he wants to be an MNT,
Mm-hmm.
EMT,
Mm-hmm.
EMT.
Mm-hmm.
And he still has not locked down at this age on a career.
Right.
He's got another 10 years in him before he should be seriously considering retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, basically acting like an adolescent.
Right. Right.
He don't have a
At
career
40.
choice. What is he going next week? What is he going to do? It's almost like one of those little boys where you say, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" I want to be a fireman. You know, and
little Michael. Every day
right.
something else.
but that's your child. And then next
Right.
week you want to be something else. And then next week you want to be something else.
Mm-hmm.
And then for you mentioned in the article that Myrla said that oh my God, what was that you said that Myrla said about that he had his stuff in a storage unit?
Thank you, Auntie. And he made it sound like Myrla. He made him sell everything. He had nothing left.
He put his stuff in a storage unit and set up in front of those judges and those non-therapists, I don't know what you call them.
Fake
and
word.
said that he had 3 things.
Mm-hmm.
And never mentioned the storage unit.
Never mentioned it.
That's deceitful.
Yes. Yes.
That's very deceitful.
Never mentioned it. Have a whole storage unit.
A whole entire storage unit.
And 3 weeks, Auntie. He was on the show 3 weeks before. Auntie, you know, well, you up here with me, so I know it's 60 days for notice. Lisa knows notice. 60 days. Where are you living that 3 weeks you haven't given your landlord notice?
He probably, I ain't even. He probably moved out in the night. He seemed like one of them mofos that'll move out in the nighttime and wake all the neighbors up. Because, he trying not to pay that last month rent. And then for him to sit there and say, well, we decided that I will move. I told her that you just go ahead and stay and I'll move out the apartment because you could not afford it. Allegedly.
Exactly. And I did a video on that and people was mad. I said, Ryan said these apartments start 2-bedroom begins at $3,000 a month, Auntie. That's just the rent.
Is that the apartment that Myrla was living in?
That's the apartment that they film in, that everybody stayed in for the show.
Oh.
Remember here when he said he went to look at the apartments here in this picture?
Yeah, the smaller one of the two is just higher.
Mm-hmm.
Dusty.
And she asked how high. And and I said, if they're going to go 50-50, he can't afford $1,500 a month.
Well, he told his mother that. So it's not like you lie because, and the thing about it is how people miss, they miss what you're saying and what has been said. Mm-hmm. You did nothing but repeat what he said on the show. He called his mother and told his mother that if he paid the bills, he would be dead broke.
Yes.
This is what he told his mother. He said this out of his own mouth. Mm-hmm. But then when you talk about him not having money, people fail to put the two of those things together. This mofo is broke.
He is.
Allegedly. Mm-hmm. Like, stop.
Right? He says she's high class. She likes the good life. I pay the rent. I wouldn't have anything left.
So that's why he moved out. Mm-hmm. He didn't move out because he was being a gentleman.
No. Well, I think he moved in. It sounded like he moved into Myrla's apartment. Myrla had an apartment. And he said, I think he's the one that said this apartment was too expensive because he didn't say this part, but I'm putting it in there because that's what he meant. He could not afford his half. He said this apartment, as a matter of fact, he said on the reunion, he said, this apartment, I forgot what it's called, was too expensive. And expensive means he could not afford his half. If the rent, Auntie, is $3,000, let's say $3,000, that's just for the rent. That's $1,500 he has to pay. That does not include, I don't know what's included down south. It's a little different down there.
Yeah, because it's much cheaper than living up here. Mm-hmm. Okay, because you're in the north like I am. Mm-hmm. And I'm in DC, boo.
I know you. Whew.
So damn well, if you got a apartment in the District of Columbia, right, and you're paying $3,000 for it, you may have 900 square feet. And I can show you apartment after apartment. I've been looking for one for my daughter to stay in. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and try to purchase a condo for her. But just looking at the apartments, going out looking at them, 1,500, 2,800, 900 square feet, 870 square feet, enough for her to scratch her butt and go to bed. So I was like, economically, it would just be better just to try to buy something as opposed to that. And if he's paying $3,000, I'm sure the square feet in the South is much bigger than it would be.
It is bigger because he said here the smaller one of the two is just higher. So somebody said mean higher on a higher floor. And she asks in not one of the other picture how much it is, and he listen to this, Auntie. Let me find the picture. She asked him how much is it. Guess what the Dusties say, Auntie?
How much?
I don't know.
What?
How you go to look at apartments, but you don't, and you look at don't you? That's the first thing I asked. How much is it?
When I just looked at one that's called Riverfront. Right, my daughter and I went down there. We looked at it. It was called Riverfront. Beautiful on the outside, has balconies. It's right down there in DC in the southwest area near our new soccer stadium. And we went in. We always look at it first. First thing I always ask, square feet. I want to know how many square feet it is. And then after that, I look at the view, and then I ask about the rent. This one that we looked at was 870 square feet. It was $2,800 a month.
Ooh, child, that's a mortgage.
And it was on the lower floors only. Floor 1. We ain't even talking about floor 10. We talk about floor 1, and each floor goes up. So he couldn't afford a mailbox to live in a mailbox here. Like he really could not. Okay. And if someone lives there, are they considered high maintenance? Like I think that people really need to define what's bougie, high maintenance. Like all of that stuff, like define what that is, because it really does matter where you live geographically. Where are you staying at? Right? So a $3,000 apartment down there, my daughter could have roommates.
She could.
Because it would be so much square feet, but he wasn't who they should have matched Myrla up.
No. So in this picture, she asked him, he said, I'm trying to find the picture, but he said this, she asked him, how much is it? And he says, I don't know. And this is Myrla looking at her like, you're trying to spend my money.
And then he will always criticize her and say, you want something new. Everything you got to get is new. Well, bitch, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Don't we all want something new?
We all want something new. We really do all want something. If you can get something.
Say hi, Auntie.
Hi, Auntie.
Hi, sweetie.
Daddy. Daddy here. He ran. Go ahead, Auntie. We want something new.
Yeah, we want something new. If you can get something new, why not?
Why not? My how we're looking for our dream house, and I told Mike, honey, I want one of the newer homes. Hold on. Let me get this alarm. Hold on. That thing is so loud. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
It's okay, boo.
Mike must have a lot of bags.
And you know what? Here in the District of Columbia, it's the opposite.
What happened?
You want the old historical homes and not the newer ones.
Okay.
Made out of cheap fiberglass, and you can hear your next door neighbor flushing their toilet.
You know what? You're right. You're right, because this house is 1952 and my living room is 18 by 25.
Oh my goodness. And see, I have I got several homes, but the one that I'm currently living in was built in 65.
Uh-huh.
And got a nice little square foot. You can't tell nobody what you got because people criticize you know what I'm saying? You can't tell them what you got. I did a house tour when I purchased this one 2 years ago. But it's to your advantage to buy an older house in the district because you even though some of them were still small, they're more solid. The foundation is good on the house, right? Better on the house. And then you can bump your walls out. Like this particular home has an extension on it.
Oh.
So, and those are the houses that you want. The newer ones, for me, you got too many stairs. You got 4 levels. You got I ain't got time to be walking up no 4 levels at my age. But did you see Myrla's house though? Did you see that pool?
I did.
On Where Are They Now when they showed her home?
Uh-huh.
And she had her friends over and they were all in the pool and Johnny came and did Rachel come? And I was like, girlfriend is living good.
That's why he was crying, Auntie, because he dropped the bag. You dropped the bag. That's why he was crying.
Yeah, because I don't know if he was I don't know for a person who said as many negative things as he said about Myrla. I was conflicted in believing that he loved her.
That's how I show love. What?
I don't know whether or not he genuinely loved Myrla.
I don't think he did. He loved her money, Auntie.
You think it was the money?
Yeah, it was the money. How you love somebody and call her all?
He wanted the stability.
Right. That's it. The stability.
He wanted the stability that came with Myrla.
With Myrla.
I don't think he wanted to regulate her money. Well, no, he did want to regulate her money. But I don't think that he saw the money like gold digging type. But I do believe that Myrla came with a certain level of stability. For him. And it's the same thing that women look for in men. We look for stability.
I love that. And right here when he said, being a firefighter, I don't make as much. So I was a little amazed about how much she spends in a year.
Well,
same thing here. He says, must be nice. Yes, it's very nice.
And look at his face. Look at him not look at all the veins busting out of his head trying to smile. His smiles were so forced.
Must be
that
nice.
happens, I'm going to ask for a divorce.
Ooh, that's threats. That is threatening.
Yeah.
Look at here. Okay, that's a nice savings. She shut him up.
But look at how she looking though.
And still even after she said that she's showing all the savings, he still warned her, him and fake Pastor Cal, talk about diverting money elsewhere. Where? I said, I got the screenshots. I got the screenshots.
You could divert the money into stocks.
But I think, but the brother said that Myrla, that's how I knew Myrla was all right. I knew Myrla was all right because the brother said Myrla saved what she needs to save. Because, depending on your age, they say you need to put so much a year away. Right. And when the brother said that, I said, she's all right. And so they want her to stop shopping, period, Auntie. They don't want her to live the good life.
But the thing about it is her stopping shopping, what was she supposed to do with the rest of her money?
Divert it elsewhere as Pastor Cal.
Not to GILL. Oh, not to GILL.
This is what Pastor Cal was saying, Auntie. She said, she said, I already saved, and Pastor Cal said to divert the money elsewhere They want her to stop shopping to divert the money elsewhere. And she said, well, I already save.
And that's the thing about it. How much is she supposed to save, and how much does she, and the thing about it is, when you make a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what your spendable income is.
Exactly.
You know what you have to save. She's already there.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know because he just started working at the firehouse.
Exactly. When the brother said, this is how I knew Myrla was okay. When the brother said, Myrla saved, is that me? Myrla saved what she needs to save. Like Auntie, like you just say, certain places.
You're right, because you know what your disposable income is.
That's right. That's right. If you ask me right now, Janice, did you max out your Roth IRA? Yes, Auntie, I did. Janice, did you max out your retirement at your job? No, I did not, because I did not work the whole year. So when you're into your finances, you know what's what. That's how I knew Myrla was together, because the brother said she saved what she needs to save. So that means, you're maxing out your retirement, you're maxing out your Roth IRA, you have an emergency fund.
And then you have your disposable.
And you have your disposable fund. Thank you.
And so what he saw was her disposable.
Well, her disposable money.
And he could not handle even with her disposable.
Because that's not even the retirement money.
Okay, because all of that's been paid, boo. The mortgage check. Okay, the insurances check. Like all of those things are check. And this is what my disposable is.
That's right. That's a good point, Auntie. That's not even the retirement, because you have that emergency money market money in another account that you don't
touch. One that you don't have a swipe card on, so that
you gotta wait a couple of days.
Okay, and you make sure that your stuff is a distance away from you, so that it makes it inconvenient for you to get to it. So that you're not tapping it and touching it all the time.
That's right.
And then if you get a high yield, right, you really can't touch that. So, I mean, it's just, I think that with Myrla, she understood that he didn't understand those things. And it's hard to talk to somebody about that, because for them, they don't have a disposable income.
Right.
He knows nothing about a disposable income, because by his own admission, he's barely gonna make ends meet if he hooks up with her. If he stays with her.
Saves in his 401k. He saves in his 401k. That's like that. I can't touch my 401, my 457, Auntie. I cannot touch it until I'm what age? 59?
Well, you can touch it if you're doing like a home.
Like a home. Emergency.
If you want to do like you want to purchase a good old piece of property, you can use it for that reason, right?
Right.
But other than that, you can't, and you should not be touching it.
You should not be touching it.
And it's sad, because there's so many people who miss what he said. And so when you and I and other people who are critical thinkers, okay, I'm trying to be so nice on your channel. When people who are critical thinkers and really listen to what is being said, when we say something, we're wrong. Oh, we just love Gil. Or you just want to tear a black man down. No, I don't want to tear a black man down. But if you believe that I'm tearing him down, then you see him as being down. Because we're only speaking to what we see and what we hear.
Exactly. I could not believe the number of women who were, well, he said he's saving his 401k. And I'm like, girl, what?
But so many women have become accustomed to taking care of men.
Saving your 401k. Girl, oh, he got money in Colombia. This is the one that took me out, Auntie. They said his money in Colombia was an offshore account. An offshore account. Go get it, Gil. Go get. And I tell the example. My dad has businesses in Jamaica. When I was getting married, I called him. I said, Daddy, getting married. When can I? Listen, Auntie, this is what I said. Daddy, when can I go to Western Union? Tomorrow. He said, no, baby. No. I got to go home and get the money and send it to you. I call you. So if you have money in Colombia that you're saving, go get it for the house. Go get it. How you can't touch it? What kind of money you have in savings you can't touch?
But that's why he didn't want Myrla to spend her money.
Mm-hmm.
Because he needed her to pay the bills or 50-50 or go Dutch. He wanted her to go Dutch on the bills.
Well, Myrla said right here he has no savings.
And I was like, you don't have it.
Auntie, I got the screenshot.
But look at her face.
No savings. No savings.
Just broke down, and greasy than a mofo.
At 40 years old, and Auntie came to the reunion looking like a whole pimp. Huh?
Yeah, he did. He was giving off pimp daddy vibes. He was giving off pimp daddy vibes. And did he have on a David Ehrman bracelet?
Somebody said was a Cartier. Let me see if in the comments help us out. What kind of bracelet was that?
I thought it was a David Ehrman. I heard you say a Cartier, but I was thinking it looked more like a David Ehrman bracelet. And you know those start off at $900.
We gonna go with what Auntie say, because I'm not really a jewelry person, so I don't know jewelry like that. But if Auntie say, see there, where he got all that money?
Those bracelets start off at $900. $900.
See there, $900 for a bracelet.
And then you got $10 in your bank account. Probably can't even take. That's why he was mad about that little restaurant the Cartier was on Instagram. Oh, okay. Thank you, boo. Your people be knowing. Your people be keeping you up to date, abreast of everything going on. But oh my God, I looked at your video the other day about Zach, when Zach's father came into a Facebook group. And your girlfriend rid him for filth.
Yes, honey.
I was like, what in the la? I heard she did another interview with somebody.
But Auntie, did you hear another woman came out?
No.
Yes.
She came out what, on the ground?
Wait a minute, girl. I got the text. Somebody said it to me.
That's what I told you. Your people be keeping you in the know.
Wait a minute. I didn't read it because I was half asleep. The same girl, Kima. She said, girl, wait a minute. Yes, Auntie. Another woman come out on Instagram, Reddit, huh? You on Reddit, Auntie?
I'm scared of them people on Reddit, child.
Okay, so wait a minute. Let me share this. Where did I get this picture? Somebody sent it to me in the Facebook. Kima tagged me in the Facebook group. Yes, honey. Another woman came out, Auntie.
Yes, I need me a Kima, because Kima be keeping you posted on everything, honey.
She said, the other woman. Wait a minute. Why can't she? The other woman came out. But it's a little confused. I was half asleep when I was reading it, but look at Myrla and the girls right here, honey. Look at Myrla, looking so cute,
so cute.
Mm-hmm. Now this is some of the stuff they say.
Look at his butt cheeks, though.
Oh God!
That's somebody else's body, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The Adventures of Leggings. What in the? You're bougie. You act like princess. You, that old lady with her old what?
When
He said that?
yeah, when she was playing basketball. Not basketball, volleyball. I'm sorry.
I tell you what, these guys, between Zach and Gil and Johnny, these guys took some serious acting classes because I mean they came out as victims.
Mhm.
I mean
So,
they were victims on that show.
so this is what they're saying. Oh, he was just teasing her. You're a brat. I don't even say that to my kids. You're a
No.
brat. I don't like how you spend your money. This is my auntie. This is the part that, excuse my language, pissed me off. This woman has worked hard to get to where she needs to. And now you gonna come with your broke self is gonna come and tell her how to spend her money.
And how can you be a brat? Brat is a form of entitlement, right?
Mm-hmm.
A brat is somebody who's entitled, feels entitled to something that they're not worthy of, right?
Mm-hmm.
She worked for everything.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't lay on her back and get it.
Sure didn't. And he said, I don't need to change. You need to change. So he told his mother he's not changing, but he wants her to change.
Yeah.
Your standards are too high. You're bougie. You act like a princess. You that old lady with the old high school jersey. So she's playing with the volleyball, and that's what he said to her.
But I thought that he was, he turned me off when he came down there and put her face on the volleyball.
Oh, I have the picture. He said right here, you forgot where you came from. Mm, and this, how come nobody talk about this? Huh? How is this teasing? How is this showing love?
That was so disrespectful.
How is this showing love? How is that teasing? Oh my god. I just don't understand these people. I don't understand it.
And you see it in your video that Myrla said. I found out he was talking about me to other people.
Yeah.
That had to be hurtful.
Mm-hmm. And on unfiltered, she said I've talked to him about him calling me names. I don't like it because like we've talked about it. She said I told him I don't like it, and he said that's how he is. He is not going to change. And she said I complain about things, but I don't complain about my husband, and that's what people don't understand, Auntie. That there's a difference between saying, "Wait a minute, I asked for almond milk, not whole milk. I'm lactose intolerant." No, he want her to drink the lactose intolerant, the whole milk, and run to the bathroom and be thankful for the whole milk.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, "No, I don't want whole milk. I want almond milk."
But when you pay your own way, when you pay your own way and you know what it is that you want, you're willing to pay for the almond milk. If it's an upcharge,
Mm-hmm.
I want what I want. I don't want what you want or what you want to tolerate. I hate going out and eating with people
Mm-hmm.
who comes to the table and it's wrong and they say, "You don't say anything." What?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's wrong. Well, they may spit in your food. They better not spit in my food. But I hate people that feel like it's an inconvenience
mm-hmm.
to want what you want.
Mm-hmm.
If I say that I want my burger well done, I don't want it pink.
That's right.
That's a turn off for me, and it means that I'm not going to be able to eat my meal.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean, for her when she said stuff like that, that did not bother me.
It didn't. This is what I'm trying to explain. It didn't bother me because I understood what she was saying.
Absolutely, it didn't bother me.
It didn't bother me. I didn't take that as complaining. I take that as, this is what I want.
And
No,
it's just that, and the frustration is that they didn't listen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the frustration for me. When I give you my order, or I tell you what I want, room service, whatever it is, and I tell you what I want, and you don't listen and you bring me up something, that's my time. Because now
Mm-hmm.
I gotta wait for you to get it right. And I just, I would rather say something but then there are times when I just say, you know what, this place is a little shady. Like that hotel they had them staying in, that was a shady hotel.
Shady. Even the
Okay.
people in Florida was saying, no, Myrla's, I don't like Myrla, but she's telling the truth. Gil, Gil was like, you need to be thankful. See, that's because he had never been nowhere, Auntie. Gil has never been anywhere. So anything you give him, he's just so grateful for it. Because he's never been anywhere.
That's so sad.
Even there were people in Florida was like, oh no, I don't like Myrla. She right, but she right about that place.
But don't worry about the people in the comments. That just means that they're coming to your channel and they're watching, and you said something that touched close,
Mm-hmm.
and they just got to get over it.
I love this of Myrla. I think this, oh my God. When she said, oh my God, he's bald.
And look how pretty she looked.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing she did not do was her hair.
A lot of people's complaining about her hair.
Yeah, it looked real greasy.
Mm-hmm. She might have greasy hair.
She may.
I see. I'm the opposite. I got dry. What's my hair? Dirty brown. So I got to keep my hair saturated. She tried to tell him at the reunion, at the thing, we don't align.
They don't. But honey, that was some horrible makeup she had.
Honey, I don't know. She should fire that place. Don't ever go back. They messed up her face so bad. I guess somebody else did her face. Let me put this. Oh my God, this picture is so pretty of her, Auntie. I love this picture. Did I save it? Excuse me. This picture of Myrla. Somebody might have volunteered because she went to a place to get her face done.
Did she?
Yes, she didn't do it herself. She went somewhere to get it done. Where's that picture of Myrla? Oh my God, she was so pretty. She didn't do it herself because they showed the picture of her at the what is it, hair bar, face bar, something bar.
Honey, it must have been a trainee. Because that looks horrible.
It looks horrible. I mean, little Michael could do better than that. Auntie, what you think about the whole Bow and Zach thing? I'm gonna bring up the picture. I'm just trying to find Myrla.
And what aspect?
And what's happening with them now?
I don't feel sorry for Bow if that's what you're asking me. I have no empathy and sympathy for Bow.
Me either.
None. Because I mean, as soon as the reunion was over, she was on Zach.
Mm-hmm.
No girl code.
And telling Michaela, oh, he want to have his cake and eat it too. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Where's that picture?
I mean, you couldn't even wait for the ink to dry. Matter of fact, the ink hadn't even been filed. And you could not, no, seriously, you could not wait to start dating him.
This is a picture of Myrla. Oh my God, I love this picture.
Where is her moral compass?
None.
And so, you're losing the way you get them.
Mm-hmm.
So he was still married to the woman and you dating him.
Look at this, Auntie. You ready? You ready?
Yeah.
Look at this. Bam.
Oh, that is pretty.
Very pretty. Looks like she got her hair blown out. Might have added some extensions. Very pretty.
They contoured that face. They really contoured that face. They did a good job. Oh, she looks so pretty.
Don't go back to this place, Myrla. Don't you go back there.
Yeah, because look at the difference in the chin.
Yeah, they really contoured her face really
good. Oh,
she
looks beautiful.
Beautiful hair. Myrla should write a book and use this picture on her book.
Where was she going in this picture?
I think somebody just did her face because everybody was talking about this. And somebody volunteered to do her. Megan did my makeup details on Myrla's look. So somebody did her face for her because of this. Well, Myrla's my girl. Myrla, she I talked to her in Instagram. She said she watched my show.
Oh, she won't respond to me on Instagram.
No?
Nope, she responded.
It was her thing open?
No.
Okay, try it again.
Oh, it's open now?
It's open now.
Okay.
Try it again.
She said she watched you. What did she say?
She said thank you. She gave me some hearts, and she said she do watch my channel. But I didn't ask no question, because they're tired. I want to give them a month or two to relax, and then I'll jump in there, see if I get an interview with her. I want to interview her.
I do too.
I would love to interview. Well, this is the new woman, honey, that's coming out.
I can't see it.
I'm gonna read it. That girl, I see me looking at my phone. This is too small for me too. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. So up top it says Zach Freeman and hi. He messaged the person. Hi. Did you get involved with the Married at First Sight process? Yes, I did the expert interviews and so on and so forth. But I wasn't matched, unfortunately, I don't know. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. Ha ha ha. It probably was for the best. This is Zach. Well, if you are down, I would love to meet you. This is during the time he was seeing Bow, Auntie.
What?
Anyone who is willing to give Married at First Sight a shot, I want to meet. Ha ha ha. She says, ha ha ha. You're right. It was probably for the best. And I'm down to grabbing a coffee or a drink. Perfect. Zach said, perfect. Want to move to text? So this was talking online, and then he asked her, do you want to move to text?
So this girl tried out for the show.
She tried out for the show and was
in Boston,
not matched. Houston, was that Houston?
So she reached out to him.
But
here's the thing, though, Janice. Oh my God, I hate to say this. But if you reach out to a man that way, you think that he is not going to respond back?
Right.
That doesn't make him a cheater.
Mm-hmm. And who was it that said it? Alyssa said, well, on the where they, I didn't watch it because my nerves was done. But I did see the clip where Bao asked him, do you want to be exclusive or something? And he said, let's just see how it goes or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what makes him a cheater? I mean, he cheated on Michaela.
He did cheat on Michaela.
But Bao cheated on Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was still married to Johnny. I don't understand what these women expect when you slide up into a man's DMs. Like, I'm not getting it.
Alyssa said, did you all hear Zach applied for Married for First at NOLA and wasn't picked, so he went to Houston? I think he kind of hinted at that in the beginning. Not that he applied for NOLA, but he said he had just moved here for the show or something like that. Oh, Auntie, Foxy said the same thing. Auntie, try again. I think the IG was closed. She sent me a really nice message on IG.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's if I can find her Instagram handle again. I'll look it up. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Your people are like.
Alyssa said if he wasn't exclusive to Bao, then he cheated on Bao. If he was exclusive.
But I don't think he was.
Mr. Real Rose, I agree. Auntie Bao, Elena, and the other woman play themselves. Zach doesn't owe them anything.
Bam. Absolutely. Bam. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. He don't owe them nothing. He's a single man now.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's talking to 15 different women at the same time, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, as women, we have to know when we in a relationship and when we're not. And we got to know when it is what it is. I mean, you go to somebody's house and you give them filet. You know what? I can't.
But to me, it's crazy. It's crazy how Bow jumped out of one marriage and jumped into this and thought this was going to work. It's crazy to me, and you know, I don't want to touch on the whole black, you know, with the black man, the other woman, they think that they think the black man is a prize, and so they end up treating them the same way. Somebody did a video. I have to find it. Alyssa, if you could help me to find that video. I don't want to go there, but it's just crazy to me that she just leave and you just jump in a whole relationship and expect exclusivity, and it's kind of crazy to me. It's crazy.
But Miss Janice, darling, I'm asking you because I know you're younger than me. So is that the thing to like to give somebody head the first day you meet them?
Honey, I was shocked.
Oh, okay.
No, I was shocked. I was shocked going to his house. I was like, he called you. You know, I have the screenshot here. You know what? Where's the screenshot? He said, come over. Let me find it. Let me pull Zach up here. You gonna sleep in the same bed with me tonight? I was shocked, Auntie. When I say I was shocked, I was like,
and to talk so openly about it. I had secondhand embarrassment. I was like, so am I supposed to be meeting the guy for the first time and giving him head? Like I've been doing it wrong all these years.
Is this new? Is this the new style of dating? Is this
right? I mean, you know, am I the one that was? Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
Here it is. Yeah, I'm at the nail salon and I'm waiting. He's asked, you far from me? She's like, I'm 17 minutes away from you. He said, dang, if you were closer, I would have actually asked for a quick head. She said, I'll give you as much head as you want tomorrow. He said, oh, I have something at 6 tomorrow, so you'll have to leave by then. Is that okay? She says, yeah, that's fine. That 6 which she had was Bow. You know, that was Bow's appointment.
Oh. I was like, sugar baby. Sugar honey.
I don't know. I've been off the market for about 10 years now. So I don't know. Maybe this is new. Maybe some of the other ladies could let us know.
Well, I'm off the market by my own choice. But I'm saying, you know, when I was on the market, I sure wasn't doing that. So I was like, well, maybe I was doing it wrong. Maybe, you know, when I was meeting guys, I was supposed to be giving them head the first day. I missed the memo. I did not know, you know, and execute the plan correctly because I was like, but she was so candid about it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, girl,
I don't know. Maybe it's the what generation is that? That's generation.
They said Generation Z.
Is that Z, Mike? Is that Z? Because the 27, Lexi's a millennial. She was born 94. So this is Z. Oh, Z. Okay, they're telling me in the comments. Z. So what's gonna come after Z?
I don't know, honey. I don't know. I'm just like, what in the
Tamara said, no, that's not the new normal. She said, hey, Tamara. She said, no, that's not the new normal. Not at all.
Okay, thank you, boo. Because I was like, maybe I missed the memo. Because I definitely ain't been executing the plan correctly. That's just unbelievable to me.
But young girl, and we have.
Eventually, no one's going to care about it.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, they're not going to care about it. And then what did she do? She's going to be known as the girl that. Uh,
Hi, Vi. You think Bow was just there for the D? You think so?
I think Val was interested in him during the whole season.
I think so too.
But it's amazing how we as women are so competitive that better.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to treat us differently.
He gonna treat us different. Exactly.
He didn't treat Val differently. He treated her worse than Michaela.
Mm-hmm. But the rumor was that they were messing around during the season. It didn't just start when the show was over, but it started before the show was like halfway through it.
But we could tell because look at how interested she was in Michaela all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. He can't have his cake and eat it too. Mm-hmm.
Talk to me. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And then coincidental, your room is right beside hers. Girl, stop.
Mm-hmm.
You had a couple on the wall listening. The toilet paper roll. She had that on, had her ear with the toilet paper roll. I said, mm-mm. Mm-mm.
She over there. Did you see the picture of her hitting Johnny's head?
Yeah, her girlfriends made a pinata at her divorce party.
And Zach was, go ahead, Bob, go ahead. Did you see him clapping?
And that's when the girl Elena got mad. Because she heard him at the party. Seriously, she heard him at the party and she got mad.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think that was about revenge?
I think sort of, because Elena says Zach told her that he was not dating anybody, so she didn't know about Bow for all the time that was doing. She didn't know about Bow.
But her girlfriend that hooked her up with her should have told her. She was the one that was watching the show.
But none of us knew about Bow initially.
Me and you did.
Well, we have sources.
You could see it on the television.
Mm-hmm.
She was too interested in him. And then he became interested and started asking Johnny stuff about her.
Mm. So I think so. I think part of it is. That's a good question to ask her.
What
Elaine,
about
are you among us?
What about this new cast? Are you gonna be watching the next show?
Auntie, well, I was 95% not watching, and now I'm at 90% watching, so my numbers are getting better because I think we're gonna have a runaway bride this season.
I heard somebody didn't go through with it.
Oh, that would be so good. I want somebody to walk away from the altar. The girl, what's her name? Alyssa? Is that the girl name? Alyssa, is that the girl name Alyssa? The one we saw running away from the husband the night of the honeymoon. The night of the wedding with her bags.
Oh, somebody said I really like Alina. She owns her sexual freedom. Nothing wrong with that as long as she is emotionally healthy. But she wasn't. She's not emotionally healthy.
Mm-hmm.
She had already alleged that I think that she was sexually assaulted by somebody.
Yes, I think I did hear that.
And so she's not emotionally stable. She by her own admission, she's never dated an older guy before. She did not have any experience in that. So she wasn't emotionally mature to handle being a booty call. And if you emotionally, sexually freedom, you understand what it is.
Right.
And she didn't understand what it was. Southern charm. Thank you, though, boo. But And now because we give off, we say one thing, we say, oh, well, she was just 20. Well, at 20, you are not emotionally ready for relationships.
No, ma'am.
Nah. I hear what she's saying, but nah. I
That's
can't
right,
agree.
Auntie.
I
Elena
can't
came out
agree.
right after Bow's divorce party. / Johnny lynching. Wait, Alyssa said Alyssa Lee's wedding night and 2 weeks later all together, allegedly. Ooh,
Oh
child.
my God.
You know I'm gonna be watching.
You gotta watch it and you gotta review it because
You know I'm gonna be watching just to see her. What
the
happened to
nail on the
Auntie?
head.
Hello, Auntie, you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm walking around with these dogs. Sorry.
Okay.
Um, we're the only ones that really hit the nail on the head.
Huh?
We got to bring some wisdom to these shows, so you got to keep doing it. And you see, I'm not even doing Ready to Love this season because they such
You're
a
not doing Ready
train.
to Love?
No, it's a train ride.
Oh man, I'm gonna watch tonight. Oh, it's 7 something. You know I can't watch live. But it's gonna be what you think about Camille, Auntie?
A hot mess express.
Don't you think she's too old to be acting like that?
Yes.
I just think after certain ages to act
And
like that.
she's a walking contradiction. She contradicts herself constantly.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't like the hate that she's been getting, but then she nana boo boos and makes smart comments.
Right.
You can't have it both ways, beloved. Stop. Get
Mm-hmm.
down. I'm sorry.
Nashaya. Hey, Nashaya.
Get down. I'm sorry. It's these dogs. They jumping
Oh,
all over the
it's okay.
place. Try to make it comfortable, but they acting like bunny rabbits in here. They're so cute, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I'm gonna hop off here and finish
All right,
cleaning up
Auntie,
my
I love
office.
you, my darling. Enjoy
Love
your
you too,
Christmas.
and I love your subscribers.
Thank you. Love you. Take care.
Love you, boo.
All right, bye-bye. Felicia, Janice, you called it right. Ryan said Ryan, you knew someone in the basket. Ryan's the one that helped Jamie find those shoes. What? Ryan is in the know, huh? 200 people in here. Dear, I need to check how many thumbs up I have. Wait a minute. Alyssa, drop my other page, y'all. How many of y'all know I just created Janice a financial page? How many of you guys know that? Okay, somebody grab the links. Let's drop some links. Come on, Miss I. Come on up here, girl. Tell us about your channel. Chloe, is Chloe still in the house? Is Chloe still here? Hi, Chloe. Wait a minute. This is my new financial channel. We're gonna be talking about money, okay? Getting our money right. I post a couple of videos over there. Who in here? Bao thought her preference status would get her better treatment from Zach. She had the same man Michaela got now. She's mad. Suck it up. Go ahead and tell it, sister. Go ahead. Where's Messiah? Want to come up, girl? Where's the link? Let me get you the link. Tell us about Ready to Love. What y'all think about Camille, girl? I just cannot. Anybody? Here's the link. Come on up. I haven't done a chat in forever. Come on out. Come on out. Should I do these book prices while I'm on here? Let me see. Should I drop the book prices while I'm on here? Sometimes they hit right away. Sometimes they don't. Let me see. Should I drop the book price? Miss I, come on up. You need to link your other channels on your tab. Okay, girl, how I do that, girl? You know I'm tired. Oh, Auntie's advice. Lord, we forgot to drop Auntie's advice. Thank you, babes. If I drop the prices for my books, how many people's gonna go get it? Go get it. Go get it. Go get your blessing. Go get it. Go get it. Go get your blessing. 625. Wait a minute. Okay. 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 This is why I don't understand how these wives be talking about. I didn't know. I didn't know. He spent $100,000 on a horse. Horse. And I'm like, well, how is that possible? Don't the bank send you an alert every time the card is used? Who's coming up? Kimberly, come on up. Kimberly, drop. Listen, we have 200 people in here. Let's drop some links. Escott says Camille is animated. You think that's just what it is? But don't you think there's a time that you need? She too much for me. Go get it. Go get it. Go get your blessing. Go get it. Go get it. Go get your... Go get it. Go get it. Go get your blessing. Who's coming up? Thank you, babes. Growing Generation Wealth. Be sure to check that video out that I did about the mom who went to Mexico to have her body done and died. Will Camille go home tonight? It's time for a guy. Ooh. I don't know. Hi, Markia. Hey, there's the link. Anybody want to come up? The link is there. I do need to link my other channels. Miss Sai, where you at? I'm a little torn with I don't know, girl. I don't know. I'm torn with the whole Camille. I don't know. I feel like they've known each other before. And so that's why she's acting so dingling spanked. She's acting so dingling spanked. I'm trying to fix this before I leave so y'all could get my Patreon thingy. So listen, guys, for those of you who are members of my YouTube channel, YouTube is just making so many changes. It's making it really hard for us to really... Is Messiah coming up? Where's she at? It's making us hard. Okay. Hi, Clara.
Hello.
Hi, boo-boo.
How are ya?
I'm good. How are you, boo?
I'm good.
What's happening?
So you know Jose and Rachel filed for divorce.
Yes, girl.
And they were slated to be on Couples Cam. So that's interesting. And we do get another runaway bride, another Heather.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I think women need to stop settling for the BS, man. I think women need to stop settling for the foolery. Just stop settling for it. It's so degrading.
Extremely. I'm reading your book, 23 Types of Guys, for the second time.
Ooh, yes. Yes.
It's become my Bible. It's next to my
Yes,
Bible.
honey. I love it. Thank you, babes. I appreciate you.
I love the book.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
I've
you.
been trying to promote it on some other channels.
But I do owe you a book, right? I think did I send you the wrong book or something?
You did. You sent me the wisdom. I was like, okay, Janice.
Okay. So which one do you want? Because I did say I was going to give you a book. No. I try to keep my word. So I'm going to give you a book. So which one did you want me to send you?
Whichever one you feel is good. I already have the 23 types of guys, so I don't need another one.
You have 23 types of guys. So you don't have the naked wife?
No.
Okay. So I'll send you. Message me. Let me know.
Well, I'm always messaging you. You want me to message you that?
You know what? Book? I'm going to do it right. Yeah, because you got to give me your address.
Okay.
That's why you have to message me.
We're neighbors. You could probably walk the book over to me. There you go. So are you going to watch Married at First Sight?
I'm down to 90%.
90%. Listen.
I was at 95. I got to 99 at the reunion.
No, do it. I'm going to push you to do it. Why? Because I think this season is going to be very interesting. It's going to give you a lot of context.
Oh, there go Michelle. I'm sorry, I was on the other.
Oh, there go Messiah.
Hey, Bubba.
Hi. Hey, ladies.
How are you?
No, Janice, you're going to want to do
it.
Huh?
I missed you.
I know. With
your little NaNoWriMo. Did you finish your book?
It took all my time away from you guys.
But that's good. It's good to take time away and come back.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Janice, you're going to want to do season 14. You're going to want to do it. The context is going to be better.
You think
it's going to give you dialect for the videos. Your channel will grow even more. So do it.
Well, now that they're talking about a runaway bride,
yeah, it is
me a runaway bride.
I call her another Heather. That's me.
You call her another. That's another one. We really need to celebrate her refuse to settle for the BS.
Heather. Let me tell you what's interesting about Heather. Heather went away very quietly. She is nowhere on social media, by the way. So there are some people that after Married at First Sight, they delete themselves completely.
Yes.
Like Brett went private. You can't join Brett. Brett is you can only see whatever she posts, but she's private.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
She's not allowing people to follow her and all that nonsense.
Yeah. I think that's good. What you think about it?
I think you should do that, especially if you just off the show.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a lot already that you went through with all the filming on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And now you following. You know who's really a clout chaser, and I got to talk about it, is Gil.
Oh,
this dude is on every night. You know he posted his address.
I know it, girl. I did a video.
His address? Like, what is this? What, was it Goodwill?
So no, honey, he's telling women if you want to send him a gift, you got any questions, he got a P.O. box where you can send anything to.
Yes, honey.
I'll send him another blender since he gave it away. So
maybe I should send him a nice pair of razors where he can shave properly.
His lying self.
He's a clout chaser, and people feel sorry for him, but he's constantly putting himself on social media. Mm-hmm. And he do these 1 hours where you can ask him whatever I'm like, what is this? What the heck is this? You're supposed to be so heartbroken.
The cloud, so I'm wondering if Myrla's article is going to put a check in some people. I see it in the groups. It's kind of people are like, oh.
Well, I was on another channel. And me and a guy got into it over Gil and Myrla because I stated to him, he was like, well, Gil was the only one really ready to be married. I said, none of them was ready to be married. Ain't no Gil, none of them. And he was like, yeah, Gil. I said, Gil, what? Did you watch The Honeymoon where he's talking about his wife to these couples he barely know?
Oh, my God.
And he wasn't even saying good things. What kind of husband do that? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want no husband like that.
Right.
He talked too much. He tell everything, and then he's telling the other couples, well, she got to kiss me. Why do the other couples need to know that?
That's what put the nail in the coffin. I don't think people aren't getting it. They're trying to like come for Myrla. Like, you should have communicated. You should have did this. But I think it really didn't hit her till the episode started playing. And she's like, wait a minute. Like, he's down there at the pool talking about me. Wait a minute. He's in the guys' lounge saying this and that. So I think I think she was just in the moment. And then I think she was already unsure about him. But when she started watching those episodes, she's like, this ain't going.
Here's the thing, Messiah. People have a right to change their mind.
Right.
Sometimes you might think things are one way, and when you really look at it objectively, you say, maybe this ain't right for long term.
Right.
You got a right to change your mind. We talk stupid. Like, these people signing stuff in blood. No, they're not. They got a right to change their mind. They don't have to say, well, I'm going to stay with it. A lot of these couples say yes, decision day. And when you go to where are they now, they ain't even together. So, I mean, people have a right to change their mind. She changed her mind. She probably got a chance to see, because remember, they can't see the show until after decision day. And she probably got a chance to see all the things he was saying about her and put it together. She's like, I can't be with this long term. Why should I? And people want to argue with you on this dumb stuff. I'm like, are you kidding me with this? Because the dude was getting upset. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get off this channel. Because he was getting really upset. Like, well, Gil is this, Gil is that. I said, yeah. And Gil was coming off a little bit like a jerk too. So,
but see, that's what they don't want to talk about. And that's what I don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he wasn't very kind to her. And when you think about it, it's like, who wants to be married to a man that's going around when you ain't with him talking about you to these strangers? Because even some of the couple on the honeymoon, they was kind of feeling a little like, I ain't gonna say nothing on that because he really shouldn't be doing that.
Hey, Black Luxury. Right, Clara.
Hey, Auntie. Hey, ladies.
Hey,
hello.
Auntie's
Hello.
gone.
Yes, I just had to join. Y'all was taking the words out of my head, so I had to come in this conversation. And guess what? I've had me a little Gil, aka a Dusty, before in my life.
Ooh,
and I'm telling you, let me give you the testimonial. Because what happens is they show up and kind of nice, and it is the person everyone feels sorry for because they're saying like, woe is me and this is my situation. And as time goes on, they get comfortable, they get lazy, they start digging in your pockets, questioning how you spending your money. Oh, definitely. When I looked at Gil, I said, oh, I've been there. I know that's not going to last. Let me tell you, the reason why Gil is just becoming a fireman is because he was over there being a sex kitten. He ain't had no real job. Gil was on TV. You can see it all on YouTube. He used to do little commercials and stuff. He didn't have no real job. And when he knew he was coming on the show, he rushed and found something that sounded good. And then now he on that show counting Myrla's money. That's disrespectful. I've had a man literally come in my face and do all kind of stuff, talking about, oh, you don't need this, you don't need that. But it's my money that I'm spending.
Right.
How are you going to tell me what to do with my money?
What happened to Clara? Clara.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Black Lord.
And I didn't even know. And just to add, at the end of the day, he's still sitting there like, well, what's going on? And wondering why I'm not calling him or talking to him. He's a Dusty. I found a nice video that I try to share with people. It's called 16 Signs of a Dusty.
What?
When people ask you, what's the definition? I'm going to show you that video. You send it to them and let them sit around. That's a Dusty. Somebody that's in your pockets, don't have they're counting your money. They don't have real goals for themselves. They're projecting their own insecurities on you. He was bringing Myrla down. That wasn't going to last.
Facts. I agree. I just feel like he's one of those dudes like that, like, oh, look at you, boss lady.
Right.
You're the one with all the money and blah. And it's like all this manipulating and guilt tripping to get you to pay for everything, to get you to take on responsibility that's really not yours in the first place. So yeah, I think people were blinded by his little crocodile tears on the reunion. I was like, he wasn't even crying. Like the tears didn't even come all the way down his face. So I'm like, why is everyone talking about he's so hurt? I'm like, he's coming for Jamie's job. That's all that is. Like,
yes.
So
Yeah,
I
but I
don't get
think
why
Connecticut said
everybody's
they're
like
not going to put
trying to
him
go
there.
on Myrla.
Yeah, he tried out for the spot, but they did. I don't think they liked him, so he's not going to be there.
No, he can't even talk.
No,
he's talking like this. He can't talk like that on. Nobody don't want to hear that.
Don't read his little chipmunk voice.
I think they're going for more like couples. They want to put couples there.
Yes,
like a man and a
couples
woman.
that's been successful. Yeah, I think that's who should be there. I think they should change it up every week.
That's what they're planning on doing. That's from what I heard. That's what they're planning on doing. They like going to pick a man and a woman, a couple, to speak, to these other couples.
Right.
Well, that may be good. They got to get good couples like Deanna and
be afraid to ask questions, like the right questions.
The right questions, because that's the problem. It looked like once the reunion is done, it's like all this other information is coming out, and it's like people not asking the right questions as to why they're not working or sitting there kind of like going over certain issues. Like we looking at Jose being controlling and being like, oh, well, that's just how it. No, let's talk about that man's whole behavior and tell him, forget this show. You'll never have a good marriage. If that's how you're acting, you're worried about things that women should be minding. Plants that need to be purchased, and you just get locking people out the house. They could have a whole episode on him locking her out the house. I don't get how that show is really not that successful. I did the math on how many marriages they've had so far.
Yeah, it's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse. They're doing more things.
Because this season they didn't have nobody.
No, it's 0-5 because now that Jose and Rachel, which said yes, and now they publicly filed for divorce, they have no couples.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that successful, but I think that one of the problems they have, they keep trying to change people. Like, a person lists something that they want, and they're giving the person the opposite, like, well, we're going to change this about. No. Like, for example, Gil kept saying to Myrla, you forgot where you came from. No, she remembers. She remembers every day. Every time she's swiping by herself something nice, she remembers. It's just the opposite. And I'm thinking, why did they team that up? That wasn't going to last. She would have been, by the time she was done, she'd have been shopping at Walmart, doing something real dusty, so he could feel like, so he can feel like he's a man, and she can sit there and be saying like, yes, Gil, no, please. I've been there, and I'm telling you, it's torturous, and it took time for me to realize that. And I got a good old Jamaican mom who's been married for 50 years. So when I went to her and started to tell her all the things the dusty I was experiencing was doing, she said, you got to get out of that. You can't, that's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. And you're going to find yourself making low decisions just because you're trying to say you got a man and a warm body in the bed. That can't work.
Yeah, but see, Auntie touched on it. The problem is the world we live in nowadays, a lot of women are the breadwinner. They take care of the men, they provide for the men, and they keep men there that doesn't bring anything to the table. Okay, and this is including some successful women. They're going with men who are below them, not men that are making them better. So this is why they're ready to go up in arms when you talk about Myrla and Gil, because they're probably already in that situation.
Exactly. I'm talking about their boyfriend.
Okay, I used to work with a bunch of women like that, and it's like they have men that don't work, men picking up the kids. Like, what kind of nonsense is this?
Working 2-3 jobs, and he's home doing nothing.
Exactly. Or playing video games while they're going to work. So I don't, this is the kind of behavior we see.
Oh yeah, well, more men are acting feminine, and then more women are getting masculine, and they sitting there. I was on a discussion this week, and I seen how defensive some of the men got and names that they're calling some of the women. I looked at them. I said, the problem with y'all getting more and more feminine. Y'all listening to, I ain't gonna call nobody name, but KS. They listening to him and all these other little people, and they finding ways to bring down women. I said, oh, not enough. If a woman works hard, she got her own job, her own education, she got her own house, she pay her own bills. For a sensible woman, she's going to question what the purpose of a man is and what his purpose is in her life. And if he's coming in just sitting there thinking he's just going to be cute, that's not going to be enough, especially when you work hard. It's not going to be enough. But you're right. I see a lot of women. I have some friends who are busy. They need to get Auntie Janice's books, several books they need to read. I suggested 2 of them this week to a friend that lives in Canada. I said, you got to read this book. And I said, when you're done reading this book, you'll come out that stupid relationship hoping that this guy that she's been with for 4 or 5 years is going to marry her. I said, if he didn't marry you now, he ain't going to marry you.
But see, I don't understand the playing house business. We like Barbie and Ken. I don't get that. I don't understand the playing house, because I got into an argument with a coworker on that. I'm like, you get upset when people talk about wives because you're not one, but yet you play the role of one. And you get no benefits behind it. Because let me tell you, Buckaroo break up with you today or tomorrow. What are you walking away with?
Nothing.
Your name ain't on nothing. You ain't got no license. So what are we talking about? Oh, I get it. Common law. Okay. That if you can prove all of that. Good luck.
You right.
Yeah, we got to do better. We have to do better.
Of course we got to do better. Didn't you just see what happened with Zach and the girl that posted all the stuff with him and her? It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And why did you post it with Bow? I don't get it. It's like, what are you doing?
Because he tricked her. He basically, it's like, I was like, she did not read Janice's book, 23 Types of Guys. He invited her over there for a Netflix and chill date. That's basically what it was. When she talking about
with Messiah,
being in a relationship, we're supposed to be serious. I'm like, how? Like, all he did was invited you over and told you to get naked. Like, what are you...
Well, did he even tell her to get naked? Because you know, you don't need to get naked.
It's just people's morals have gone so out of the window. It's like anything goes. I can't get with that. But my thing is, you cannot scream that you are a willing participant and you just there for the fun, but then you getting in touch with Val. People that are usually just jump offs, they don't get involved with who the wife is, who the girlfriend is.
No, but they don't think they're jump off. They didn't. A lot of these women, they're not told that they're jump off.
True, so true.
But if you take the time to know these people, you'll know if you a jump off or not.
This is true. This is true.
Do duty dating. Stop with the one night stands and figure out who you with.
But they're not. They're not doing that, honey.
That's why I don't like the internet dating. I told a dude that once. I'm like, yeah, I could be Wonder Woman on here. What would you know? Because when you can be anything you want on a computer, let's be real. And I can find beautiful pictures and just post them up and say, yep, that's me.
That's the time that we're living in. And then people DMing you with a whole bunch of hopes and ideas. And there's a lot of women, I think, that are getting to this where they get into that age where they want to have children, they want to settle down, and they're willing to accept anything, but you cannot be desperate. And then from my Bible believing people, I tell them, you got to have faith in God, and having faith is being able to say, you know what, God, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm not going to run down anything just to say I got somebody here. And then you can throw somebody in other women's face. It don't work like that. Because even if you marry a man that's a mess, he'll be in that marriage acting a whole mess, still dating other people, still doing stuff, and causing stress. It's not worth it.
No, and you see, Zach wasn't even ready to be no husband. I don't even know why he did the show, because he ain't husband material.
He not. No, not yet.
But I'm confused. He was always crying.
Playing a part, though. His family. Why is the brother and the daddy speaking out? I'm like, he is a grown man. Like, you see the problem right there. They enabled him. They babied him. They made him feel like nothing he did was wrong. So now he's 27 years old and can't understand how you got a Circus Soleil of women and you can't see your fault. And it's terrible.
He's probably something in his background, Messiah, goes deeper than that. Because you got to pay attention to how he treat women. The way he treat women is, I sleep with you and I'm on to the next. And yet you telling me you come from a Bill Cosby family.
Right.
Something don't match.
Somebody lying.
Hey, there you go. And that's why the family's covering. Because they know something in that background ain't right. This dude treat women like objects. And you're going to tell me he comes from a great background, loving home?
And you know what? To add, in the very beginning, when I seen him getting so emotional and carried on, I said, maybe he had a relationship where it ended and it was just traumatizing for him. So I figured at first that's why he was so sensitive to Michaela's behavior. Then after a while, I heard he's a little fraternity guy. I said, oh no, he's used to slinging his thing around. No, definitely. He's a little fraternity guy. They pop on campus, they walk around. I peeped the car that he drives.
What's his fraternity? What fraternity's in?
I'm not sure if it's Alpha or Kappa, but one of those two he's a part of, and he drives a fancy BMW.
I hope he ain't no Alpha. My husband is a Alpha, and they are men of standards, honey.
Right, yeah, but he isn't. That's the difference.
Yeah, I said
he's with anything goes. The way he treats women is like objects. He's a predator, and that's what predators do. Whoa. They look for women that they can do that with.
Right, because he knew what he was doing, picking a 21-year-old off of Instagram that's still in college, still not really established or know where she's going in life. He knew what he was doing with that. And to give her a whole cup of tequila, and she not even 21 yet. Like,
that's a predator. And I said it. I wish somebody would ever. I wish one of the families would tell me differently. I would say, nope. He meets every trait of a predator. Pay attention to people who rape people and things. They pick out their victims. He picked women that he know will sleep with him. Okay, maybe Michaela caught on to it, and that's why she started acting crazy.
Hurricane K came out.
That's why she kept flipping, because you got to remember they edit a lot of things, so we only see what they give us. But there probably was. I always said that first argument seemed edited because she just slammed the stuff on the table and she left. It's like, well, what did we miss?
Yeah, you got a good point. What would take her? And I know she got her issues. I was watching, but you got a good point. It's something that he was doing, and the inconsistencies in his behavior. Remember, he's going from the extreme of crying and, oh my gosh, and then going.
Why do you think he does that? He does that because at the end of the day, he knows his motives are not right. And since he know his motives are not right, if he was to tell you his real motives, you will side-eye him. That's why he stumbles and stutter and cry, because it covers up what the real motive is.
Facts.
I gotta stop playing lawyer. I gotta stop playing lawyer. But that's
you gotta stop playing while you go in and out.
Yeah, that's the reason why he was crying and stuttering, because he knows if I tell you what my real motives is, you guys are not going to want to sit and talk with me.
The Team Myrla
That's
group,
why his motive wasn't clear.
Check the comments for the Team Myrla group on Facebook. We have a Team Myrla group.
Oh, excuse me.
But that's why his motive was never clear. Talking about let's get divorced, but let's still like date. And everybody's like, what are you talking about?
Like, I'm in here, Auntie. She said, yes, ladies.
So that's why his motives was never clear, because he knew if he told you his real motives, and that's why he kept disappearing. Remember, he told Michaela straight out, if you're not going to sleep in the bed with me, then I'm not staying in the apartment.
Yeah, sure did.
So right then and there, he's telling you his motive. His motives was for sex. If I can't have sex with you, then I ain't staying here with you.
You know, I say, Alyssa, could you drop my other channels for me, guys? I have a new channel. It's a financial challenge. We're going to be talking about finances and getting our stuff together. And so drop the link for me. And my allegedly Janice is my backup. Who else in here? We need to drop your link. Go ahead, ladies, and talk. Messiah, talk to me about Ready to Love. What's going on? I'm still watching, but I'm not in it all the way.
What you want to know, child? First of all, okay, I want to backtrack. I know the Courtney girl, the one that you said was masculine, I know she got sent home a while ago, but I came to this epiphany where I feel like Cornelius gaslighted her. Because if you remember, he kept telling her, oh, yeah, I want to wait till marriage, but if we slip up, if we have an accident, you know, it just happens. So I feel like he was letting her think that, okay, if I tempt you enough, if I go at you like a little harder, I can have you put that rule down. So I feel like he was kind of gaslighting her in a sense. If you saw her interview on Little Black Book, she was sending Little Black Book pictures of Cornelius rubbing all up on her thigh. So her rubbing on his thigh. And she said She said he never made it clear that he was abstaining till marriage. He told her, I just want to abstain while I get to know you, type of thing. So to her, I felt like he is kind of gaslighting her. And then we saw Tasia say, well, Camille is all in, but word on the street is Cornelius isn't. So I feel like he's kind of leading these women on, but putting that Southern charm, talking about his mama and his daddy. But I think it's almost like Jason. Jason had the nice guy, charmer attitude, but you could see through it. And I feel like Cornelius is the same way.
Mm-hmm. I've been trying to keep up with it. I just, after that season with Kelfani and Adriana, I just stopped. I passively watch it because I feel like I can't get my hopes up anymore. And then I see the people just randomly picking people just so they can get to the end.
Right.
And I get it.
You get more money. You get more money if you go to the end. And I think, and it's pay $2 and so they trying to make it worth their while, I think, by making it to the end. But there's no real connections, I don't think.
So do you think that Camille,
Aisha and Dante? I'm hoping they need to get together. I
can't figure out Dante. Aisha is genuine. She seems very open and vulnerable, but Dante, I just haven't clicked. I don't get where he's going with this.
I don't know about the people they selected. I know I have friends in DC, and I looked at the images and all the people in Washington DC, all the Black professionals, whether they're getting corporate people or people who are in politics, and a lot of business owners are there. I just thought the pickings would be different.
Me too.
DC, and it's just some people brought their little dusty self on the show. Why are you having, 5 or 4 baby moms? And you talking about, I'm not saying you can't find love, but don't go on that show. It's bringing down the quality of the show. People with no jobs, people with fake careers. I'm not here for, that's why I just kind of glimpse it. I ain't gonna lie, I do keep up. I think Camille's a special person. I think her and her little friend need to be voted off so they can be together. And but other than that,
But don't you find Married at First Sight season 14, all those people look like actors and actresses?
Yes, girl. That's why I want to watch it. I was like, they look like those people that you get in the frame when you buy a new frame, like the picture that's already there.
Yeah.
I'm like, why do they look so saved? It's weird.
Because that's what they said about the Australian. They said all those people who were on the Married at First Sight Australian, they're like professional actors and actresses. So I'm like, okay, these people sure they look pretty made up to be actors and actresses too. They're looking that way. So it's going to be very interesting when they air it. Because I said the same thing when I saw the pictures. I'm like, gosh, these people look like actors and actresses.
Now I'm just thinking, just thinking. I wonder if they, leaned on that side, maybe just to get the show back to this place where people could be a little bit more hopeful about the couples. Just because I feel like the pairs, they put together have not been the hottest. It doesn't reflect the show in a good light. So I'm wondering if they would actually, I don't know. I'm just saying. They would actually get that low to kind of put people in to fill a role just so the quality of the show could be maintained. But we'll see. We'll see when
it's going to be interesting because their ratings fell. Remember, season 12 was their highest rating ever. And season 13 is kind of on the low end because the ratings were not higher than season 12.
And they were trying to make Michaela the season thing for this last one, her behavior. So they kept replaying it. So that was supposed to, be like, oh, we were waiting for this moment where Michaela gets out of control and tears things up. And they didn't that's the only thing that was supposed to be holding us in. And by the time I started to watch that show, I'm like, oh, there's more craziness going on than Michaela.
Yeah, I just felt none of the couples
Right.
match. They didn't match none of them properly. I thought season 12 was a mismatch, but season 13 takes the cake.
Season 13 has taken the whole cake.
It certainly has, because I didn't find none of those people to be matched properly.
It take the whole cake, honey. Okay.
And the only thing that really kept me in that show is because I was in a Myrla situation myself. It literally was unfolding. And I was like, okay, I see how this can happen to somebody where you're looking at a good person and that person just showing all kind of off and little crazy behavior, saying things that's out of pocket, talking about your clothes, your ward. These are things that happen to me. And talking about my finances, but not planning to take $1 out of their pocket. And that's the only thing that kept me watching, because I was like, well, let me see how GILL behavior is going to play out. And when I say Auntie Janice was on it, she was on it. She was on it. She called it. That thing was going to explode. And GILL, I just want to add, he was not surprised or caught off guard. She'd been stopped hugging and kissing him and being all that little stuff that she probably faked, or not faked, but I think honestly she was trying. And I think I think she was trying. And the moment he rubbed her wrong and he kept making those comments, she withdrew. So I don't think that to me is that was no surprise. Now, I didn't know he had a storage, so I'm glad she came out to say that he still had some things in storage, but I was even questioning, how could you meet somebody and sell all your things?
All your stuff.
That's dusty behavior.
He sold all his stuff because he knew he was getting a check.
That's exactly what that was.
He wouldn't have sold it if he knew he wasn't getting paid. GILL ain't stupid.
Right.
He knew he was getting money from doing Married at First Sight. So if he's getting money from the show, he can use that money to go wherever he needs to go.
To upgrade.
That's why he had them red bottoms on at the reunion.
Right. And remember now, after the show, if companies like you and watch the show, they can endorse you. Exactly. And you can get endorsement deals that way as well.
Anybody else in here that we need to drop your link? Drop your link. I got to send Alyssa a big Christmas present, honey. Anybody? If you have a channel, you have to type "drop my link, please." Okay, and we'll drop your link. Drop my link, please. Okay. Go ahead, ladies.
And you ladies are calling it out right, because remember, before this, that's what GILL was doing, commercials. So this is up his alley. He's looking for an investment.
Like Clara said, they try him out for the host. He can't be the host.
Because somebody asked him that on one of those Q&As.
What and he said he lies.
They didn't like him. I'm like, yeah, they probably told you that before you sat your butt in the chair.
Tell me what was said so I could make a video. What happened?
I'll send you all the stuff. Because I love snapshots. People send them to me. I'll send it to you.
Yes, honey, send them to me.
Animal seats.
So they didn't like him. No, he doesn't.
No.
And entertainment, you have to have a certain voice and a certain look.
Yep.
And he sounds like a chipmunk.
All he got to do is get him a little speech therapist and a dermatologist.
He's too late,
and
honey. He's 40. What you talking about?
The dermatologist.
He's 40.
Because what it is, if somebody's going to be talking to me about relationships and asking questions, I'm going to be expecting them to be knowledgeable or have some reference of a good relationship they've been in. If their relationship was a mess, they can't talk to me and ask me no questions. Right. So that's why I think he couldn't work. Clearly, Myrla started expressing, that she didn't like certain things, and he was just dismissing and fully ignoring her feelings for him to come up with them crocodile tears at the reunion. So if that's going on, that lets me know his emotional intelligence is not there. He can't host no show like that.
And come to find out it was all a play. That's the part that pissed me off. This was all fake. It was fake.
Yep.
He was acting like Myrla and Johnny was banging it out.
And you see Johnny in pictures with all of them.
Banging it
out. No. Johnny's just friendly with all the ladies. He's in pictures with all of them. So It ain't just him and Myrla. He's in
He
pictures with
like
all of them.
him and Myrla and Johnny was banging it out, girl.
But you know what it is? Johnny got his money to be around. He can, and he can't. The problem is Gil can't be in those parties because he can't afford to be there.
He can't afford it.
Well, now he might can because he's looking for endorsement deals, child. Looking for somebody to give him an endorsement deal.
He's a senator.
That's why he got P.O. box and all this other nonsense all over the place.
Poor Gil. He'll get together in about 10
enough
years.
Ladies like him because you got women, no matter what he do, they love everything he does.
No, everything because they're pygmishas. They're pygmishas.
What is a pygmisha? What is that?
Pick me. I'll take you. I don't care. I'll take you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they love him to death.
Your bills.
I mean, they love him on these channels. They go out on dates with him. I'm like, not me. But
they go out on dates with him.
Some of them in the comments were like, they'll go out with him. I'm like,
they're pygmishas.
Okay. No.
For those of you who've been asking, I think the Patreon thing is ready. I am moving my membership from YouTube to page. YouTube is doing some crazy stuff, y'all.
I'm hearing it.
So that's why Patreons, we're moving our membership out. So go over to my Patreon and check it out because we're moving. Everybody's moving their membership off of YouTube. Okay, so I need to get with it too. So those people who are striking
for a lot of things too.
Okay, and if you're a paid member on my YouTube and I didn't send you a book, please email me. Email me your membership level and how many books you're supposed to get. On Patreon, I changed it because one of the membership on YouTube, it has to be so many months before you could get a book. I can't do that. That's too much. So on Patreon, you just choose the $10 one book, $20 two book, $30 three books. And so this way I know how many books you're supposed to get, okay? And then free books you're supposed to get. So that's my link. And listen, see if that link worked for me, please. Miss A, it's Black women mostly who would take him. Most women would seem to be okay with strong. Yeah, they'll take him. They will take him. They look at us like we're crazy. What's wrong with you? He's a good man.
Where?
He's a good man. If Gil is a good man, let me tell you, this is a good man.
Well, then they must haven't date much. That's what you say. If he's considered a good man, they must haven't date much. What would you do if you had Obama? Denzel Washington? I mean, if you calling this man a good man, where do you put those guys?
Oh yeah, no, but I say you're right on that because what happens is it doesn't see Gil has this like his facade is almost like look, you know, he's a nice person.
My wonderful good husband made me.
Nice.
Don't rub it in.
Good man. You see, Myrla asked the Dusty for that's when I knew she slept. She gave up the drawers. When he asked her for a thingy and he said, make it yourself. I was like, Myrla, you don't drop the drawers, Myrla.
And he got comfortable. As soon as they got dropped, he got comfortable. See, the thing about it is until you date somebody like that, you don't know how dangerous that is. That's why a lot of women stay in relationships where they're being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused. Sometimes even their children, that person they have in their life is bringing a whole curse on their family. Because what happens is you sit there with the person, and the person's not bad all the time. They're not. You say you want to do something, they'll go along. But what it is when you get into the experience, they're talking you down. They're questioning who you are. They're projecting. I'm talking about, I know it because I know it's like to come from work after a long day, be in my own space and have someone over and tell me while I'm resting from work, oh, this is what you do with your time? This is what you do? And I'm looking like, well, hold on. I just came in my door. Can I get 5 minutes? And I start to look and I said, well, hold on. Why does this person feel the need to attack me? I done did all the schools you could think about. I got enough degrees that me and student loans have a good relationship. They got my bank account numbers because I got to keep paying them. So imagine coming from that and then meeting And then coming from a long day of work where you're dealing with the general public, and then you come to your home and someone's questioning what you're doing with your time, with your money. I'm sitting there saying, like, oh, I should, like get cable. I'm thinking about getting cable again, right? Because I watch everything on YouTube. And then the person turns around, oh no, you don't need that. You don't need that. You spend too much money on this and that. The next time we go to the store, I'll tell you what you should buy and what you shouldn't buy with my money.
Girl.
So it's little things. People don't know it until you start dating someone who is insecure. They're not financially stable. They have these issues that are unresolved. Until you encounter that, it doesn't come off as bad at first. And it's slowly the person's saying things. They're doing stuff. They're keeping their money in their pocket, watching you spend your money. I've had somebody open my fridge and tell me, oh, there's no food here. You left me with no food. A man, a grown man.
Oh, girl, no.
A grown man said that to me. You left me with no food. I said, well, hold on. And here's the saddest part. When I went to go visit him, I bought a bunch of food. In fact, I would always go to the supermarket and buy food. As a woman, I felt the responsibility to cook. And then when I left, his place, because he lived in a different state, I remember buying a bunch of food saying, I want to make sure when I leave you that you have more than enough. I didn't want to come there and act like I'm some kind of princess. But honey, King Kong came here and put his feet up and started to act like I owed him something. And the more I was seeing it, I said, this person is not really a nice person at heart. And I think Myrla has an attitude very similar, not to, but I just want to say similar to mine in a sense where you're not argumentative. You're kind of giving the person a pass. You're giving them a break. You're saying the little things that you don't like. And instead of them heeding to the things that you're saying, they're dismissing your emotions. So after a while, how long can Myrla do that? That's something you could do for a little bit. She probably tried it a little bit after they was in that house together and was like, I don't even want to close my eyes around this person. And mess around, he probably still trying to get some nookie.
And she found stuff out that she said he was dishonest, honey. They're driving around in the Benz in somebody else's name. Your credit's so tore up. You can't get a car in your name. When you can't get a car in your name, it's shameful.
Because remember, he was living a bachelor life. He was on TV and come on, that young man was, look at him. He was knocking down. I don't want to be inappropriate on the channel, Auntie, but he was getting his fair share of women, probably doing all kind of manipulative things to women and having his way. And Myrla was that thing, that good woman that came and put him in order. Hopefully, the next woman he meets or wants to marry, he behaves himself. But
and didn't he say he don't have girlfriends? He don't do long-term relationship.
So you know what that means? He doing a lot of Netflix and chilling too.
He said I prefer to cook. So on a date, you prefer to cook. You don't want to take her out because you want to cook.
When I say that's one of the signs of a Dusty, that is it. That is it.
I prefer to cook for you. Let's not go out. Let's cook.
I had someone do that to me, and then they use COVID as a reason not to go out to places. They can go everywhere else, but it always like, no, we can't go because of the virus. I said, well, even if we sit outside, aren't we both vaccinated? Let's just. And then I realized it was always an excuse, And then I realized what it is. He don't want to pay for it. He don't want to pay for no dinner. But if I pay for it, it's like, oh well, she's.
He'll be like, okay, pick me up.
Well, that's why we have to be selective. And that's why she always said to him, I have to choose you. Because it ain't just about his way. It's two people. Remember, dating is like tennis. You hit the ball in my court, I hit the ball back in yours. Okay, we both got to be giving something into this relationship. You got to be on an equal playing field to play well.
Sure. That's you said it best. There you go. And if it's something where the ball keeps being hit in his court, he's not adjusting and not trying to come up closer to see if he can hit. Honey, she hit that thing out of bounds and dropped the whole thing.
Yeah, but the problem with women nowadays is they compromise too much. And that's the problem. They compromise so much that they can't even identify their own self-identity. Because everything they stood for, they went against. So I don't know how a relationship gonna work that way.
Oh yeah, that's why this conversation is very important, because it's not just. I've seen it. I currently know people who are in relationships that are emotionally and physically bringing the person down, and I'm thinking like, why does this young lady want to be with that man? And a lot of it is like you're saying, a person's just compromising. They don't want to be alone. They're afraid of being alone. They're afraid of. And here's the thing about it. you may not be alone. But I say this to a lot of women. But if you're walking around with a man that's bringing you down, if a good man came, he couldn't even talk to you because you got something dragging you down. So a lot of times, especially I'm gonna say a lot of Black women, we get to a certain age, we start to look around, and then we'll say, I'll just take whoever comes in my home, whoever's here, and then before you know, we in a dusty situation. Years have passed. I know women that can't even have children because their childbearing years were consumed by a man who they knew they didn't want to have a future with. They looked at the man and said, you know what? I don't even see myself having children with you because I don't see you to be financially responsible for those kids. And if something happened to me, I don't know if, the children, if that man would be responsible to take care of kids on his own. So I always say to them, if you can come to that conclusion, you could walk away now, walk away while you have time.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to love yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
You got to love you before anybody else.
Growing generational.
Because everybody ain't going to love you now.
Mm-hmm.
They can tell it to you, but are they showing it to you? That's a whole nother ball field. That's why you got to love you no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
That was the best advice someone had gave me when I asked about, why, I'm in my 30s, I'm married, and this was during the time where I didn't know how to just settle down. And I remember someone said to me, it starts with you. You got to love you first, because then once you love you, you can know what you're going to expect from that person. Right. You can even show that person, well, this is who you're loving. But if you don't know yourself, it's not going to work. Mm-hmm. It's not going to work. And sometimes it's dating around a little, not giving up anything, not playing house, just dating. Right. To learn people, learning yourself, reading the books that Aunt Janice had. Those are the things that are going to help you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why you have to write down what your deal breakers are. Because once you know what your deal breakers are, you can stand concrete in it.
Myrla said, I realized, I have a screenshot. The things that I said were non-negotiables.
But there we go.
That's it. Mm-hmm. And it can start from her just saying, there's a lifestyle that I want to live. And I want this for my children. I want this for my finances. I want to be in this type of neighborhood. I wanted my family to grow in this way. And he just wasn't meeting it. And just imagine, one after the other, she probably was realizing, I can't do this with him. Just imagine trying to have kids with someone. Because look at her age. She's probably very aware, like, if I'm going to have kids, I need to have them now.
She's ready.
Now she's ready. And then listen to someone talking about their future plan. And it got 3-4 years.
The Dusty talking about he want 8 kids. It's broke, so.
And barely have money for one. So what's she going to do?
Like 8 or 7. He don't even have money for one. He don't have money for himself.
No, so then imagine. So she has to now say, you know what? This is not going to work. How much time does she have? She don't have that much time. And I'm saying as a woman who's about the same age as Myrla, after a while, you're looking at someone like a man needs to be ready. Who's ever coming to her needs to be ready now. Mm-hmm. Those people, all of them, they were not. I would even give Myrla a pass. Besides her, I think no one else on that show was ready for marriage. I'm still trying to figure out Bao. She could have probably been ready, but she got some stuff that I still question in her personality, but maybe her, and that was it. The rest of them, they had too much issues with themselves that were unresolved. Mm-hmm. That is like, well, when you get into a marriage, what you want that partner to do? Fix all that stuff? That's too much work. Mm-mm.
Hey, Mary Beth, you sent me a message about the book. Where did you send my message? Let me send the books right now. Who on here are old books? I'm going to do them right now while I'm sitting on here. My. This was delicious, honey. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was so good. Who are old books? Who are
me?
Old? Tell me.
Clara.
Inbox me your address. Give me your address.
I will.
Then. Yeah, this is why I love for us to get up here and have this woohoo fellow, Miss Fellow, have this conversation, because women need to realize, if y'all think Gil is a good man, I'm sorry. You poor thing, you. You poor thing, you.
I heard he's in therapy, and I think that's what he needs to do. He needs to continue that and do that healing and get that work. Do that work.
He needs a man therapist. He needs an older man
Yeah. Some like mentorship almost. Someone to kind of
Because
guide
when I
him.
saw him talking to the woman, I thought that was the new girlfriend. I said, "Oh, that's the therapist."
Yeah. He ain't the only one need therapy on there. I found all the men needed therapy.
All of them.
Because I would not date near one of them. And I feel sorry for the women in Texas. Because if that's the single choices they got, it's terrible.
Mary Beth, did you message me? Who else on our old book up here? Let me do it right now while I Did y'all answer if I put the books down? Are you guys gonna go get them? Yeah, this is so true, but we need to be wise enough to know that Aubrey, why don't you come up? You have a new channel. Come tell us about your new channel. Here, come up. And this is why, you know, I would say let the older woman teach the younger woman. This is why I love being over here, because we can really learn so much from each other, and so many different people have had experiences. So ladies, Black Luxury, she had the experience. She had the experience, honey. So after this, you shouldn't be picking up no more Dusties. No more Dusties.
No more. And you know what's funny? I didn't think that he was like I thought I had passed. I was like, God, I graduated. No more making mistakes. And then I met him and I was like, wait a minute. And I was like, oh God, I had one more test. It was one more learning lesson. Because I'm telling you, the way that he presented himself, it's one of those things where the person on resume can look nice. They're saying a lot of things that sound nice. When you have to be around that person, when you have to communicate with that person, it is very different. So anybody who's saying that Myrla should stay in that relationship or saying that she was mean, no. In fact, if she has to tell him, because I keep hearing this conversation, did she communicate how she felt? If she even has to communicate that much to him, that's too much work.
But she did. That's the thing. She did. She did on Unfiltered. She said, I spoke to him about him being she didn't use the word verbally abusive.
Well, that's what it was.
She said, I have the picture here. She says, I talked to him about it, and he said he doesn't care. But wait a minute. Because like we've talked about it basically, and he said he doesn't care. He's not going to change. That's how he is. Mm-hmm. That is how he is. And she said, I told him I don't like him talking to me like that. And he said, well, I'm not going to change. That's how I am. Dusty.
Dusty. And here's the thing. So you say you're not going to change, and that's how you're going to be. All right. But you think you're supposed to still be in a relationship with her? You're still supposed to be in a marriage with her?
But and he wants her to change.
Did he say in one of those confessions that nothing is wrong with him? That he said he was fine and she was the one that just had a bad attitude?
Her. Dusty.
He does. Oh yeah.
You know, it's okay for me to spend. He's okay. It's okay for him to spend $300 on a shirt. He said this to his Dutch. What Messiah call him? Duchess of the Dusty.
Duchess of the Dusty.
He said to her, it's okay for him to spend $300 on a shirt. I ain't never bought no shirt for $300. But it's not okay for her to spend, but $600 for a pair of shoes is okay. So you make it make sense to me. And $300 for a shirt. I ain't never spent no $300 for those shirts. I go shopping, I get a whole lot of stuff for $300 because you know where I go? Marshalls, Target, Burlington.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And the question, does he have $300 to spend on a shirt?
I guess he do, girl. You see him sitting out there looking like the clown.
Yeah, he getting that married at first sight money.
Well, that's probably gone now because, you know.
Yeah, because they don't get paid that much. But still, he didn't have none. It helped.
And see, those are the things that Myrla probably seen, where he's talking about finances and she's trying to adjust. And then she's seeing his value system when it comes on to money. That is probably a non-negotiable. She's looking and saying, oh, you won't spend money on this. You're questioning what I'm spending. But you can spend money on something else and that and that.
Right. That's the thing.
Yeah, but he's not on her level. Educational-wise, he's not on her level. Financial-wise, he's not on her level. He should have never been matched with her.
He should have never been matched. And that's the thing. once he gets himself together, I think if he finished the therapy and gets some mentorship going on, I think he'll be a good guy for somebody else.
I think he's going 50 years, 20 years, 10 years.
That long?
10 years. I'm telling you. He ain't no good. He got a lot of stuff to work on, girl.
Well, he said he don't want a relationship which is smart. You don't need to be in one.
You know, if you can't
let
manage
him go get the help and things that he needs.
Right. And the woman running him down, throwing their dirty drawers.
Yes, honey. It's just ridiculous watching it. Like, what am I watching here?
He said it's one that message him every week and checks on him.
When you go on that thing that he does for an hour, you should see the women. It's just ridiculous.
Calling Myrla a bee. He was smiling, but soon as Kevin started talking to him about Myrla and Johnny. All of a sudden he's in his feelings.
You can't Myrla can't dim her light for him. He can't sit down. No. He can't dim her light so he can feel special. The problem is
Myrla realized she will never get to where she wants to get with him.
That's just what it is. That's what it is.
Put him back in the ocean, let him swim somewhere else.
Yeah, and in due season, the right person will come. Maybe a person on his level, and they can entertain each other. But for what that lady wants, I get it.
Absolutely. I think Myrla's not gonna have any problem meeting a great guy.
Oh well, you know, people are probably in her DMs too now.
Oh yeah, honey. Honey, yes, honey. Yes, honey. They are.
I feel none of them should be ready for a relationship. They all need
to wait the year out. I agree. They need to wait the year out.
They need, and even with the situation with Bow and Zach, that was already built wrong. Neither one of them are finished with their first marriage, and they're already in a relationship. How'd that work? You do not get divorces that fast. Believe you me. It took Eric and Virginia almost God knows how long to get their divorce after couples camp. It ain't easy just getting a divorce. And they already jumping in relationships like, wait a minute. You ain't even finished the divorce, the marriage that you in.
So
and people saying he's cheating. Cheating on what? Because he's married still to Michaela.
And she's still married
to Johnny. Just because you don't live with the person doesn't mean the marriage ends. You got to wait till a judge sign off on that thing.
Yeah, that's how you know they weren't ready. And you're right. They do need to stop and they need to do some reflecting and do some self-work. Because all they're going to do is jump in another relationship and it's going to be a rebound relationship. And it ain't going to last.
Social media. They need to get off those, especially Bow and Zach, and get off social media.
Yeah,
that's you sound like me. I said, I don't know why these folks do social media. I wouldn't do social media for years. Because there's some man that first like you can't find them.
Some of them you can't find. Some of them said, you know what? I don't like the light and all this. Like, they don't like the way they were seen. They don't like being in the public eye. But some of them, like, you know,
is up there all day, every day looking for attention.
Yep. 15 minutes of fame. Because he know in a month he's obsolete. Ain't nobody talking about season 13.
Oh, no, they're going to move on to a whole new season. It's going to be where are they now?
Yeah, because they just found Vanessa's ex, Trey. They just found him. And Trey comes from season 2, I think it is. Because he got off social media. He's nowhere to be found.
But did he get married?
No.
I that boy get on my last nerve. Vanessa was such a nice girl. I really like Vanessa.
Yeah, but you got to remember what he did say. He didn't like her.
He didn't like her.
He wasn't attracted to her. He played nice for the camera, but then when he realized decision day was coming up, Vanessa said he started acting funky and he was hanging out all night, wouldn't come back into the apartment, and he told her. And they even tried again on this, like, where are they now? They brought Vanessa and him together. And he told her, he said, I wasn't attracted to you. Remember, he brought the friend around. The friend looked like she was some mixed girl. So maybe that's what he's attracted to.
Yes, I remember. You're right. I remember now.
Because remember the friend looked like she was mixed with something. I didn't know quite what her background was. And Vanessa was like, wow, I didn't know he had a female as his best friend.
Right. I remember.
And Vanessa's still not married either. And she just got back on social media. But she got her own business. Her business takes her around the world.
So she should be meeting her somebody.
I think you gotta be ready. Maybe she wasn't ready to be married. Sometimes these people, they realize, gone through one marriage, let me wait for the second one.
Yeah. Because they don't want to go through the whole divorce.
And she was very young anyway. Vanessa now got to be in her 30s.
Yeah, they were all young. They were.
That's another thing. You get these people too young. Why are you putting them on here?
They're not ready.
No, they're not going to be ready. But Trey, they just recently found him. I think he owned a car dealership or something now.
Who?
And he's something with BMW car dealerships or something.
Who?
And Trey, that was married to Vanessa.
Okay.
But he still doesn't do social events at all. He still stay out of the public eye.
That's good. They need to stay off the TV.
I agree. And I just found Olivia. I was like jumping for joy when I found her. She's another one who's off social media. Some of these people, they're not everywhere.
Olivia is another one we need to celebrate because Olivia did that thing, honey. Olivia
she was with a real Dusty. I'm surprised you don't talk about Brett because Brett was cheaper than Gil.
Oh, I did, honey. I tore.
Remember, he had a house in the woods somewhere, and he was trying to get her to live there. She's like, "Oh no."
Oh, honey, I tore oh yeah, honey. Who was with me when I did that scissor? You know, I was tearing in that behind.
And he didn't like her because of her money.
He wanted her to come. I used to say, Olivia lives on Fifth Ave, honey. Okay, man, is that Fifth Ave? She lives on Fifth Ave, and he wants her to come down, come live in the ghetto.
Right, and some back house in the woods somewhere where you chop wood to burn the house and all this.
In the ghetto.
For the house. It's
stupid that he owned his own home, but honey, she lives in Fifth Ave. Okay, she living in Manhattan. Michael, what's the expensive apartment in Manhattan?
And she's a nurse practitioner.
Remember she made good money.
Good money, nurse practitioner. They write prescriptions and they see patients. So,
and she wanted someone she could travel and do things with.
He didn't want that. He's like, he don't do that kind of stuff. You know,
You're
he
right.
said, yeah, she lives downtown. I don't do downtown. I don't do the fancy restaurants and traveling out the country. He wasn't into that.
I hate the way they say, I don't do. No, you can't afford. You're right. Fifth Ave is downtown with a high.
But remember, his word was frugal. I spend frugally is what he told her.
But then he spent thousands of dollars on his game.
Right.
So remember that?
Frugal. When she went to his house, she couldn't believe he lived like that. Like, wow.
He would spend thousands of dollars on his games, but he didn't want to. He wanted her to come live in the ghetto.
And see, I think that's where the problem comes in. There's a difference in income and in the value system of money. What someone is willing to spend one set of money on, the other person is not. And then once that clash starts to come, that's like, well, you go do you. And
it's the same thing. Everybody wanted her to pay for the vacations and everything. And she was like, well, no.
And Dr. Pepper told her she needed to change. No, you need to compromise. You need to change. She's like, change on what? These are the things that I like. You asking me to become a different person for this guy. No, you don't compromise yourself like that.
That is dangerous. That whole idea where they keep telling people, no, you could do this and you can stay and make it work. That's putting somebody in a situation. That's setting someone up to be in a situation where they're going to get emotionally abused. Where they're going to be sitting there just enduring someone just being rude to them just to say, okay, I got this relationship going. Like Myrla said at the reunion, she said, so am I supposed to just stay here and just stay in this relationship? Because that's what you guys want? And she got to be in that relationship every day?
I was like, yes, Myrla, yes.
That's like Heather. They put Heather with Derek. Heather left right on honeymoon. Like, you're not keeping me here with this guy. And he's smoking all over the place and weed. And she was like, I did not ask to be with a smoker.
That's the guy that brought the weed to Jamaica,
yes.
Right?
And was smoking it on the beach. And she said he had it all in the bathroom. And I can imagine.
Dusty, honey.
And they got on her hard. Like, no, you need to try to make it work. She was like, no.
Crying about they should give him a second chance.
Right. Well, and Derek is still single today, too.
No surprise.
And I think he added more tattoos.
With him with his drunks.
Because here's the thing, he's doing that on vacation on it.
No, honey, he brought it. He illegally brought it. You know, you're not supposed to be bringing drugs in another country.
That's what I said. So imagine if he would take that risk. Imagine what he would do back when they're at home and it was time to make big decisions. She had to look at that and say, well, what about my career, my children, like whatever future we're going to have, the children? No, that person's that risky. They're irresponsible. That's not someone that should go pick up anybody's daughter. Go sit down. That's why he's still single.
Mm-hmm. And then she said he was a heavy drinker on top of it. And she's like, I can't be with somebody like this.
And we've talked about this before. You know, well, you ladies have, you know, I've gave the amens from my TV and shouting. I need to understand what the producers, what's the vetting like. I need to understand this process on how they pick these people.
They're not picking them for real. They're picking them for drama. They're not picking them for real.
Yeah, it must be. It's too much obvious signs as to why some people shouldn't be in a relationship, but definitely why they can't manage a marriage, and they're still moving forward with these people. I'm confused about that part. That's why soon, I'm not gonna lie, it's hard for me to look away. I by the time I say I'm not gonna watch, I start watching it.
It's entertainment.
It's
entertainment.
It really is entertainment. But soon I'm gonna be fully turned off. Like you see, even like Ready to Love, that barely has my attention. I can tell you a couple of the characters, and I can get an idea. I have an idea who's on that show and what's working, but it lost me because the fun, I guess, as a single woman, the fun is looking at that show and saying, okay, well, maybe I can find my partner, or this is how I think about relationships. But when it's too much dysfunction, it's like, well, never mind. This is a TV show. It's unrelatable, and you know it's hard to keep up.
Aubrey, I'm sorry, Aubrey. Hey, Aubrey.
Actually, Aubrey.
Hello, Aubrey. Can you hear us? Hello.
Aubrey, you got to unmute yourself and come on in.
Hello.
She's muted.
Yeah.
Aubrey, you have
okay, guys. Thank you.
Hey, boo.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
What's up?
Good.
Yeah, I was just listening, and I don't know some of the characters from the early math show. I don't know them, but Cousin Janice, you're spot on when it comes to Gil being a Dusty. I've been saying that right along with you the whole time. I got your back, cousin. Who do you need me to beat up?
Some guy wrote her something very rude. I thought it was very rude.
Well, the manosphere is still watching.
Whatever comment he wrote was very rude.
I think a lot of these men are getting in their feelings because they can very much relate to Dusty Gil.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why they're in their feelings, because they can relate. You know, it's like I'm talking about them.
Yeah, but what are you saying that's making them like that? Like, what are you saying? Women have a right to choose. I don't know what's the matter with these dudes.
Gil is a Dusty.
Maybe a woman don't want to be with a guy that don't make no money.
Gil is a Dusty.
Would a guy want to be with a woman who has no money? Come on, I mean, put the shoe on the other foot.
Mm-hmm. Or all the things they will like, a woman that's not submissive, or she's not femme, like the things they like. Imagine if you weren't getting that from your partner, for anybody.
But you know what? You know what's crazy? These men want these things, but they can't play their role. They can't play their role. They want the submissive, the corporate woman, the support, but they don't understand that you have a role to play. You want her to do all of this, but you're a Dusty. No, you don't get that type of woman. Because
listen, every man ain't cut out to date Oprah either. Mm. Can you handle an accomplished woman like that? Can you?
No, because the moment they have to submit, or they have to be in the background of her success, those men, they start to get in their feelings and their ego start to,
and they'll start to resent them.
Right.
And you know what they do? Because I had my guilt situation, I know it's like when a person starts to attack me and start to tell me there's things that I'm missing, things that I'm wrong about. I had someone even question. I won't get too far into ladies, but literally when I decided, like, okay, I'm not even going to have any more intimacy. I'm going to stay over here. You stay over there. The person started to tell me, are you not attracted to men? I said, men as a whole, I had to be turned off. I turned him. I said, let me tell you something, honey. It's you. I am not interested in what the things that you're saying and the things you're doing. They have turned me off. I'm a woman. I'm an emotional being. Because you've turned me off, I'm not interested in you. But when he started to attack me with those other words, I was like, oh, okay. I said, so that's what it is. Not taking responsibility for the fact that as a man, he's not playing his part. But you want submission and all these other things?
Yeah, but all men are not, listen, all men are not cut out to be dating successful women. You have to have something to date someone successful.
Right.
And the same with women. Not all women are going to date a successful man. You got to bring something to the table.
Right.
Ain't nobody dating nobody below them. Why would they?
Right.
In this day and age we live in where everything is expensive.
That's true though. And you know what? The harder you work, I've learned this as a single Black woman, the harder I've worked and the more things I've accomplished. And I've looked back and said, thank you, Jesus. And I've been able to look at people like my father. My parents have been married for almost 50 years. I told that same young little Dusty that was hanging around a couple months ago in my life, I told him, I said, you can't talk to me about anything because I know what submission looks like. I have old school, God-fearing Christian parents. My mom serves my dad dinner. But is a lot of other things, like she knows what parts he need to be doing and what things that he ought not to be doing. And I feel like I've watched those two people. So I had to tell that little friend I had, I said, listen here, honey, I know what it's like, the role the man is supposed to play and the role that the woman's supposed to play. When you earned it, you can get all kinds of stuff from a woman. A woman will submit with no problem. But when you didn't earn it,
honey,
when you don't earn it, she's gonna be looking at you crazy. Don't let her work hard and have enough on her own. So I had to tell him, I said, listen here, honey, I got education. I said, I got good parents, good examples. I have a father and I don't have a low self-esteem. So I don't know how this is going to work out for you.
Listen, it ain't a woman's job to raise no man.
Nope.
Okay, I'm not here. That's what your mama's job was. I'm not here to raise no man. Because by the time I'm done with you, I ain't going to want you. So, I mean, because you pour all your energy into trying to get them right. You ain't going to want them when you're done with them.
Exactly. That's it. I don't understand why women cannot understand this, child. When you're done raising with the man, you be ready to kick him out.
You ain't gonna have no energy to deal with him. You're like, okay, I got you to where you need to get now. I'm done with you.
Right.
And some of those Dusties.
Can I jump in here?
Sure.
Go ahead, babes.
Can I jump in real quick?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me, Janice?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to talk to Kirby. Kirby, I'm speaking directly to you. You say Gil was wrong for how he treated his wife, but at the same time, she needed to open herself up to the experiment. Explain to me where Gil opened himself up to the experiment.
Ooh.
Please explain to us how Gil, who was used to nothing, came from nothing, and didn't want anything but to live in a box. Explain to us how Gil opened himself up to the experiment, because he said himself that he was not going to change. And Myrla talked to him about his words privately. We never saw it on screen because she was too kind and too feminine to say on screen that, Gil, you are being verbally abusive. Okay, so Kirby, explain that to me. And while you're doing it, let me know if you talk to your wife that way.
Kirby, you want to come up?
It would be nice to have a man on the panel.
I don't know. Is it a man or a woman? I don't know.
No, Kirby's the man.
I don't know, Janice. These days, you don't know.
Yeah.
you don't know that you just don't.
You got to ask first, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess they don't want to come up.
Where's Kirby? Where's Kirby?
Kirby, you still here?
We'll see. Maybe Kirby's trying to jump on.
Or maybe he feels attacked. I'm getting attacked and getting out of here.
And you know what it is? It's sad because I don't want it to be like angry, or I don't ever want to come off like this angry Black woman who's so against men, because that's not what it is. But it's just a matter of how can somebody sit in that relationship and endure that over and over. That's why a lot of women just end up being single. They end up traveling, starting businesses, and doing things that fill their time instead of waiting for a man to save them. I wish he would come on.
People have a right to change their
and I'm sorry. I was not trying to attack Kirby, but I really want for him to explain that so that it makes sense, because
Yeah.
I think that delusion is a real thing. Denial is a real thing. And because people have seen such low-level functioning relationships in their lifetime, they don't even understand what a healthy relationship even looks like.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm
And
so
those are
shocked
my
at the people.
thoughts.
I'm shocked at the people that say Gil did not verbally. I'm shocked when people say, "Oh, he was just joking," and "Oh, that's not verbal." I was like, "What? This is how your husband talks
Exactly.
to you. This is how your husband talked to me." I don't even my little boy. I don't even call my little boy a brat.
Yeah.
So
No, he would.
I'm just shocked at the I want somebody to come up here and tell me how this is not verbal abuse. I want to understand.
Oh, wait a minute. Kirby says, I'm not married and I would never talk to my wife that way. Oh, but it's okay if Gil does it on TV in front of a national audience. Kirby, you're not married, and you would never talk to your wife that way, but it's okay for Gil to do it. Explain that to me, Kirby. You're not making sense.
And mind you, they're strangers who just met each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really throwing her off.
This is what she said. Is she said she was shocked. You know,
I can see it on her face.
Kirby Kirby did say Gil is verbally abusive. He did say in one of her other lives. She was shocked. Okay. She said I was shocked. I didn't sign up for this. I did not sign up for him verbally abusing her. You know, she said, I complain about things, but I never complain about my husband. And people do not hear. They don't hear this. They don't hear.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Janice. If you know anything about psychology, if you know anything about domestic, if you know anything about what we're talking about, I don't want to say certain words here, okay? But now, so a guy who will be this way verbally, name calling, taunting, teasing, poking fun at, if you want to call it that. So what? Gil's 35. I thought he was 35, not 15, right? Okay, but a person that will do this, they will escalate it, okay?
Exactly.
So now we see him like Janice said, we see him the next morning when she's asking him to make her a smoothie, and he says, "Oh no, make your own smoothie." So I knew exactly when he said that, I knew exactly what had happened. She had slept with him. Okay, but that's her husband, right? So, but now why all of a sudden, as you watched it go on from that episode forward, he changed the way he was treating her. Because why? Because now he's getting comfortable and we no longer see the representative. So, you know, when you say this verbiage that this man is using toward her, it is now escalating to, it's an action I won't do. And to, what do we know? Maybe when the cameras are off, maybe there's other things that follow. Okay. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. All you men out there that have daughters and sisters and mothers, keep that in mind.
And this is the question I asked. If this is how he shows love, right? He said this is how he shows love. This is how he shows love, by calling your names, picking at you, being a bully, right? So what would he say? Like, my husband will compliment me. "Oh, I love your hair. It's so pretty. Oh, that color looks beautiful on you. Oh, honey, that dress, honey. Here, baby, here's some lunch money. I want nobody offering you lunch money in that dress. You know, I love you. I love you." My husband tells me every day, he says, "You are my gift." So if this is what I don't understand, I need somebody to explain it to me. If he shows love this way, what do you call what my husband do to me? What's that? It has to be the opposite of love. Because my husband has never said any of these things to me. He's never called me a brat. He's never said to me, "I don't like how you love man." As a matter of fact, he married me because of how I married. One of the reasons. So this is what I don't understand about the people not Kirby, because Kirby's in my comments all the time. Kirby's all right. But I don't understand the people who say that's not verbal abuse.
And that's him on camera. Now imagine when the cameras and the lights are off.
I'm
trying. That show ain't gonna get no better.
I'm trying to find the picture where he said, "What you think you're gold? What? Yeah, she's gold. Don't you know? Nobody didn't tell you."
Right. And what about the time when he said to her, he said, "Oh, you think that you know your youth, your beauty will be fleeting?" And I'm looking at him thinking, "Sir, you're no younger than she is. What are you talking about?"
Exactly.
With those baby making hips. With those baby making hips.
This one I don't understand. I need somebody to explain to me if that's love, if that's how he shows love, right? What is what we really call love? Because you know when somebody really like you, they compliment you. "Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, that's a beautiful dress. Oh, you're my queen." That's the only person I want to hear I'm your queen from, my husband. I don't want to hear from nobody else because it's just talk.
Right.
So what is the opposite? If Gil is saying this is how I show love by teasing you. I show love by calling you names. I show love by bullying you. I show love by verbally abusing you. So what if that's love? What is what my husband do? What is that? That's what I want to know.
Did we ever hear Gil compliment Myrla at all?
Never.
Did we ever hear him compliment her? He couldn't even explain when he said he was in love. My question to him, if I could have asked him, was, "What are you in love with? She's a brat. She's high maintenance.
Exactly.
So what are you in love with, sir?
You.
What are you in love with?"
Loving? Thank you. What do you love? She's a brat. She's a princess. She's a Debbie Downer. So what are you in love? What part of her? Her money. This is why I said it. This is why I said Gil was in love with
her lifestyle.
Money.
Her money and her lifestyle.
Her lifestyle, because he thought he was going to come up off of that. Yep.
Exactly.
Because
exactly.
If you're calling her all these names, what exactly are you in love? Thank you. Who said that? Let me give you credit when I do my video. What are you in love with? If she's a brat, she's a Debbie Downer, she's all these things. What exactly did you love about her? What was it?
It's actually Aubrey. I said that.
Her money. It has to be her money.
Yeah.
Her lifestyle.
Her money.
Aubrey, I make sure I give you credit
and the
tomorrow.
lifestyle.
He was in love with her lifestyle.
Please,
and you know, and what
Auntie says something. Auntie says something. It is powerful. I hope she do a video. She said Myrla was stability for Gil. Her lifestyle, how she is, and isn't that what we look for?
Yes, that is what we want. Let's work for him.
What we look for. I wanted somebody who was established. I wanted somebody who could provide. I want stability in my life. And so Auntie says Myrla presented stability for Gil. You know, a home, savings, investments. I'm only married to my husband going on 9 years, but because I am his wife, I'm going to reap from all those investments he made over all those years. My husband is close to retirement age. Okay. So my husband has maximized my life, but I would not have married a man that would not have me being stable. And that's what Myrla presented to him, stability.
Right.
That's why he was crying, because he dropped the bag, you know?
But Myrla doesn't want to be the...
But this is...
Go ahead.
No, you go, Aubrey. You go first.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, but this is the thing about Gil. We saw early on with Gil, okay, at the very beginning, that he had very feminine tendencies, okay? He's a gossiper. He wants to get all into the other couple's business. You know, he talked about his wife behind her back. He had very feminine energy. So of course he's like a hobosexual.
Hobosexual.
And
let's not forget 3 weeks he hasn't given his landlord notice. Where you live at? Where do you live that at 3 weeks you have not given your landlord notice? You know he ain't living nowhere.
No.
You know he's not living nowhere if you got 3 weeks and you have not given your landlord notice yet. Where you live at?
On somebody's couch or in somebody's basement?
Or a room.
In the dungeon.
Yeah.
The dungeon.
Whoa, Aubrey, you took the thoughts out of my head. I was getting ready to say, Myrla doesn't want to be a man. She wants to be a lady. She wants to be feminine. He's busy trying to see how he can be feminine and profit off that whole marriage. No, that's why she said there are non-negotiables that I looked at and I'm not willing to negotiate on. And I looked at that and I was like, you know what? I like this Myrla. The more I was watching, I'm like, I love it. And then
Myrla says she watches my show. I should send her this message.
She has to. She has to, because you know,
please send it to her.
Yeah, when everyone else saying, look what you're doing, you're so mean. And then the people are talking about the fact that she, you know, Gil worked up those crocodile tears. So they made her look like a bad person. So imagine how she's probably feeling. You know, sometimes you need to, you know, you need other people to come in and say, listen here, the decision you made was good. You're not crazy. That's the reason why my name is Black Luxury. Okay. It came from me dating Dusties and realizing if I don't have a standard,
I love it.
That's where it came. It all came from me realizing if I don't have a standard, somebody will create one for me. And it'll take my kindness as weakness. And as time goes on, they're giving me little. And what they like is they like the stability. They like the fact that I'm not doing things crazy. I've had a man say, oh, you have good morals. You have good. You have to realize, oh, that's what he's dating me for. Good morals. Oh. And slowly but surely, he was saying little things that were rude. And it came to me. He's doing his own compromising. He wants to be with somebody that looks different. He wants to be with some. Then go do that. I told him, don't sit there and go run me down. And then now all of a sudden you start to emotionally and physically run me down. That's why Myrla said to Gil at the reunion. She said, you weren't happy and neither was I. And then he's sitting there acting surprised. Gil, you wasn't happy because she probably started being so cold to him and probably started to really fix it and worry about herself and kind of start to leave him out. And he knew it, sitting there with them tears, them little fake
crocodile tears. Crocodile tears, girl.
But you know, people, a lot of fans were upset with Myrla after they said, oh, we're just starting to really like her because look at how affectionate she is with Gil now. I think I like this Myrla. I think she's okay. But they got upset with her at the reunion because, well, why? Because they said, oh, she's cold acting. Well, let me tell you something. If I'm going to break up with you, if I'm going to end our relationship, whether we be dating, whether we're married, I am not going to be smiling and ha-heeing and grinning in your face, especially if you're lying, telling the audience that you're still in love with me. I don't want to encourage you. She didn't want to encourage Gil. When you break up, it's just that. It's a breakup. It's the ending of something. It's the closure of something. So it doesn't mean that she didn't necessarily have in her heart some kind of feeling for him or some kind of concern, which we read in the article where she states different things, how she feels about him in a positive way. But yet and still, I don't have to be nice to you. I don't have to smile and grin like I'm still your wife when I'm saying I want a divorce. This is normal. Who does that? Who says I want a divorce and then they sit next to you and hold your hand? That's crazy.
Singing Kumbaya.
Zach does stuff like that. That's who does that.
Oh, yeah.
Big characters this season. But and think about it. Myrla probably said to him on so many days, I don't like when you say this, or what am I doing that's offensive to you? How am I being
look at this. He said, you think you're made out of gold. Dumb. That's a compliment. This dirty Dusty. Y'all just don't understand.
So just imagine, he disregarded her feelings for all that time. Why would she go on that reunion and sit there and be crying? No, we gave him so many chances because remember, she wasn't fully into him. So she was trying to work herself into liking him. And instead of him behaving himself, he's sitting there working against her agenda, her agenda to kind of for things to work in his favor. So imagine at the reunion, she probably looked like, please. He done said so much things off camera. She was probably like, he ain't that nice. Y'all think he nice. He ain't that nice, and that's why she kept that face.
Right. I never thought Gil was nice because from the very first episodes when they were on the honeymoon and he took that ball and put her face on it and said, "Oh, this is Myrla. This is Myrla."
And nobody said nothing about it.
I never thought he was nice. Never thought he was nice.
There we go. You know, I have the screenshot.
Yeah. Well, I talk about it.
Nobody. I mean, not us.
Right there.
Not us over here. I'm talking about reviewers and people on Facebook. Then they don't say nothing. Oh, he was just teasing. How is this teasing?
That was immature.
Other couples he barely know. No, that wasn't no teasing.
That was immature. And
you don't talk about your wife that way.
Can you imagine doing that to your child?
And imagine as a woman, this is a man that's supposed to be protecting you and supposed to be covering you. And this is what he's doing in front of other people?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
And she didn't even know about this as they were filming.
She didn't know about it.
No.
She didn't even know about that.
No, until after decision day. And that's why she said no. Because she got a chance to see the whole show.
One bit.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't blame her one bit.
No. Then he's telling all the guys, well, she don't kiss me, I'm divorcing her. Okay, then.
And that's a threat. That's a threat. Oh my, this is why y'all just don't understand how this thing upset my spirit. This is a threat. You are threatening your wife, sir. Do you understand that is a threat?
And he said that in front of the experts. Yeah.
And no one corrected him.
If he doesn't she doesn't kiss me, I'm going to ask for a divorce. How is that okay, y'all people? Talk to me. How is this okay?
He should have learned that he should have learned from season 12 with Eric with all them ultimatums. You don't win women over with ultimatums.
No, you don't. Not at all.
This is not okay. This is what I'm saying. This is why I don't understand how people's going so hard for him and making excuses for him. Because this man, I'm telling you, I think he was the most verbally abusive husband ever on Married at First Sight. And I've been watching from season 1.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's ever been another husband that has verbally abused their wives like the Dusty did.
He was horrible.
Not one.
He was horrible. But Janice, can I ask you and your other guest a question?
Uh-huh.
This season, I just want to know if maybe it's just me or not. But this season, did you guys notice that the men got away with everything? Everything.
Oh my God, girl! Yes.
Because they all wasn't meant to be married. That's why.
Yeah.
They were not ready for prime time, period. Look at Johnny. He looked like he's ready to be a husband.
He needs Oscar.
What about Ryan? He looked like he's ready to be a husband. Not to me. How about Jose with locking out Rachel and cussing her out like he was? He's ready to be a husband.
Horrible.
This is his
None of these men were ready to be
Get
husbands. And Ryan, he mumbles everywhere. So these folks are ready to be husbands.
Ryan?
He mumbles. I call him mumbles.
I like Ryan. I know y'all don't like Ryan, but I like Ryan.
No, Ryan need help too.
He need help.
It's not about not liking him, Janice, but he wasn't ready. It's not about not liking him. I think out of all the husbands, I mean,
none of them
he's an okay guy for who he is, but not for a husband. No, not for a husband.
And you pick up any Bible, I don't care what version you get, you tell me if any of these men fit the description of a husband.
Not one. None of them.
None. Not one.
And you got Zach crying all over the place and leaving all over the place. That looked like a husband. I'm sorry. These folks wasn't ready to be husbands. None of them.
Because even the way Ryan was treating Brett, like the way he was, liking her. I mean, he never liked her. But his behavior, imagine her just sitting in the house over and over. I was so happy that episode where she started to speak up for herself. I think of the episode they went to the ranch. She started to speak up for herself.
Yeah, I loved her to death.
Oh, and that's
her and Val. I won't Val on decision day.
Let's not forget Brett had a whole boyfriend
Well, but I'm not mad at her.
I'm not mad either because he didn't like her from the giddy up. And then he had the nerve to tell her that. Oh, he's telling everybody her red hair. He don't like redheads. So what?
I think that's what pushed her to get the boyfriend. Because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was a little bit like cruel. You was coming in late.
Extremely cruel. I found all the men to be cruel towards the women.
I thought they were cruel. That's
They
were cool.
They were all cruel and then Johnny on Decision Day think Bao gonna say yes the way he treated her. Are you drunk?
No, I think Bao said no because her and Zach was doing it already.
Yeah, but I believe she would have still said no to him. I don't think she would have said yes from the way he was treating her.
I think she would have said yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't realize like the men, they should have been a little harder on them.
They all need help.
They all need help. They weren't ready. Because do you remember when Ryan's sister said to him, well, if she was a Victoria's Secret model, would we even be having this discussion? So that's when I was like, oh, he doesn't even like her. And he's being so like, imagine being in the house with someone.
Like he fell out of a GQ magazine.
Thank
you want a supermodel,
but I knew from day one Ryan wasn't going to like her. I knew that. I even did a whole video on it. I knew Ryan was not going to like her.
Well, then he shouldn't come on a TV show for a wife. Go find what you're looking for.
That's the problem.
But you see, the problem is what he's looking for. He can't even find it without the show.
Come on. That's what it is. He can't even do it.
He can't find it without the show. Did you see the date on Where's There Now? What did he say to the girl?
That was an actress.
The whole time he's there, he's talking about Brett. I'm like, how do you get on a date and you still talking about your ex-wife?
She was an actress. The girl was an actress.
Because he probably can't get no girl like that.
But I like Ryan. I would love to interview Ryan. Ryan, listen to my show.
But cousin Janice,
message me. When can I
but cousin Janice, come on, at least admit that he was on the date with the young lady. He didn't even ask her what kind of. Well, okay, he didn't even ask her what kind of restaurant she would like.
Nope.
So he took her to a restaurant a sushi restaurant, and she doesn't even eat sushi. Ryan is into Ryan. Ryan is in love with Ryan. Ryan is clueless when it comes to emotional IQ.
He don't know how to date, honey. He'll be single for a long time. I guarantee it.
He and Johnny were both admitted that they're the king of first dates. Come on.
Johnny got so many issues. I don't know where to even start with him. He's a textbook mess.
It's sad. Even his own father said he was strange.
No.
Ryan's own dad said he's so strange. He's so weird.
Because they're not ready to be husbands. They can't even get the dating right. How are you going to be a husband? They're not ready. I think this season was the worst season with the men. They're not ready to be husbands. None of them.
This was the worst season. I'm not gonna lie. This was the worst.
I'm sorry. They were not ready to be nobody husband. I don't know who would want to marry him.
At this point, I'm like, just give me Christopher back.
Listen, Chris wasn't. Listen, I'm going to take up for some parts of Chris now. Chris got his thing, but one thing I will always say about Chris did not lie and lead Paige on. He told Paige straight out he did not like her.
Point, I'm like, give me little Chrissy back. I'm gonna do a video tomorrow. Give me little Chrissy.
Well, he gave a lot of money.
At this point, I'm like, give me little Chrissy back.
Nah, Chris didn't lie to Paige. He told Paige straight out he did not like her. Girl, like, Paige kept hanging around for what? The man is telling you he's not interested in you at all.
Give me Chrissy back. Give me back little Chrissy.
Because at least with them, it makes sense. You can say, all right, well, this is going on. These
Chris Williams, please come back.
Who's the other character?
Chrissy.
Crispy.
Yeah, he did. He did, and he even told her friends on the wedding day. He said, I'm not attracted to her.
I'm gonna be little Chrissy, come back. I want you back.
I can make sense of Chris a little bit more than these other characters. I didn't know what was going on with them. These other people, I couldn't. It took.
They're not ready, girl. They're not ready for prime time. Period. That's it.
And you know what? I mean, you said it best. They're cruel. They were so cruel to their wives because it's one of those things where it was subtle, and then because of the behavior of the women, a lot of attention went to it. Like they focus on Hurricane K so much, it was people really didn't talk about how like on and off Zach was, and towards the end when it's like, well, wait a minute. And now we're looking at Zach mess spill all over the internet. But I feel bad for Michaela. If she just kind of controlled herself, man, the whole attention could have just went on to Zach's.
Now, I called Zach months ago, girl. You delayed. I called Zach when him and Michaela was in the kitchen. Michaela said, since we're going to say no on decision day, I refuse to sleep in the same bed with you.
I remember that. Yes.
And he said, well, if you're not going to sleep in the same bed with me, then I'm leaving the apartment. So right then and there, he's telling you what he's about.
Yeah.
I'm only around for the good. Take the good off the table and I'm out the door.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And he told Michaela that weeks before decision day. So right then and there, I said, okay, this dude sounds like he's only hanging around for the good. She take the good off the table. He's out and running to his next victim. So good luck.
So here's the thing. Do you believe when they had the reunion and Michaela's telling her side of the story, where they was getting a little frisky and Zach said, don't tell anybody that we had this moment. And then do you believe Michaela when she says that Zach told her not to tell no one, or do you believe Zach that they did not have that moment of intimacy?
Okay, what did we just find out about that?
Yeah, I think it was.
What did we find out about that?
Cooking, kicking, sexing, licking, flipping.
Michaela ain't got to say a darn thing now. Zach just showed his whole cards.
Oh yeah, it's because he was with
he got the whole deck on the table. You ain't even got to figure out what his issue is.
On it, face up.
Okay, he's about sex.
I think
this
that
is
she
what
did.
He wants from women.
I think he did tell. I believe that Zach did tell Michaela that. I think
because
that
he was doing bow. He started doing bow, so he didn't want bow to know that he was having his cake and eating it too.
Yeah, but we coming to find out it's more than just bow, honey. He was leaving to get his goods from other people. Remember, he went back to the home. He was supposed to come back to the apartment. And he decided to stay at the home. He probably had a girl there.
Right.
Sure.
Because all these women coming out saying while he was doing the show.
Get an Apple TV, but didn't want to drive an hour back.
Right. Because he got his girls, child. He got his women all laid all over the place where he's sleeping with. So
Zach is a hoe.
Child.
Exactly.
You need to be careful.
Allegedly.
No, I think the family coming out. I don't think it's too much a legend there because they're trying to cover his name, fix him. Because in this world, you mess up your name, it follows you. So, and right now in the streets, he's looking like a jingling. He's looking like a hustler.
Jingling.
He's looking like a jingling, sticking it in whatever allow him
to. Did you guys notice when Zach's brother on the show, when they showed Zach's brothers talking to him, and they were on the phone, you can tell that his brothers have absolutely no respect for him. Did you see how they laughed and they chided him? They have no respect for their brother.
He's the baby, so you know.
No, I thought he was the eldest of
he's the baby. He's the baby.
No, child, they're covering for him. They're afraid to show you the real him.
Something not right about him.
They know that.
Something not right about him.
That's why they're coming out now trying to cover tracks with him because his name ain't looking good on the internet. Social media can do a lot of damage to you. And your face from the TV show, people know who you are.
He needs to just disappear.
Right.
It's going to be hard because he liked talking to the girls on Instagram. So
he would do better.
Exactly.
He would do better if he just owned it. Just own who he is and be like, look, I'm a fraternity boy. This is what we do. I'm in my prime. He would have been better doing that than coming with all that inconsistent. That's why Chris seemed more sensible than him. Because then at least with Chris, we were able to figure it out from the beginning. Whereas with Zach, it's too much. And now he's acting like, imagine, Zach is probably at home crying. And that's why the brother and the girl had come out.
Yeah, but Chris came out and stated he did not like Paige. There was no confusion there.
He said that from day one.
He said it at the wedding to the friends. I found her friends to be like dense girls because he's standing there telling them, I'm not attracted to her. I don't find her nice looking. And they sitting there talking with her. I would have been like, wait a minute here. Maybe y'all shouldn't be getting married then. Because he made it clear he never liked her.
But I knew he wasn't gonna like her when they did the interview of him and her, and they showed him and he talking about all this stuff, I was like, oh hell no, he not gonna.
No, honey, he was there for the good. He's another one. Take the good off, and out the door he went.
The thing about Chris that I hope women got is they will not like you, think you're ugly, hide you, and still sleep with you.
Still sleep with you.
Right. And she allow him because she's sleeping with it too. You a participant in it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's telling you to your face he don't like you.
He don't like you. He's not attracted to you. But he still want to be between your legs, ladies.
And you allowing them to.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to tell me you following the process. What process, honey? The process don't work for everybody. I didn't get Paige. That's why I said she got something in her background too. Because something wrong with you if you allow yourself to sleep with a man telling you to your face, you're ugly, you're not attractive, you ain't his type. Why would you want to sleep with somebody like that?
Exactly.
But you know what?
I'm sticking to the process.
Yeah, I think that really wasn't it. But I felt for Paige, but I got very frustrated with her, ladies. But I feel like Paige has come through a lot because of her complexion. So I'm not from the South, but I spent my summers in the South. And a large part of the South, there is Black population still to this day that if you're not light skinned, if you're not medium brown skinned, and Paige is neither of those two, they think you're ugly. You get taunted every day at school for being ugly, nappy headed, ugly. So I think that for me, now this is just my supposition, allegedly, I think that Paige is that girl that has experienced that her entire life, and that for her, she has that low self-esteem that comes out of that childhood trauma. That's just the way I think, because I've seen that in the South. I've seen that in the South where people feel that way. If you're dark brown skin, you are very unattractive. And that's just the way it is. It doesn't matter how beautiful you are on the inside or on the outside. You're just considered ugly.
But you brought up a very good point. And the reason why I felt like I sympathize with Paige is because I'm a dark-skinned female. And I grew up not only being taught and teased for my complexion, but my family is Jamaican. And we were like the only ones really in the neighborhood. Maybe was another Jamaican family that we were close with, but that was it. So I got called all kind of names. You thought Jamaica was somewhere in the middle of Africa. How much names I got called because it was, it was so much blending, and you're this, you understand that. So I know what it's like to be in Paige's shoes. And you're growing up and you're not feeling so pretty. You're watching boys kind of like your light-skinned friends better. So as a grown woman, I know when I'm encountering a man who wants a woman who's light-skinned with long hair, small waist, and big butt. I know when men want those things.
Tell us so we know what to look for.
Well, here's the thing: when you're meeting these people, because I'll say this first: there are men who are compromising, and they're compromising, we don't even know it. Like the last Dusty that I encountered, resume was very nice. So overall, he doesn't have the appearance of a Dusty. It's the communication and other behaviors that were the indicator of, oh, he's a Dusty. And the more I was around him, I remember, like I told the story earlier to Janice, how one day I came in from work, and the type of job I do, I work with the general public. And I remember just laying across my bed, and he said to me, "This is what you do at your time." And he said many other things, but it was that day I said to myself, why do I have to be busy? What's going on? When I just come from work, we're in the middle of a pandemic. I still go to work every day. And the type of work that I was doing at the time was in politics. So it was very intense. We're talking about an election. We're talking about a vaccine and a virus and laws that need to be changed. So I mean, my days at work used to be long. And I remember the day he said that to me, I looked and I said, it's me. I'm supposed to be working hard because I'm not really what you want. So when he says so what he's learning at his age now is to value my character and start to look and say, well, the light-skinned girls with the big butts, they start to run me around, or there's a term that a lot of men, because they sit in the manosphere and they talk about who's a simp and who's not a simp and what. So I realized once that education started to go around, I realized that there were men that I would encounter who looked at me kind of like, you know what, I need to go with this good girl, or, she has a good character, but I really wasn't what they wanted. They were compromising dating me.
Come on now.
Well, they're compromised, and that's it's weird because it wouldn't look that he was compromising, but it was. And then I start to realize why he would say things to me like, you have good character, or you're this way, you're very responsible, you're very stable. And I'm thinking like, well, what's am I pretty? Is there anything else? Can I just be cute? Can I just be that? And that's enough. And then I realized, oh, I'm not really his type. He has a type. What he's doing now is getting older and changing his mind. He's just been ran down. He's done been taken advantage, paid for dinners when he ain't getting none. And now all of a sudden he's settling on me. So now I need to almost accept what he's giving me. And that's why the comment at the time I said, baby, I don't have a low self-esteem. Even if you don't think I'm beautiful, I think I am. But I've already from being a good adult to a big grown woman to being a little kid, I know it's like to watch my friends get picked. I know that I am not the preference of everyone. And you know what I do? I look for people that like me. I pay attention to people that like me.
You're celebrating.
No, I'm celebrating. I'm accepted. And I looked at Chris immediately. When I seen Paige casualness and her hair and her style, and I seen how sharp Chris was, I looked and I said, if Paige wants to maintain Chris, that lady gonna need to get her hair.
He don't like her no way.
He wasn't gonna like her anyway. He wasn't
He wasn't gonna like her. Her complexion, he was never going to like her. Her complexion, and not only her complexion, but her features, her broad features.
And right, I was just about to say, Paige is a typical. I was just about to say, Paige is a typical Black girl. She's
okay, but you see where I look at it and how I look at it.
Black girl, just like Luxury is saying. Paige is like the rest of us. We're just the typical Black girl. We're not,
No, he wouldn't have been with her. Paige would have to be way more.
We can't pass.
We can't
but it shouldn't be women that feels low like that. We need to pay attention to the Black men who are feeding into that. Because that goes back to slavery. Let's not forget where it originates from.
All that colorism. So after
why you think mulatto is such a disgraced word? Because it's a word that came from the division of slaves. There were slaves that worked in the house, and there were slaves that worked in the field. Slaves that usually worked in the house was usually mulattoes. Those were the ones where the masters slept with the slaves and had their offsprings. They weren't out in the sun slaving for cotton, but the dark-skinned ones were out in the field slaving for cotton.
There you go. And
so it stems from that. But where I pay attention to it, I don't pay attention so much with women, because women, we learn to build our self-esteem up. We learn to appreciate who we are as a woman. You got to pay attention to where the men are coming from with that kind of mindset.
Excellent point. And goes back to what I was saying, where you now have to look and say, you know what? If that's what you like, I can't control your preference, but I'm not going to now go be prey to that, where I'm going to try to be sitting there like changing and hoping that you'll like me.
Right.
They said something like that recently with Zach. They were saying that Zach really don't like dark-skinned Black women. I'm like, right. But let's not forget, back in the 50s and 60s, dark-skinned men could not be caught with a woman that weren't Black, or they would be killed. So good luck with that theory too, because there's a good and bad in all of it. But I pay attention to men who have that kind of mindset. Like, where's that mindset coming from? Because I'm sure your mama didn't raise you that way.
And mind you, these women they're running after don't even look like their mama. So that's the surprising part. But you know what it is? It's because when they look at women outside of their race, I don't want to overgeneralize or take the discussion too far. But I know sometimes I think for them is almost like, here's the thing I couldn't have. Now I can have it. And
now you take it back to where it originate from.
Yeah. So now you want some validation, some attention. So imagine I encounter men like that all the time. So it's one thing if I'm meeting someone outside of my race who doesn't like a Black woman. Imagine meeting Black men who are treating me like that. I've learned at the age I am, without revealing numbers, I've learned that I need to date outside of my race as well.
That's right.
Well, I date some of everybody. Even my husband was not African American, and neither is my daughter. But that's besides the point. My thing is, I always, when I see people with mindset like that, my thing is, where is it coming from? You know, because what is your version of beauty? What
I think also it's not taught. It's not taught in the home. It's not taught. This is why they got mad at me. People got mad at me when I said, you know, I'm raising my son, and I'm going to be telling my black son to find him a black woman and provide for her, protect her, and pay her bills. And there were people on here that said I was racist because I said that. I said, no, I'm going to tell my black son that we are sending him to the best schools. My husband already picked out his high school president. He ain't going. I'm not going to set my boy. Clara, you know where I'm talking up.
Yeah, I know.
up the hill. He's not going up there.
No.
I'm gonna tell him, find you a black woman. You know why? Because we're at the bottom of the barrel. We're at the bottom of the barrel. Our black boys go away, go to college, make a little money. And do you think they come back and grab them a black woman? No, they go get them somebody else because
untouchable.
That's the pinnacle.
Yeah.
No. Lou Michael, you're going to come, go to school, do what you're going to do, get yourself established, and you're going to find you a nice black girl, black maid. My only requirement is she must be a Christian. She must be born again. She must be born again, and you love her and provide for her and protect her just like your daddy did me and just like your grandfather did your grandmother. They're not taught. They're not taught that. It's like, it's racist to say, I'm going to tell my black son to go marry a black wife.
Then the rap industry don't help it either. Because if you look at all these black rappers, they with women that are not black.
Oh, rappers and athletes, a lot of them have these biracial children and they're in their marriages with women that do not look like their moms or their grandmoms. And the reason why it's insulting, because black women have the highest amount of debt in the country because they have the most amount of education. So just imagine, black women actually are the number one at the demographics of educated group of people in this country. And for some reason, when it comes on to us, when it comes on to when it's time to settle down, and for a lot of us who want that house, you know, the car, the kids, when is that part of the American dream is just not happening for us. And I was telling someone that's why a lot of women are now, they're starting their own business, they're traveling, they're doing other things that consume their time because they don't want to wait on a black man to save them anymore. And if the black men are like Zach, if they're like Gil, imagine trying to date, and that is what you keep encountering. That's a lot.
And let me tell you, all those black women who is running after Gil and throwing their drawers at him, I guarantee you he gonna marry a Myrla. He gonna go get a Myrla or Lida. He ain't going.
You see
ain't
what Zach
down
with.
to the
So
Negroes.
there you go.
Because remember, well, come on, y'all know history. Come on, black people. Come on, black Americans. You know what they said about, you know, our Hispanic cousins, how they feel about black people. Okay, the Negroes. How they feel about Negroes. Okay, so
let's not forget he's Spanish. Isn't Gil Spanish? So he's probably ate up with it, girl.
He not coming to get us, baby. I guarantee you.
No, he ain't.
He gonna get a Myrla, or Lida,
or some blonde hair. I bet you.
So I wouldn't be surprised by their drawers at him.
And the same for Zach, because they saying Zach was saying he don't like dark skin women. I'm like, yeah, Michaela was light.
He's into Hispanic. Now, let me just say, personally, I am all for what a person wants, because the two most important decisions in life is choosing Christ, where you will spend eternity, and who you will spend your life with on earth. So I feel like if you feel like an Asian woman is it for you, go ahead. If you feel like a white woman is it for you, go ahead. I'm just saying, I'm going to be telling my son, find you a black wife and love her and provide for her and protect her. Because black women need to be loved too. It is so hard for good black women to meet good black men.
Oh yeah, and then that's the reason
we that have the kids at home, we need to start teaching our sons.
Exactly,
we need to teach them.
That's why so many black women are so masculine, or or they like to call us angry and aggressive. Imagine if you had to hold down a household or you're having children with
But
him.
wasn't that the situation with Brianna last season?
Somebody said it in here. Brianna. Now, somebody want to say if Brianna did it, Myrla could do it. We already talked about this, did we not, Alyssa? We talked about this at the beginning. Myrla is not Brianna. Brianna have self-love issues. She doesn't like her dark skin. She want a tan man so she can have tan children. And she has low self-esteem. So she will take care of a scrub in order for him to love her. But Myrla is not that.
That sounds like a guy. We had a guy on Married at First Sight. Remember the guy that said he didn't want a dark-skinned woman?
Who said that?
I forget. He was put with the Indian girl who committed a crime against the ex-boyfriend.
Tristan, yes. Tristan.
And I think he was Jamaican or something, but he said he didn't want any women darker than him.
She was her family was from Trinidad and Jamaica.
And he was too. He was from some island as well, but he made it clear he didn't want a woman darker than him. He told the judge, he told the expert that the women had to be his complexion or lighter.
And that's a joke, because what they're not talking about too is the other side of it. When these men go run down these women, they have a hard time getting into those families. Those families are looking at them strange.
Didn't you just hear me say that, girl?
Yeah, unless they got money. You want it.
You think Bow family is all open arms for Zach?
Oh, hey.
Those people are not receptive. They look at them like you bringing
Girl,
him real.
please. He sure is a mandinga, and that's all they looking at him as, too.
And he's an idiot. He's an idiot to think they're going to welcome him with open arms.
No, they're not.
Those families are very homogeneous. Is that the word? Homogeneous?
Yes,
is that the word?
That's the word. Yes.
Those people are, we're very, do you know I have so many Jamaican friends that don't talk to me because I married an American man.
And
Yankee, you're married.
Are you serious?
Yankee. No,
are you serious?
Your Yankee husband over here. A Yankee, you're married.
Yep. They're not
guess
proud of Black American women at all.
And guess what, Jen? I can tell you what it's like to go to Jamaica and think you're going to pick up somebody and then realize that person is a Dusty. I know it's like to travel there.
Yeah, honey.
With somebody saying,
card is in my book.
Thank you. Because I know it's like to go over to someone saying, oh, we have a friend. Here's a family friend. I think you guys would be nice. And I didn't realize, like, oh, I was supposed to have all these things together here in America so that when he comes here and put his feet up, I'm supposed to be like funding his lifestyle and all the things. I'd rather marry a Black man right here. I am. I have no time for stuff like that. I had one experience and I said, I'm not picking up nobody from no other country.
No, man. In my book, 23 times. A matter of fact, guys, all the books are on sale. $19.99, $9.99. I have in here Mr. Green Card.
Right.
Mr. Green Card. That's what
Mr. Green Card.
I haven't got to that part yet. Janice, I have not got to that one yet. Stop it.
Listen, ladies. Listen, American women. You go to Jamaica or any island. Somebody else did that. Went to one of the Spanish island. Get some 25-year-old boy. Bring him over here, marry. You're almost 40. What the hell you do with a 25-year-old boy with no papers, no job, no nothing?
I don't get women that want to date people that young. It would feel like my kid. Like, why would you do that?
Do not, if you don't go over there and pick nobody up that you got to fight. Let me tell you, whoever you go marry, you make sure they have their legal status. Legal status. If they're not legal, forget it. Don't do it.
Well, we had a Caucasian lady at our job marry a Kenyan, and she trying to get his papers. I'm like, man, what kind of nonsense am I hearing?
Yeah, we're gonna see how that play out when he gets here.
Exactly. And most of the time they get in this country, they learn the country ways and they leave you.
Then he gonna leave.
Ain't that what happened with these 90-day marriage?
90-day fiancés.
They don't stay married.
They know what it is. Those the Kenyan, they know he's just doing this to get his paper, and then he gonna come back and get his Kenyan wife. You know that. That's why the mama's not fussing about it. Mama know what he's doing. He's like, oh, that's okay, honey. Go ahead, get your papers, come back and get us. Am I wrong? Come on, somebody. Come on, testify.
No, you talking.
I had a next door neighbor years ago, and I want to say he was maybe from Ethiopia, and handsome man, very, very handsome, married to an African American wife that he met in college. So they stayed married, I guess, about maybe 12 years or so, paid off the house. She wanted a bigger house. They moved out for a while. And then all of a sudden, I noticed one day he's back over at the old house next door to us. And I'm like, what's going on? So, long story short, about maybe 2 years after that, he brought over his wife from Ethiopia. So, he had gotten a divorce from the American woman, gotten his 10 plus years. You know what that's all about, right? Gotten his 10 plus years of marriage in with her, and then married and brought somebody over from the old country.
That's right.
Yep. So it happens. It happens.
Yeah, you did. Like I said, people got to learn the duty date. You got to figure out who you with, because anybody can be anybody on the internet. You don't know who you with. Like I said, I could be Wonder Woman on the internet. How would they know? Post pictures up, put up a nice script. You got to get to know people, and it takes time to get to know people.
Any man you gonna marry that need something out different from what God created you to do. Support him, respect him, and honor him. If he needs you to pay his bills, build him, anything like that. That's always a clue, ladies. If he needs you to send him to school, pay his bill, go
raise him.
Anything outside of what God created you to do for a husband, honey, don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, to me, it's just plain as day. And I'm like,
it makes a lot of sense.
I just be falling for the foolery, girl. I just cannot.
I don't know how, because I just don't have the tolerance for it. I get turned off too easy. Like, okay, I'm on to the next now.
Yeah, I don't have the tolerance.
Listen, Black woman, it's time for y'all to start dating outside your race. 30% of Black men marry non-Black women. So why y'all still sitting here? I want a Black man.
But does he want you?
Does he want you? Come on, preacher.
That's all I'm saying. Does he want you? I mean, my mama always said, "Love who love you."
Right.
Love who love you. And I think that the thing of it is, you're looking at the character of the man, the character of the person. And when God said that he made us in his image, he was talking about his spirit. He wasn't talking about flesh. He wasn't talking about the texture of hair. He was talking about the inner qualities of a person, your spirit.
Yeah, but see, a lot of that stuff for African American is taught to us through slavery. And if you take it back there, that's where all the hair, the color of the skin, the color of the eyes, who your mama is, who your daddy is, if you half this, half that, all that stuff goes back to slavery. And I'm just not going to welcome it in my life.
And this thing, I never knew about this thing till one day my supervisor at my job said it to me. She's from down south. She said, Janice, you could pass the brown paper bag test. I said, the what? She said, the brown paper bag.
I know what that is.
I said, wait a minute. The what? She said, you know, if you're dark, step back. If you're brown,
stick around.
If you're brown, stick around.
Light, you're just right. Well, how we go?
And if you're Black, get in the back.
Yeah, if you're Black, get in the back.
That's it.
What's the other one? If you're
brown, stick around.
Stick around. If you're light, you're just right.
You're just right. That's it. That's the way it goes.
But here's the funny part to it all.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, but always remember who buys into it. It's always African Americans that buy into it, because other races look at us. They don't care if you're light, whatever. If you got a bit of Black in you, you're considered Black. Mariah Carey had to learn that the hard way. But Hollywood taught her a valuable lesson with it, because they don't care how white you look. If you say my mama, my papa is Black, they're considering you Black. It's us who buys into the nappy hair and the skin color, and that's us doing that to us. Other races, you think Asians are looking and saying, "Oh, she light skinned, She dark skinned. No, they're not. They're looking at you. They're saying, you black, you black, you black, you black.
And you know that's not what they say. You know what?
Yeah, I know what they say. Ain't gonna say it on here. I ain't getting you no strike.
You know what they're saying.
We know what they're saying because they don't mind throwing that N word around at all. So that's why, and I had to teach that to somebody one day. They were like, "Oh, this one is this one." That's it. But here's the funny part: we buy into our own inner racism. Other races are not dissecting us that way. They're looking at you and saying, "You black," and I don't care how light you are and how much you straighten your hair and try to look like me. At the end of the day, you're still black.
That's right.
So what are we talking about?
Exactly, but that's like you say, we're the one that buys.
We buy into that.
Like
the black men with all of this, we doing that to each other.
I had a friend. I tell my husband all the time. You've seen my husband. My husband is like Barack Obama, well spoken. Let me tell you, my husband don't even know how to speak Ebonics. He speaks Ebonics. I fall out on the floor, holler. I'm like, say it again. Okay, that's how. Say it again, Michael. Say it again. But I told my husband, I said, let me tell you. Don't think because, you know, you a little light skin. I didn't use the word light skin, but I say you talk like Barack Obama. You wear a suit and tie to every day that these people don't. I say, I love you. I honor you. You're my wonderful husband, a great man. But let me tell you, to some people, you will always be a you know what.
There you go.
You will always be a tiger. And I have another friend, a preacher friend of mine, works in Manhattan, takes the train, wears a suit. He said he bought his ticket or something, and he stick the receipt in his pocket, but the receipt fell out. He thought it was end of the day, you're tired. He said, do you know 2 police officers tackled him for a receipt that fell out of his pocket?
And I'm not surprised. There you go. There you go.
I said I was going to message him to see if he ever got any.
Always remember what stop and frisk was about. You didn't see no Hispanic getting stopped and frisked, no Asians, only African Americans. Always remember that. So this is what I tell people when they tell me about this light skin and curly hair and light eyes. I'm like, yeah, you might got those things, but at the end of the day, you are just as black as me.
You still a tiger, honey.
There you go. And if you think they're dissecting you because you a little bit lighter and got nicer hair, keep preaching that to yourself. When they told us to sit at the back of the bus, Rosa Parks looked very mixed. But what did they say though when she was sitting in the front of that bus? Get to the back.
That's right.
So at the end of the day, they're not. It's us doing that to
You're
us.
Right.
Other races ain't doing
that. It's us. It's us. They see you as tigers. Not everybody. Okay. Other people see you as tigers.
That's why you gotta get your self-esteem intact for yourself.
Not all of them. Not everybody, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
They see you as black people. We're the ones. Somebody who was it that called me a red bone? I had to laugh because I'm like, a red bone? What that mean?
I ain't heard that one in a long time.
Girl, you know I'm from the islands. I don't know none of this.
It's from the South, girl. It's South talk.
What? A red bone with red hair. She buys a brown paperback. Girl, what?
Boy, that's an old one. I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Girl, I said, listen, but you're right. That is so powerful what you said. We're the ones that do it.
Yeah. And I remind people that all the time. Like when Chris was doing it to Paige, I'm like, that is us doing that to us. Because as far as the other people sitting at the table, they look at us all as one the same. They're not understanding something wrong with her hair, straight hair, curly hair. Where we getting all that from? That's us doing it to each other.
We doing it, right? Mm-hmm. It's crazy. I mean, I want everybody to find love, but you know.
Yeah, but we're playing in a different world, Janice. It ain't like Auntie was saying on her channel. She's from a different generation. You know, I come from a home with morals, period. I've had religious parents, ain't with all of this shake and go and all this nonsense that people are engaging in. I can't get with it. But people have lost their way. They just have. And women have, you know, allowed things to go on that they really shouldn't. You know, and that's why some of us end up in the situations we end up in. Giving men passes that we shouldn't be giving men passes in relationships that we probably shouldn't be in. Some that should have ended a long time ago. We still clinging on to it. So,
and you know what? At the end of the day, you know what, ladies? You know what we want? We just want to be loved. That's it.
Oh yeah, that's it.
We just want to be loved and accepted, and love means different thing to different people. Like her poor little thing going over there giving him head, and she thought, oh, this is her expression of love, and then he's going to love me in return. But that's really what we need, especially because we are women and God took us out of men. We want to get right back up underneath here. And we just want to be loved, but we just have to realize that, you know, everybody out here is not trying to love us and take care of us.
Gotta love you first.
Love to a man means something totally different. Who's that? Huh?
Yes. No, this is Aubrey.
Okay.
I was just saying, teach.
Yeah, you know what, ladies? Love to a man means him dying. I need to write a book. When a man loves a woman, you know what that means for him? It means he has to die. He has to die. That's why you don't find them loving us. They'll sleep with us, but they don't love us.
But you see, a lot of women get that one confused, huh?
Yeah. You ladies are so right.
Because he poking them every night, and giving her roses to get the good, you know, and taking her out to get the good. And the minute she takes the good off the table, out the door, he on to his next person. And they don't understand it. They don't understand it because that's what he's around for, the good.
For a quick second? Yes, honey.
It's funny you say that because I remember reading a book years ago called His Respect and Her Love. Right. And it talked about what people wanted in relationships in the sense that women are looking to be emotionally supported. We want to be loved. That's just what it is. And men are looking for respect, and we're both trying to understand love through a different lens. And that's where the clash is coming in. So you're right. As a single woman, I can say it is hard out there because you don't know what and who you are encountering. So like you're saying, people are putting up this representative, they're putting up pictures, and I've tried it online. I've even tried going to church and dating. And I realized,
girl,
that don't even make any difference
on that one.
Yeah, that don't make no difference because the person say they love the Lord, you know. So I've had to learn that it's like, you know what, the number one thing that, I mean, it really comes full circle to everything you ladies are saying. I realized it started with me loving myself, learning how the Bible says in all things be content. I learned how to be content with it just being me and Jesus. And then I realized as I learned myself and I have faith in him, whatever he has for me, I mean, I'm a believer, but so I just put it that way. Whatever he has for me, I believe I'll encounter that at the right time, the right place. But other than that, if it's not for me to be married, everybody's not meant to be married. So I go on with my single.
Don't say that, because somebody said that to me, and I almost resented it years later. Listen, don't ever settle for that. Everyone deserves love. Period.
But I believe, I'm going to be honest, and I had the opposite effect where I thought, I know that feeling. I remember tapping onto my early 30s and someone hearing those things and then being like, oh my gosh, it's never going to happen for me. And then now,
don't say that.
I still don't believe everyone's meant to be married. I don't believe it.
Some people don't have the right tools to be married. How about that?
Oh, now that, and I like ladies, but it's better that way. Some people
they don't have the right tool set to be in a marriage. And that's why some of them don't last.
And there we go. I think everyone deserves companionship. I think people deserve that love.
Yes.
I just don't. I think marriage is just such a commitment. You're right that if the tools aren't in a person, they don't know how to go and build love. They don't.
And you got to
the
understand the world we live in right now today, especially with the pandemic. You're dealing with a lot of people with a lot of mental things going on, and then you got a lot of broken people out there.
Oh, broken! A lot of broken people.
Honey, I wrote a whole girl. Don't get me started on it. You got a lot of broken people, and broken people do not know how to be in a relationship. I don't care what kind of relationship is, marriage, commitment, a relationship. They're broken. And a lot of us try to piece these people back together and make them whole. And what happened? They fall right apart again because they're broken.
Oh yeah, and as
you can't
women,
love if you're broken. You got to fix that. Whatever's broken, you got to fix it first. Then you go find love. And the problem is, people that are broken sometimes don't know they're broken.
And I think, so it's funny you said it, because even thinking about Gil, I don't think that Gil, in looking at the way he was talking about her, you know, some people say, you know, if he likes her, he pokes fun. That's how he communicates. I don't think that he realized how, and maybe now he's learning it, how toxic his behavior was. I think there's a part of him that actually thought he was doing something that was okay and that was playful, and then realized, no, for what she's experienced on the other end, as her being the recipient of that, that is emotionally abusive. So to your point, I know what it's like to be encountering people in the dating world where it's kind of like, oh, you got that going on? All right, let me go my way. And for those persons not to realize that their behavior is just not one that's conducive for a healthy relationship. So that's the only reason why I say I've learned to be content, because I know what it's like. And I think that's why this conversation is so important. And the things that Janice talk about is so important, because I know what it's like to be tapping on 30, to be unhappy, to be depressed, to be losing time, to be having suicidal thoughts because I'm thinking no one's going to love me, and not realizing, oh, baby girl, the reason why you said, like, God had to help me understand this, is because I needed to love myself first. I needed to understand who I was in him. I need to understand it. No, the Bible says, I mean, and this is it's not for everybody, so I don't project on everyone, but for me as a believer, I've had to come to understand it. No, God said that he died. His word says that Jesus died on the cross for our sins, not for our marriage. So in a sense that is like, no, you can have the other things. Those other things are snaps of a finger that I believe God will give. But I do think it is important for me to learn how to be content with myself first before I can take on someone else and take on other responsibilities. Before I take on someone else's child, I need to make sure I can take care of me. So I mean, that's my understanding.
But that's you loving yourself, because now you're investing in you. A lot of people don't do that.
Oh yeah. Oh, and it took time. I can't even say I was always in this position. No, it was years of being sad. And because I grew up in a very traditional church, and I see my parents who've been married for 47 years, I thought those were things that were just going to magically happen for me. And I realized too, there are cultural differences that are taking place. I've watched my mother change. And as an adult, I had to look back and say, oh, she does this, you know, but as a child, I didn't realize those different dynamics. I realized a change in communication. So, I mean, for me, those things really helped me understand where I am now. I got to just appreciate I'm alive. I'm in my right mind. If I meet someone, I meet someone. And if I don't, I got to keep it moving. But I can't give all that power to a man.
And the other thing with guilt too, you got to remember, like a lot of men, they don't ever believe a woman will leave them. And it's not until when a woman walks out the door and leaves.
That is the truth.
That is, and I cannot tell you how many guys I have said that to. One thing R. Kelly got right is when a woman is scorned and hurt, she will leave.
Bruised, he could not believe that Queen Myrla
didn't
want his Dusty.
Well, definitely, because he was being a womanizer. That's when I looked at the way he was carrying on. I said, "This is a womanizer. This was someone who remember, he never even had a job. So you're talking about a person that was pulling women just off his good looks, and that was it. And his
he never. You gotta listen to me. He never thought Myrla was going to leave him.
Right.
And when she pulled that rabbit out the hat and said, 14 days after, I'm out. He couldn't believe it. You leaving me?
Boom,
you walking out on me?
Dusty, boom, Dusty, boom.
Yep. And let me tell you, anything that hurts a man, that is one of the things men do not heal very quickly from. Is when a woman walks out on them. Didn't you see Johnny when he went to what was it? Where are they now? What did he say? Oh, I don't really want to go because I know Bao gonna be here and I don't really want to be around her. He was so worried about Bao more than Bao was worried about him.
I was so surprised. I said, well,
because Bao served him on decision day. She said no. He never in a million years thought she would say no.
And you know what? And then this comes back to the point I'm saying about the compromising. In his head, because of his male ego, he probably really thought that he was the prize. So in him thinking it, like you're saying, he probably thought he was doing all the compromising. He thought he was the one that was kind of pretty thinking like, well, I'm gonna just put up with her.
Delusional.
He's delusional. And then when she picked up and said, I had enough, that's why I think all the shot came in. That's why I said
a lot of these men do not ever think a woman will leave.
No, because
when the woman leaves them, they're all butthurt. And I love it because I'm like, it serves you right. You always think someone's gonna stick around when you're not doing them right. Women, when they're fed up enough, they will leave.
And you know what it is, like we're saying, because there's so many other women who are willing to compromise, and their mind is, they think that once they see well, I like to call them high value woman, they think like, oh, she'll just go along with it too.
Yep.
And it's like, no, she's not. As long as a woman doesn't have a low self-esteem and she's in her right mind, she will pick up and leave a man without even thinking twice. And you're right. That's why these men are sitting there with their jaw dropped and they're like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
They were all butthurt. I did a whole thing on it, girl, please. They were all butthurt because they didn't see it coming. Bao held her cards to her chest because the whole time she was there, she tolerated everything Johnny said and did to her. But on decision day, he was not expecting her to say no. He didn't expect it. And it bothered him.
She told him, she said, if you say no, this is it. We can't work or something.
Because remember, she had a crush on him. He's thinking, oh, she still got that crush on me. She still likes me no matter what I do. She going to be here. And she said, no, you were never in this marriage anyway. He did not expect that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And even when he went on decision, when he was with Myrla and them, he kept talking about Bao. I'm like, Jesus, let it go. She didn't want you. Let it go.
Remember how he behaved.
And he kept saying, oh, I don't really want to go to Bao. And Bao came there and didn't even speak to him.
She didn't even speak to him. Yes.
He left. He butt hurt. I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like, man, I love this.
And
Myrla told him, 14 days after, I don't really want to be married to you anymore. So you don't got to worry. We can just split this and go our way. He couldn't swallow it. That's why on decision day, he crying all over the place. Oh, my wife, she wanted a divorce because you didn't think she would leave you. That's why.
Yeah, I gotta say, the women this season, when it was over, when they had enough, they were done. It was like
what Brett did to Ryan. Ryan couldn't even move his lips.
You know, I like it.
He thought he was gonna go and play husband and wife with her on the retreat. She's like, oh no, you're not.
We don't
You're
need
gonna go sleep on the couch because we don't sleep together at the apartment. So why are we gonna play like we're a couple now?
Yep. Yeah, you don't remember that whole trip up there. She's talking and making conversation, and he's looking frustrated, looking around and not communicating.
Because remember, she ain't his type. So since she ain't his type, he can't play nice with her. Don't you get it? He didn't like her. She's a redhead. I don't do redheads. Well, she's butt served you too. So at the end of the day, who looked stupid there? Brett didn't look stupid. He did.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. All these men are sitting there like they are the prize. And they sitting there thinking like, well, here are these women. I really don't like them, but I'll just I'll sleep with them or I'll manipulate them or I'll do this for a little bit. And the women are getting together saying, oh, no, we had enough.
No, because they feel, because they say they didn't like the women that can treat them any old kind of way.
That's
I don't like them, not attracted. You know, I don't got to play nice with you. Then on decision day, oh, well, do you really think we can work it out? No.
That's it. And what? Just imagine that is what the dating game is like nowadays. A bunch of people that act like they're compromising, meeting people halfway, and they're making up in their head how a person sees them and acting a whole fool in a relationship. That's why I've decided. For some people, I've decided I'm going to sit down and whatever happens. But I cannot pick up any dusty on my brain and anybody that's come with any confusion. That's why I sat down because I said this is too much work for me.
It is a lot of work.
But what you're saying
is tired quick.
You get tired emotionally, and then here's the thing: you start to weigh yourself down, and then your own personal goals and things and your aspirations that you've set and you're working towards, those things start to get forfeited. And this idea of like, well, maybe if I change myself a little bit, he'll like me. If I do this, he'll like me. I mean, but the way you explained it was so perfect. All those men, no, they knew they didn't like the women they first met.
Girl, I wrote a whole thing on it. I have people in stitches. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
I hope we were all watching the same show. Because you know,
And
people got their own
honey,
version. You can sit and watch the same thing. Everybody got different versions.
The same show, because these Dusties and Dust Bunnies and Pygmishas are in their feelings.
They're in their feelings.
Listen, feelings don't matter. It's a TV show. It's entertainment. I'm watching it just like you watching it.
But the serious part is, all that we're seeing, that same messiness is going on in the real world. And
that's right. That's why they're mad at us for not.
That's why they're mad. That's why
somebody said, I think Gil knew what he was doing to Myrla because the expert set him up to do it. What? I think Gil knew what he was doing to Myrla.
I think it's possible.
You think so?
I think but I think some of it's him.
Absolutely.
I don't think all of that scripted, huh?
Why do you think
that? Pastor Cal was in it talking about you need to divert funds. I believe Pastor Cal was in Gil's ears. I believe.
Yeah, but Pastor, you know his story is a mess too, because when he met his wife,
Pastor
I don't
Cal
even think he was working.
He's
the wife was working.
That's why he was in Myrla. Because he's even after I have the screenshot, even after Myrla said, but I save already, he was still talking about divert funds elsewhere. In other words, buy the house, use your money to buy the house.
Yeah, because the wife took care of him until he got on his foot and got a job.
Janice, Janice, you know what I think it was? It was in my opinion, when I was watching that whole scene with Pastor Cal, and I really used to admire him, but not so much anymore. I think that what they wanted was for Myrla to pay all of the down payment. Now she's married. Now this man is, like most states are community property states. So she was going to buy a house and he was going to be entitled to it. So no matter what happened when she went to get her divorce, guess what? Now she's got to break up the house or pay him part of the proceeds. But they wanted her to put all the money down on the house because why? Because she's a high wage earner. But that's crazy.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but she got to agree to that.
His job as a husband is to
happen.
No, I agree. I understand what you're saying, but just follow what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she was ever going to do it, but that's what they wanted. And then here's the thing with Gil. He's accustomed to, because of his so-called good looks, which I never found him that attractive personally, but that's just me. But so many women thought that he was, so I guess it must have been a thing. Okay, so he's used to it between his looks and his, I guess, supposed sexual prowess. Allegedly, he's used to women doing whatever he wants them to do. Because let me bet you, if that car wasn't his that he was driving, that was a luxury vehicle, I'll bet you it belonged to a female.
Yep. And that's the reason why, guys, he was so hurt when Myrla said no, because he is not used to women saying no to him. He is not used to it.
Exactly.
He is used to being served and women falling all at the floor for him because he sold this, that, and the other. Well, he met a nice looking woman that said no. So now he's crushed. He's crushed from that. And I bet you it's going to take him a good while before he get in a relationship again because he's hurt. Because he met a woman that said no to him and he's not used to that.
He's not used to it. I agree with Janice. Something you said earlier, Janice, when you were talking about Gil doing counseling with an older, wise gentleman. I didn't understand that whole thing with the female counselor.
Yeah, I thought that was the girlfriend. I said, oh, yeah, that girl. Well, first of all, I thought it was the girlfriend.
He's the last person that needs.
I said something else that I'm going to say, but I just didn't think. I said, oh, she's I said, oh, that's the girlfriend. She's
she was supposed to be some kind of counselor.
Hefty.
She did tell him. She did tell him the right thing though when she told him about taking off his wedding ring.
Right.
I mean, if you're not, and he kept saying, all of a sudden, did you guys notice too this turnaround? All of a sudden, Myrla became his wife. She wasn't no longer the brat.
Why wasn't you saying that all season?
Yes. Oh, now
my
you're
wife?
you're
Why was you calling
now
her
you're
Brad and Debbie Downer all season?
why right? Why wasn't she your beloved, your queen, your
Thank you,
lovely
baby.
wife?
Thank
I've
you. Thank you. All of
Gil
a
was a
sudden
joke.
now
Gil was a
she's my
total
wife.
joke.
Well, because he's
Back out
losing.
here,
Because he's
Dusty.
losing and he getting that feeling in his chest that he about to lose. And he take that deep breath, and that's what's going on. And now he coming up with something. And even that is manipulative because that means he doesn't even want her. He just doesn't even like losing.
Right. He don't like
Right.
losing. And
Exactly.
he dropped
Exactly.
the bag. He dropped the bag.
He dropped exactly, Janice. That's what it was. That's really what it
Mm-hmm.
was. He dropped the bag. He's no longer going to have access to that type of lifestyle of living in a $3,000 penthouse apartment or a luxury apartment or whatever. He no longer has access to that. Now he's got to actually go out and earn the money himself. Hmm.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, he ain't hard to figure out at all. I figured him out from the jump. When he was
Mm-hmm.
talking about her the way he was at that honeymoon, that was enough for me. I'm
Oh,
like, this
yeah.
man run his
Oh,
mouth
what?
too much.
Remind me. Remind me. I'm sorry. Remind me. Whoever said that. What did he say about her during the honeymoon? And remind me of
Okay,
what you're
at the
referring
honeymoon,
to,
when he
please.
went down and met with the other couples, he had a volleyball. He said, I'm bringing the volleyball as representation of my wife
I
because
have the
my wife is
volleyball right
upstairs still
here.
working. Okay, and he was talking
There's the
about her very
volleyball.
negative to the other couples. Even the other couples was kind of like backing away, like, whoa, you saying those things about your
Yeah.
wife. They kind of
Right.
pulled away, like, I don't want to be getting too in this because you got to remember it's your honeymoon. This is someone you just meeting. And he's talking about her in a negative way. She didn't want to come down with the rest of you guys. She stayed upstairs. She's still working. And I'm like, why are you doing that to these couples you barely know yourself?
Mm-hmm.
That
He's
is
very
not what a
feminine. He's
husband
very
do.
feminine.
Very.
I just
Very.
thought, and he did it on a lot of occasions. Every time he went around, then he started saying, my wife don't want to kiss me. If she don't kiss me by a certain time, I'm going to file for divorce. It's like, why do you keep talking about your wife to these other people? They don't
And
need
that's
to know
threatening.
all of your ins and outs. I didn't get that. It's like, I would not want no husband like that.
Me either.
Running
Girl.
his mouth, he be told all the business to people. Like, why we
Girl.
got to share all our business with these folks?
Mm-hmm.
Honey,
Because
let me
they
tell you.
certainly ain't telling you theirs.
If Big Mike raised his voice at me, I'm like, I was just saying, wait a minute. Okay. Ain't no man supposed to be talking to you like that.
Not at
Not no
all. Not
husband
at
you
all.
gotta lay down with.
But I
Girl,
got
no.
something, Janice. I got something I want to ask you and the other ladies on the panel. The other thing of it that comes to my mind is because I never heard them say that. Gil, of course, his father, unfortunately, sadly, was murdered when he was a
Mm-hmm.
teenager, 14 or 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another thing though too. I will say this. I don't think like I grew up in a two-parent home, so I got to see what love looked like. I got to see what a man respecting a woman looked like and a woman respecting her man, her husband, okay? So, but now with Gil, I'm not so certain if he ever saw this because if his father was taken from him when he was only 14 and then I've heard some reports, I don't know what's true, that supposedly he lived with his mother. I don't know if she was remarried. So, what do you guys think about that?
That is our dating world.
Mm.
Okay. I mentioned the word broken, and that's where the word broken comes in at. These people, sometimes when
Mm,
they come from homes that are broken, they don't know what love is. And that's why a
Mm.
lot
Mm-hmm.
of them end up in unhealthy relationships because they really don't know the dynamic of love. Why? Because it was never shown, it was
Mm-hmm.
never taught. And then they don't go in situations where they're around healthy relationships.
That's
Right.
it.
So they don't know how to relate to relationships that are healthy. They don't. And that's
mm,
why a lot of men sometimes when they come from homes where the dad was never there, you're going to find that, because if mama never brought in a father figure to help this man become a man, well, then how do he know anything about love?
There you go.
That's good.
I write about this stuff. I guys, please, you don't want me to start pulling out some of my old journals now.
And what you're saying is so true, because I know what it's like to go out, and I like to say the aspirin in between my knees. I used to walk around with an aspirin in between my knees and a Bible in my right hand. And the more I started dating, I realized it was something that it wasn't working. Like I would always kind of get categorized as the good girl, and I wouldn't have success dating. And after a while, somebody would, start with their manipulation or something else. And then it came to me. I'm dating people who don't have good examples. Even if their parents are married. Even if their parents are married. It's a broken home. It's some dysfunction is lingering. And I'm not saying my parents are perfect. I've learned as an adult to see the different things that are right and wrong in their communication. But for the most part, they were very, very stable, and they've always asserted themselves as the adults, and my sisters and I as the children, and they still are that way. So for that reason, I went into relationships thinking like, oh no, I could just be honest, and I could just be submissive, and I could be wholesome, and isn't this good? And I found out that was the worst thing to do, because then I would also get into these relationships playing house, like, just kind of being like, well, I'm here, because I'm trying to act like my mom, and I'm trying to make somebody a man that I would be my father. And then I had to kind of look and say, well, hold on. If my dad is a Bible believing Christian who's an old school person, been in church for all these years, and he's not really into different things, and in a sense of my parents came from Jamaica in the 80s and moved to America, so they're very conservative old school people. So I had to kind of be honest. If that's their characteristics and that's what helps their marriage work, how can I take that into a relationship with somebody who's just grown up and they have different morals? So I had to learn more about myself. And it's messy, because there's a lot of brokenness that comes from different areas too. Whether they're seeing two people, but the two people were having a dysfunctional relationship before them, the brokenness is growing in that. And now these men say they want to be a provider, they want to cover a woman, they want to take. You can't. How are you gonna do it?
Well, that's why the dynamic, like I always say to people that are single looking, I always say the person that you are finding as a suitor, what is their relationship like with their parents? What is the relationship like with their siblings? Do they get along? Or is there a whole lot of toxicity there? Where I don't talk to mama, don't talk to papa, we fight, we this. All of that paints a background picture for you of the person that's sitting in front of you.
So true. When I say you hit a nail on the head, that is so true. I've met people. I ain't talked to my mom, and don't get me wrong.
Some relationships are toxic.
Some relationships are toxic. Some adults have children and they have no business having children. But when I hear people saying things like, "Oh, I'm not talking to my mom this month," or "I'm not talking to," and you're like, "Oh, wow, you mean your family, the people that's so close to you?" And then when you start to dig in a little bit, and it's these little arguments that they're talking about are causing these gaps, and they're hating people and they're angry. After a while, I say, that's something in your heart that you have to work out. Because if we get into a relationship, the moment I'm doing something that person doesn't like, I'm going to be in that list too of people that you don't like. Yeah. Too many people got unresolved issues and they're trying to mate. Go sit down.
That's our dating world. And that's why you really have to duty date.
Yeah.
Because it's all mixed together.
You spoke a whole word. Yeah. I don't know which one, because I can't see who's talking when and who said what, but whoever said about the brokenness in relationships from your immediate, your familial family.
That's Clara.
Clara, you spoke.
I write about this stuff.
You spoke a whole word. You spoke a whole word. You really did. I'm looking forward to joining you ladies on. You both have YouTube channels, right?
No, I keep saying I was going to, but I don't know if
you should. I'm telling you, every woman has something to say.
Yes.
I'm still sitting here shaking my head like this is a whole word. Girl, this is church.
You too, Janice. You too, Janice. Exactly.
We coming over here to the Hilton.
Yeah, because somebody told me that. Because I get a lot of tea on so much stuff. Believe me. If I had a channel, I don't know. I don't know if I could keep up. Like, I don't know. But somebody told me that. It was like, Clara, why don't you have a channel? I'm like,
You should. You
because
should.
I like going on other
Yes,
channels.
yes.
We can meet over here. We can meet over here if we need
It's
to.
the same way I think every woman should write a book, because I think every woman has something to say to the next generation.
True. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Look
Well,
at
I
there.
got
Look
an
at Val's
idea then,
face.
Jen.
You know, Val needs to
I
stop.
got-
Look at that face. What is
I
a
got an
grown
idea,
woman
Janice. You
face
should
like
have
that for? But Val got a lot of underlying issues in her background anyway.
Oh yeah, she
do. Yeah, some didn't add up about her too much. Some things is
You
off.
got to always remember the thing with her is she came to America as a, oh my gosh, what do you call those families? And she lived in a trailer.
Like a refugee.
Refugees.
Refugee.
That is very important. When people was talking about her with Johnny, I said, gotta remember one thing. Johnny was not a refugee. Val was. And refugees are not treated very nice in America. Okay? And back in the days, it was worse. Nowadays, they got a little more laws in place. But back in the days, forget about it. So she got some trauma in her background for sure.
She got a lot of trauma. Yeah, because she wasn't treated nice where she was at, you know, for her to even come here.
In her home and even in the country, because they do. The United States of America did not treat refugees very nice, and I don't think they still do.
Wow.
So people tend to forget that part with her, and I say, no. You got to always take it back to how she came in our country. She came in our country as a refugee. Do you think refugees are treated very nice? No, they're not.
That's where her trauma comes from.
Go to Texas and look under the bridge of all the immigrants trying to come in our country. And you tell me how America treat those people. Okay? And she was a refugee and got in. So I can imagine. So she got trauma in her background, definitely. And so do Johnny. And Johnny ain't no refugee. He got plenty. I mean, he's textbook. For him, he's a walking textbook. It's easy. He got so many issues, you can just line them up.
These characters, I don't know where they found these characters at.
I don't know. They claim they screen these people.
They're lying. They screen them to make
deep
sure they're crazy.
Process. Like, how do you end up with these folks?
They screen them to make sure they're crazy.
Yeah, they're screening. Yeah, but they're looking for craziness.
That's the screening they do. They has to be. Because how you put Gil and Myrla together? How do you put these two people together?
I don't know. Are they the first interracial couple ever on this show?
They're not interracial. They're both Hispanics.
That's right. I keep forgetting, girl. I'm sorry. I forget Gil is Spanish.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, he's from Colombia. He's from Colombia.
Right.
Yes.
He's Spanish, and I think he speaks Spanish too.
Oh, he does. He's fluent.
I don't know. I they claim the interview process is so stringent, and I'm like,
they're lying, child. They do it to make sure they're the complete opposite.
Then somebody was saying for the women, they measure the women shoulder to hip, and it gotta be something with the hip gotta be wider than the shoulder. I'm like, what is all that about?
Lying. All these mismatched people. Hey, Kirby said Brianna and Vincent was the first interracial couple.
Okay.
No. What about there was another couple? Oh man, the girl was crazy. She was white and he was like
well, no.
Arabian or something. I can't remember. Remember the
you
weird
talking
guy?
about Sam and Neil?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Well, Sam is married with I think she got a baby on the way. I know she had one baby.
Yes, that's right. Sam has a baby on the way.
Yeah, and Sam is married. Neil is still single and silly and goofy like always. I thought he was kind of cute though. That's Neil. You said no. What about the Arabian and the Oh God. And you know Amelia and what's her name divorce.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that.
No, I don't know.
We got to remember the same thing with Myrla and Gil applies to them. That girl is going to be an MD. She's going to be a doctor, and he was just some floating guy. And
she don't even know how to wash dishes, child. She gonna get her a nanny, a maid, a driver.
There you go. And she got the money to pay for it.
She got the money to pay for it.
Yeah, she and then she even said she did the show just to do the show. She didn't have any.
Right. She had a break between medical school, and she was like, well, oh, what the hell? I'll just go ahead and do it.
But I said that. I said, this girl, Jewish family, and she's a doctor, and they're gonna be okay with him and his freestyle lifestyle.
No, he's the Jewish. He's the one that's Jewish.
But she's Jewish too.
No, I don't think she's Jewish. Is she Jewish?
Yeah, she is. They had a Jewish wedding.
Oh.
Their wedding was completely Jewish on both sides.
So it's more important to have a job.
Was Jewish.
No, she's Jewish. Both of them are Jewish.
But it's more important to have a job than to be Jewish, it looked like.
Yeah, it is. And the thing was, she don't just have a job. She's going to be a doctor. And he was doing her residency, meaning she's already graduated from medical school.
Yeah, so she's done that. Mind you, he had the struggling theater.
He was living in some type of trailer. Wasn't he in a trailer or a house or something?
He was living in a hut.
It was a hut.
I think it didn't have a kitchen in it or something. Like
he didn't even have a bathroom.
Right. It didn't have something. I'm like, and she went there, was like, oh.
It was worse than a tiny home. Because you're right. It didn't have a bathroom.
And he said he likes living that way. You know, where you can just hop up.
And she was living in a mansion with roommates.
She was in a mansion with a bunch of other people.
With roommates.
Yeah, with roommates. But you got to remember, she's in medical school. She probably don't have much money. But like you said, these are people who are aspiring. She might not have the money now, but when she becomes a full-fledged doctor, she will have the money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a different conversation, because I think people get confused about like potential. Like I understand this idea of, okay, you're going to meet somebody where they are, you're going to work with them, but potential, you got to have something already established. You can't just be coming to the table just like, here I am. Take what you get.
Just take me as I am.
No, you got to look at people that's background. That's why I said about him. His educational background does not compete with Myrla's. There's a difference there. I don't think he has a master's degree. Gil has his master's degree. Does he even have
a bachelor's? I mean, the way he's
I don't know, because he never really talked about his education. The way he's struggling to make,
he didn't, because he's a show off. If he did, he would. He's a show
I was about to say, because most of the time when people are very, very educated, they will let you know.
Oh, they will let. He didn't, because he would have brought that up. And he's struggling. He's struggling to build, to be established. If you have a bachelor's degree, you could basically work in any social service agencies or anything like that. I don't think he do.
I don't know. They never really said anything about it. But my thing is, why didn't he say something about it?
Because he don't.
That you let somebody else say something about him to me. I'm gonna ask that question and say, yeah, you love Gil. Tell me, what's his educational background?
And where's the transcript? Because he lies. You can't trust nothing he says. He's a liar.
Well, Cal, you can look that online. If you got a BS bachelor, that's easy to find out. So, and he's in Texas, right? Houston.
Okay, Alyssa said Gil doesn't have an education. You could tell from his thought process. Yeah.
Oh, well, then why are people so surprised then if Myrla don't want him? I don't know why people are surprised. Education does matter,
they're
folks.
pick-niches and dust bunnies, and that's what pisses them off. They're like, how dare you not want the Dusty?
Do you think a guy graduating from Harvard is going to date a dropout? Really? Show me where. When you come from certain elite status, you ain't looking to be with just anybody. It doesn't work that way. And the world always been that way. It didn't just become that way either. So now it makes sense. I didn't know, because I never knew his educational background. I'm like, what is his educational background? Because they never said it.
But you could tell the fact that he's going to school to be a fireman is like Janice said. Once you have a degree, people, for the majority of people, I can't say everybody, but you start to look at jobs differently because then you realize there's certain jobs you just will get. Any job, the city I'm in, I know for sure, any job in social service, as long as you, without a degree, you can get in, but much less with just a bachelor's degree, you can get a job and start making $40,000 right off the bat, because that's just, and social services, one of those industries too, where there's so much different ways to get into it, and all people want you to do is just say that you'll do the job. As long as you're committed, you got a good background. I don't think he will be exploring a whole nother career if he had the fact that he's talking about a fireman. He needed something that sounded
fireman, and now he's doing EMT.
Yeah, he needs careers that sound sexy, and I think for them, you have to go to be a fireman. You may have to be an EMT. I think because you may have to do both. So if it wasn't,
no, to be a fireman, you don't have to be an EMT. But if you want to be an EMT with the fire department, yes,
that's what it is.
For that.
That's what it is. Excellent. Thank you. But imagine if those two things never came into place.
And then you got to remember, firemen. Let me say some things, because I heard a lot of things people said about firemen. It's like we need some correction. Firemen do get paid, but the problem was he was just starting out as a firefighter. That's why he didn't make the money. If he was a firefighter for like 10, 15 years, he would have been making good money. But he just became a firefighter. So that's why he wasn't making any money.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll pay them less. I used to be a state employee, and I realized sometimes they'll pay you less because they know over the years your earnings can get so high.
Like he ain't there yet. That's
he's
the
not
thing.
there yet.
And he needed to explain that. Like, yeah, you're a firefighter, sir, but you just became one. That's why you're not making the money.
Right.
Yeah, firefighters make good money. Plenty of firefighters got families, okay? And they do quite fine. You ain't making no money because you just became a firefighter.
Yeah,
and I think he was a probation firefighter, meaning you brand new, but that's it. So that's why you ain't making no money. If you've been doing it for a long time, you would have been making good money. But you're not making the money because you're just starting.
He saves in his 401k, Clara. So if he just became a firefighter, he's saving in his 401k. How much money do you think he got in there?
Not much. It can't be much.
And it depends on matching. Are they matching you dollar to dollar?
And that's
401k?
That's the big thing with the working for, for the state, is that you now can get, or you're working for the federal government, however they do it, but really it's probably the state. Your benefits accumulate over the years, and that's what's the big plus to it. So that if he just started and just imagine,
somebody just said something. They knew a guy who was first off, engineers make money. I dated plenty of engineers.
Yeah,
they get paid
my
well.
husband's best friend is an engineer,
and they became a math teacher. Okay, but guess what? The two careers they got makes money.
Yeah, that's different.
Very rarely you find an engineer that don't make no money. Engineers make money.
What is this person trying to argue?
I don't know. They said they knew a guy who was an engineer and went back to school to be a math teacher. True. But even as an engineer, you make money.
Good money. So I don't know what that person's argument is. That has nothing to do with Gil. Gil was being a sex kitten before this. Gil was sitting and knocking down women and doing
sex kitten.
That's different than this. Gil was.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute, ladies. Do you guys recall the night the guys went out for the bachelor party?
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, yeah.
Do you recall what the first thing Gil did? Do you remember him getting on the pole, swinging around?
I was just about to say that.
That's what Gil was
dancing
doing.
On the pole. But you got to remember, firefighters also shoot calendars. They do the calendars for the firefighters department. So they're used to doing that kind of Chip and Dale kind of stuff.
So that's Gil's job. That's what he does. He does the calendar in the fire department. He don't put out fires. I'm telling you something. When I looked at Gil, I said, this was a man who was having his way with women. There's a woman right now, more than one, I know, that watched that show. When she seen those tears, probably had popcorn and probably laughed and went to sleep that night.
I'm waiting for them to speak out.
Please, you know he was sitting there having his way with women. They probably was thinking like, finally, somebody got him in his place, put him in check.
Well, he probably did a lot on his looks. That's why he was on so many shows. That's the same with Jamie. Jamie did a lot of shows, but Jamie also got an educational background and was a nurse. So that, she had a career.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Doug was the one who, I don't know what the heck he does.
But let's talk about the 100 more than Myrla, girl.
Gil needs to work on himself.
Let me message my girl.
100 more than Myrla every 2 weeks. People keep getting hung up on this.
No, he didn't. He made that up. That's not true. She made more.
Listen, even if he does, Myrla can have a lot of things coming out of her check. You got to remember, when you get a paycheck, your paycheck ain't just your check. Everything that you put money into is coming out of it. So she might got a whole lot of things in her check that's being deducted. So I didn't get his point when he said my check is $100 more.
Every 2
but
weeks.
Are you getting things taken out of your check going places?
Don't forget the 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. Don't forget that part.
I immediately thought that
he makes 100. Listen, let me tell you, and somebody had the nerve to say something to me on this. I said, but here's the thing. If you got your check going to a lot of different things where you're putting money out of your paycheck into different deductions, of course your check might be less because she might be putting her money into different places, as he might not. So of course, if he's not getting much deductions out of his check, just a 401k, and let's be real, Texas don't have high taxes like the northern eastern areas, because a lot of things in Texas is tax-free. Here in New York and New Jersey, we get taxed for everything.
You get taxed for the area.
We get taxed for everything. You buy a pack of gum, you get taxed for it. So, it's like in California, the same thing.
You breathe air, you get taxed.
Yeah, I don't understand this argument that people are saying with this thing. My thing is, Myrla could be having her money going to different accounts from her paycheck. So maybe that's why his check is more, because he's not getting it going to different places.
And you know what? I think you raise a good point, because I know what it's like when I was working that little time I worked for the state. The only benefit was just the benefits. And in fact, they matched things. And I remember doing like a rapid pension, and because I knew it was so, they were matching things so well. And most of my check was going to other things, retirement plans.
Exactly.
And I didn't realize how much I saved until I didn't want to work in that industry no more. And they literally called me back and said, because it was under 5 years, here's the money we're going to give you back. And when I looked at those checks, I said, this is for me. And I didn't realize that is how much money was going out of my check to all these different pension things, because I wanted to have a 401k. I wanted to have all those things. So I think you make a good point. Her money could be going there.
Yeah, also, people talk stupid. I find people get very simplistic with these folks. It's like, hello, if you got your money going into a lot of different places from your paycheck, because he make $100 more than her, he still don't make more money than her yearly. So what are we talking about?
And then also, he could be taking his money, because when he said he has money back home, he take care of his mom. I realized her money could be all going to her, whereas his money is being divided up with family that he's taking back home. So for her, she probably even looked at that and was like, "Oh, this is what we doing our money."
Property. Let's not forget that she has a home that she owns. He was in a rental. So I don't know
a one room rental. Get it right.
Like a studio or something.
Yeah, with the studio, because
with his
know something. What did Gil do before firefighter?
Television. He do infomercials.
He was being a sex kid.
He's been a sex kid. He was walking around.
Was an actor. Is that what he was?
I won't call it. You call it. I don't even think it was acting.
I don't know, child, because I don't follow this dude. So
I don't even think it was acting.
I don't know what I don't get all this hump lump about him and this 100. I didn't get it. It's like, because he makes $100 more, he still do not make more money than her yearly.
2 weeks. Remember, every 2 weeks.
He did.
Every 2 weeks. And then this lady could be taking things out for her mortgage, because some people can get into what we call biweekly mortgage payments. We don't know if she has that. And she could be having a lot of deduction where she have her money go a lot of different places, a lot of different bank accounts. Who knows? But I didn't get his point with the $100 more. It's like, yeah, you
he's
making
petty
it
and
every
he's
2
a
weeks.
Dusty.
He's being patty. Yeah, that's what it is. Because remember, she now bought a house. So that's why we kind of know her stuff was together. Her money was going into the savings, like you're saying, her money was being divided. He didn't have a consistent paycheck until he got on this, until he became a firefighter, and he was giving his money back home and doing different things. Those things divide families too. I've seen it in my own family where a person is taking care of too many loved ones back home and sending money here and there, and you looking at them like, well, we right here. How can all that money go? She's seen that and probably was like, nope. I want to take care of your mom and your cousins and stuff. I'm gonna keep my money for myself and work on my house here.
Yeah, someone says they're honest, hardworking, blue collar men. I never say anything about people in the military. I don't think Gil has a military background. I'm sure he would have said it if he did.
Oh, we would look at him different. He wouldn't have money issues. If he was a vet, we'd be talking about things differently. Money wouldn't even be an issue because, for the most part with vets, there are resources already in place for them, and they usually get a stipend. That's not with him. He was just being sexy.
Yeah, hopefully the therapy he's in there will help him as long as he stay with it, because they all of them need help. It ain't just him. I found the whole season need to be on the couch.
Everybody.
They all need to be on the couch talking to somebody because they all got background issues that they have not dealt with.
Yeah, those people, they were too, it's like they weren't self-aware, but they were selfish. That is kind of like, that's not going to work for no marriage.
Sorry, they made Houston look bad. I hope they never go back to Houston again. Because those couples there, I don't see none of them as good couples. None of them. They were all badly matched.
And it's funny you say that because I heard, in Texas, that's where the wealth is. And in Houston is a lot of put together professionals there. So I'm surprised that this is the batch of people they pulled through. Yeah.
You had, okay, so ladies, you did have several very successful, highly successful people, including Bao, including Johnny, including Myrla, including Ryan. You had several very successful people, but one thing we have to keep in mind with these reality shows is that a person, for example, who's corporate and makes good money and is single and might want to participate will not participate in this type of show because it can be a career killer. So you have to accept that. But you did have several very, very successful people, including Ryan, who's in the oil industry, including Bao, including Johnny. They are very highly paid professional people. And that was the reason why Bao didn't want so much discussed on air, if you recall. That was part of the reason.
Remember, Johnny brought up, which I didn't understand with his argument, is that her family told her they didn't really want to be on the show as much. That is not surprising. He's Asian. He should know that. They're not going to want to be in front of no camera on no TV show. His own dad didn't want to be up there. So I didn't get when on decision day he was going in on her about this. Like, what are you talking about, sir? She just said her family didn't really want to be on there. What's she supposed to do? Shove the camera in their face? They didn't really want to be on there.
But you've got to consider that Johnny is an Asian version of Chris. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Johnny is the Asian version of Chris. So now when you take that into consideration, everything that Johnny is saying is an exaggeration, a lie, a fallacy to put Bao in her place. That's what that is.
I can't.
Okay, so when you think about it that way, it makes
I
a lot
never
more
heard that
sense.
one. That's a new one.
He's the Asian Chris. That's what it was. I mean, come on. This guy's wearing shorts like he looked like he was 12 years old. Come on.
And crying. He's another one crying all over the place. Like, what is this with these men? They ain't got no backbone. They're crying all over the place. Like, what woman find that attractive?
But none of them have ever had a woman before. Johnny had never had a woman before. Remember now, he's the king of the first dates, and so is Ryan. These men have not had relationships before. Okay.
Nope. And even Gil's, remember Myrla asked Gil, he said his longest was 6 months.
And he had never had a woman. See, that's the thing. Myrla is a woman, a grown
come
woman.
on now.
That's what happened to
There you go. There you go.
Oh, see, somebody repeat what I said. The whole season need to be on the couch. That's right. They need to be on the couch talking to somebody.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I've got
season
an idea,
14
Janice.
is better. Oh my God.
Yeah, I do too.
She is not a trophy wife.
Janice.
Huh?
Janice, when can we do this again? Like a girls' night out. When can we do this again? I'd love to do this.
You know, I try to come on once a week, but you know, NaNoWriMo had me laid up. NaNoWriMo.
Well, did you meet all your words?
NaNoWriMo had the corner.
You met her words. You did it.
Girl, I'm still tired. You don't understand. I'm still worn out from NaNoWriMo. I usually try to come on, you know, once a week and, you know, just chat it up. So, you know, I can't say when I'm going to come on again, but.
We kept you this time. This is a long one.
That's a nice picture of Paige, but Paige did not look that way on the show. I found she looked her worst on the show. The pictures after, she looked great.
She should have kept her hair braided. When
I don't know what she had on. It looked like she had locks or something at one time.
Yeah, the locks was pretty. I like the locks.
But hers didn't look good, though. They looked messy.
She kept them in too long.
I think some people are not, you know, some women are not really that feminine in that area. Like they, you know, like somebody, you know, does their hair, they go to a salon, it lasts for a couple of days and they go back. Some women are really taught to comb, you know, their hair. And I don't want to bring her down, but we've seen her, seen her mother's hair. We've seen her mother's hair and we've seen her sister-in-law's hair. So they're not the most feminine in it.
Right. But here's the thing too, though, and I have to say this, having worked in the entertainment industry in my 20s and 30s, here's the thing too. So when you're on a set, right? Typically speaking, there are makeup artists and there are hairstylists.
I was just about to say that.
Like, but hold up. But here's the caveat. Oftentimes they're Caucasians only. So now the issue becomes, if you are not Caucasian, if you are African American, if you have a different texture hair, they don't really know what to do with you, including what type of wig to put on you. Okay? That's the problem with the hair and the makeup. That's the problem.
Well, then you know yourself. So then you bring what you would like for them to put on you.
Because I was going to say now, what you brought up was a very good point, because that happens to a lot of celebrities, and I've seen a lot of discussions around that subject now, where people are saying, "Where's the black hairstylist?" Because now remember, they're in Atlanta, Georgia, so where Paige is, she is in the mecca of black high luxury. There was no reason. It was actually no reason for her to look like that.
I think for the Married at First Sight, they don't have that from Married.
Well, I don't know. Did y'all see Brianna? See, Brianna was together, and her.
But remember now, Brianna is she's a civil engineer. She's very feminine. She's more feminine than
She's more feminine than Paige.
Paige, and she said she spends $250 to $300 a month on her hair, getting her hair braided.
I believe you. Did you see her hair? Yeah. I mean, whenever they did a natural kinky curly hair that matched her hair down to a T.
Yes, honey. Yes. So I can find out it wasn't hers.
Oh, that's how good it was.
Brianna wasn't playing. Brianna came.
Honey, that would be me. Lights and camera, and I'm gonna look a mess. No way, Jose.
And that's why I felt bad for her, because I thought to myself, wow, Paige already has this storyline they're trying to create. I thought that was so disrespectful that they created the storyline that she was ugly, and I don't think that's what it was. I think she just wasn't TV ready. That
was Chris, because nobody else thought she was that way. That was only Chris.
Chris thought that, and the producers kept playing into it, you know, and I didn't like the fact they did that.
I thought Paige played into it, because I felt Paige did a lot of things that she could have did against Chris, and she didn't.
Oh yeah, I mean, so I agree with you. And then I mean, look at this season. Michaela slapped the wig on every 5 minutes, and it was like,
some of it was a mess. Her natural
it was a mess.
Nice.
And she had a full head of hair. So where was she going to with these plastic?
I don't know. And I found, it's like the way they fixed her up. I just didn't like it. I thought when she went out with Myrla, I thought she looked nice in the dress she had then. When they went out dancing, she looked really nice. Remember when they went salsa dancing? She didn't want to dance, but the dress she had on looked really nice.
That's the dress she wore to Kuta Kente with Johnny.
Oh, you're talking about Michaela now. Michaela looked good. I thought most of the season, except
most
when
of
they
the episode, Michaela looked
but
good.
some of the wigs they put on her didn't. It made her flat. It flattened her.
Yeah, they weren't wigging. Some of her wigs weren't wigging.
They were,
but that
they weren't wigging.
That's a function. They weren't
I mean,
wigging,
with all
but
this
that's a function again of having Caucasian stylists trying to style a black woman and not knowing and not understanding our textures, our features, and that you can't put a Pocahontas wig on a black woman with full features, full lips. You can't do it. It doesn't look right.
Yeah, but the woman sitting there too, you gotta have some say so, and you gotta play a part in your rescue here.
I think
you can't have them make you look horrible. And don't say anything.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna tell you something. You can't, when you come in these shows, just like I said, I was in the industry. So a lot of times they're gonna tell you when you're coming to this, you're coming on this show, they say, oh yeah, we've got makeup artists, we've got professional hairstylists, yada 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 yada. But they don't tell you they do not have stylists who are qualified, who have sat in a class, who have studied black features, who have studied black hair, who are up on the black people for African Americans. They will not tell you that. And so now you're there, you're filming, it's a 16, 17, 18-hour day. You don't have the option to go out to Sally's Beauty Supply and buy your wig now. You don't have that option anymore. Now, Brianna, whatever Brianna did,
I was about to say, but Brianna pulled it off.
But Brianna kept her braided most of the time.
Yes, thank you, Janice.
Brianna kept her hair braided most of the time. If you go back and watch her
but her makeup was nice. Her makeup was never out of place.
Brianna is extremely very feminine.
She's feminine. That's what it is.
But Michaela's feminine.
Not like Brianna.
Not like Brianna.
Not like Brianna. And the reason why
I put Brianna up there with Vanessa.
Vanessa was always made up.
Right. Brianna is she's very, the only thing Brianna problem is, which is why some people is saying, well, Brianna stayed with Venus, so Myrla could stay with her. Brianna has self-love issues. She talked about she didn't like her dark skin. She wanted a tan husband so she could have tan babies. And she had low self-esteem. But take that away, and Brianna, she's very feminine, very classy, very, very Jack and Jill type-ish,
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But Brianna was very always together because she kept her hair braided.
Also because she's a professional.
She's a civil engineer, right?
Right. She's a professional.
And also, I think so. Everything you're saying right there is true. And then someone could have had that talk. You're about to go on television, and when you're done and you're sitting down, 6 months later, these things are going to start to come to light. Well, I think for some of these people, whether it's Ready to Love, a lot of these shows, these people are not ready for television. Don't you notice that after one season, they're different? They all of a sudden they look a little different. For the shows, the reality shows that make it to a season 2. You ever see somebody that's like so drastically different from season 1?
Mm-hmm.
And someone told them like you had to get together. Paige probably will never come on. Do you remember when Paige was doing the when they were doing like the sit downs before the show came on and they were kind of talk about what's going to happen on the episode? Paige looked totally different. Paige had her hair straight. The lashes thing was crazy all season, but it was blinding.
Look at this. I love this.
I think Michaela looks beautiful here. She's in her natural.
I said when she went dancing, she was very well put together.
Yeah. It's her natural beauty. Is the full lips. She's beautiful.
Her color looks good on her lips.
Beautiful. She should have never put that little plastic wig on her head. No.
That was scary.
What we don't know is women maintaining natural hair could be some work. So I guess for her, she thought, if I put this on, I look TV ready. But
it's a lot of work. I can tell you, honey. It's a lot of work.
It's work. But for her, I know that young lady's looking back like, what did I have on? And everyone keeps saying that at the reunion, she looks like the little dancing emoji with the red dress. And those are things that I know she probably looks back like, why did I put that on? But,
They said the same about Brianna with the dress she wore. People complained about it on Decision Day.
What they said about it?
They said it didn't fit her body. It was very low cut. They were talking. They said it just didn't look good on her.
Look at this. This is pretty.
Beautiful, beautiful. Something that's away from her face.
Well, she
Very
has
natural
blonde
looking.
hair now, and she looks $1,000,000 with blonde hair. She pulls off the blonde hair very nice. Her latest picture, she has blonde hair.
I thought so, because
Oh, I
that's what
haven't
happens to
seen
me.
that.
I gotta send it
Oh,
to you,
okay.
Janice, because she's on the prowl now, and she got blonde hair, and she looked pretty darn good. I'm like, whoa.
I was going to
She can
say
pull
that.
off the blonde hair.
You know, people are probably in her DMs now too. So,
Well, they said she's
Yeah,
dating
but
somebody. I don't know who. She don't give the name, but she's with somebody.
See, the thing was, Paige did get her hair done, but she kept them in too long. When you're on TV, you can't keep this. Is only about a 3-week here, and then you got to toss it.
that's why,
Yep.
like, your point about her was true. She's not as feminine. So what happens with her not being so dainty?
She has a nice figure, though.
And I think that's a good thing and a bad thing. I feel like that may be the issue that she may be having, kind of presenting her body as enough, and maybe thinking that's what was going to keep Chris around. And it's like, no, baby, what's inside of you is important. And the way you present yourself. Some men, if she wanted a man like Chris, if that's what she wanted, especially for the the exterior, she was going to have to present different.
Oh yeah. She have to go through about.
Yes,
She needed about
But I
3
didn't think
years of
Chris looked that
classes.
great either, and I didn't like any of his suits.
No, he
Sorry,
looked
I'm
great.
No,
not
I
with the
didn't
Zoot
either.
suit. Them high water pants and
Chris is a pimp.
I'm not with it. Sorry.
Chris is a pimp.
No, I'm
It's a
with
little
you on that
too
too.
sexual for me. I don't like it.
He's dressed like a pimp.
But I think but it sounds like what someone was saying was, if you're talking about, we're talking about Paige now, right? That if she wanted, let's say, not even take Chris out of the equation, but if she wanted a true high value man, that she would have to really take her appearance to the next level. And she's got natural beauty. Don't misunderstand me. But you have to take it to that next level. A lot of men like that, they like a woman who's sitting at the dinner table with her nails done. And I'm not talking about those long dragging, but just your nails nicely done, your toenails pedicured. They like that type of thing. They like it when you see the difference between the two ladies, Brianna and Paige. If you recall, Brianna is OCD. She's a lot like my daughter. So she's and then she's an engineer. So she's very detail oriented. So she's going to keep herself a certain way. She's going to make sure that her nails are on point, her toenails are on point. She's going to do that because that's who she is. She's got this OCD thing, and she's going to be sharp no matter what.
Well, like almost like how Mercedes looked. Like when I heard Chris talking, and then I finally seen Mercedes, and I think Janice put a picture up earlier. It really brought to light. No, that's what Chris likes. He liked that light skin. Remember how Mercedes came and had that little talk with Paige? Remember she had a tight dress on and her breast out basically in high heels, just to have a conversation with him.
Yes, the heels,
whispering, with talking a little whisper.
Yes,
that's
what he likes. And so Paige couldn't keep him if she wanted to, and she shouldn't. He let him be somebody else's headache.
Yeah, but she stayed too long. That's where she made her biggest mistake. She should have exited the minute he said he wasn't attracted to her. That should have been the end of it. She shouldn't still been hanging around looking for him, wondering when he's coming home. Like, what are you doing?
She kept slanging the legs open.
Another one. And then wonder why the guy walks out after he get the good. He don't want nothing else from you. I don't know how women are so blind to that. It's like, how can you be blind? You allowing a man to use you that way. So now you can't complain about it.
And that's
where a lot. I'm wondering where a lot of these women, the young ladies, I'm wondering where their fathers are. I'm wondering, not saying, and I don't know who had a father in the home, who grew up with a dad, who grew up in a 2-parent home, but I'm wondering, and even if the father is not in the home, parents are separated or divorced, is there a male, an honorable, decent, upright male in their life, a man that is taking the time with them to teach them about what womanhood is and how men view women and how men can use women for their body and for their sex? So if you don't have that that person in your life, and even if the women in your life, your mother, your big sisters, your aunties, no one's really talking to you, and then all of a sudden, as you grow into your sexuality, your puberty, you graduate high school, now you're off to college, you don't really know, because who's teaching you? Who's teaching
But
you
I
what
think her
men look
father
for?
did give her away at the wedding to Chris.
Remember, she had multiple dads. Remember, her
No,
both
the
her
I
parents.
mean,
Amanda.
yes.
I have to think about that for a moment. Amanda is the one who had both dads there.
And she had and Paige had a brother, and the parents were remarried.
Yeah, and she had her father. Her father walked her down with when she met Chris.
Okay.
But
so I don't know what
I
the
remember that now that you
deal is
mentioned it.
there. I think there's some missing self-love, maybe.
Yeah, but you know what? Too, the point that Aubrey's making is that even if, like, for example, I had a mom and dad in the household, but they were so conservative they just didn't talk about certain things. So it was almost like, no, we're gonna bring you to church, and it's like, no, Jesus is, you know, sex will be there, but Jesus is there too. So it wasn't until I became a young adult where I started to date more, and then I went through the phase of, all right, I'm waiting, and then I went through the phase of like, well, no, my friends who aren't waiting and my friends who are going out there having fun and going to clubs, they seem to be having those mature, healthy relationships. So I started to do that. And I'll be honest, I was for a moment, I was in the Paige shoes. I was just kind of like going along with everything. If a guy liked me, it's like, okay, we're gonna do this, and basically begging people, like, you don't want to like me. Like, just imagine a young lady begging a man, you know?
No.
And that's okay. I look back and I'm like, God, you really delivered me, because there was some crazy stuff I was doing, looking for, trying to look for men, or looking to be validated by a man. So I think for Paige,
by a man,
if you get single enough, you get desperate enough, and you start to get to a certain age, you're not having kids, and you're watching friends and other people have relationships, it can be tempting to go out there and just be desperate and kind of say, well, you know what, I'm going to keep changing for this man. I'm going to keep doing this. And you, like we all keep coming back to, you got to love yourself first. So that the moment a man doesn't like you, instead of sitting there trying to convince him and hypnotize him, you accept it, you walk away, and you believe that God is going to send that right person, or you'll bump into that right person at another time.
Well, see, the way I look at it, and that's why maybe I ain't never had no problem with it. Because if somebody don't want me, then I don't want you.
Yeah, that's it.
Because no good is gonna come from it. No good is gonna come from being with somebody that don't want to be with you. What good is gonna come from that?
Right.
Two wrongs never make a right. And it's like if you telling me you don't want me, and I'm staying with you, what good is gonna come from that?
No, like you said earlier, you lose yourself.
I'm not losing myself for no man. I'm the wrong chick for that.
You see, look at this picture with Mercedes. Look at this picture with Mercedes. Look at this picture with Paige. You can see femininity flowing through Mercedes' bones. You know, it's in her fingertips.
He had a girlfriend before Mercedes that looked very similar to Mercedes.
Do you see the difference? Do you see that?
Oh, Mercedes has on makeup. Mercedes is, and because we've seen the show, we know that was just one or two dinner dates with Paige. For the most part, she didn't look like that. But Mercedes, feminine, makeup, nails, all those things are going on. That's the things that Chris likes. He wanted somebody he can walk around with that compliments him.
Well, he said it. He wanted a trophy wife. He said it from the very beginning.
He did.
He wanted a trophy wife. He told her girlfriends, and I don't know, you know, because I was kind of had torn feelings about this. Ladies, tell me what you think. When he told her bridesmaids and her friends what he wanted, I said, you know what? I wonder if they're going to tell Paige. I wonder.
Well, see, I said that earlier. You came in late, but I talked about that. I'm like, I don't know what kind of girlfriend she had with him running his mouth like that, and the girlfriend waiting for you to make a fool
how about
of
when
yourself.
she came down the aisle, he was like, "Oh shit."
I said when he said that, I knew when I saw. First of all, I knew when I saw her. I'm not trying to be funny, but again, going back to the colorism thing, I knew from how Chris presented himself, I knew he was not going to find her attractive. But when he said that out of his mouth out loud, I said, "Oh, it's gonna be a game changer."
Yeah,
at the church.
In the church. Oh yeah, it pains. And here's the thing about being a dark-skinned woman: you got to just own those things. If you're not the standard of beauty, You're just not it. For some people, you'll be it, and for some people, you won't.
Look
But
at
I
how
think
Paige is sitting here right here. She's sitting like a dude.
Yeah, she didn't.
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
dude.
that's not a good. Yeah, that's not a good
very
way
masculine,
for a lady
very
to sit.
feminine.
Yeah,
You can tell the difference. Paige
no,
has
it's
to go
Paige
through
just wasn't
5
looking good on the
years
show.
of retraining.
I think the other thing about Paige that I knew when she was talking to him and allowing him to talk to her in a certain way. So my mother, who is from Houston, Texas originally, right? My mother taught me from a little girl, never allow a man to talk under your clothes. And to this day, I still will not allow a
to
man
do what now?
to talk
Wait
under
a
my
minute
clothes.
now. Wait a minute. What's your mama say?
Okay, let me say this again. I said my mother taught me to never allow a male or man to talk up under my clothes. So now to explain that a little bit more, what she was saying was when a man starts talking, like maybe I have on a nice, close fit dress, decent, right? And I'm out and I'm at a club or something or wherever, and the man says, "Oh, baby, your booty looks so good and delicious." No, sir. You may not speak to me in this manner. And I'm very serious. But I'm saying this because I want to go a little further. I'm going to go a little bit further. So when Chris was talking to Paige at the wedding, right at the reception or whatever, he was talking to her and he was talking to her very, very sexual. And so was his nasty,
you
nasty
on birth
father,
control?
okay?
Is you on birth control? Are you on the pill? No,
they were talking
contraceptive.
They were talking to her very filthy, like she was a street whore. And so I knew right away that when when they got to the honeymoon, they got to the bedroom, the suite or whatever, that she was going to have sex with him to try to prove, because she's a people pleaser. And see, that's the thing. I would have never done that. And I would have never allowed those men to talk to me at my wedding reception in that manner. You cut that off right at the gate. Cut it off. You do not allow a man to talk about your body. This is my body, sir. And if you want to admire it, just simply say you find me attractive. That's all you need to say.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the kind of disrespect that when you allow it to start, it just seeps in and it gets worse.
Right. When you don't nip that in the bud.
Oh yeah, because it looked like his dad was going to date her if he didn't get it together.
Exactly. He was drooling over Paige. He was drooling over her behind. He pointed out parts of her body as if she was an animal. Parts of her body, her hips, her buttocks, whatever you want to call it. It's just disgusting. You're this guy's father, and you're looking at this woman like she's a piece of meat. So we see where Chris gets his values. We see where he gets his lack of values. Right? You can see it clearly. If these are the people that raised you, and this is how your father carries and conducts himself, he's not a gentleman, then what will we expect you to be?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, honey. The tree don't fall from the apple or whatever.
We got you, Tina. We got you up past your bed.
Somebody said just don't talk to the experts.
We gotta let Janice go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We keep it around. But
yes, it's been nice.
Yeah, this conversation.
We know it's past your bedtime, Janice.
Oh, girl.
And Janice started early.
The tree don't fall far from the apple.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, that's funny.
Just don't talk to the experts. Okay.
Man, I haven't been up there. I haven't been in a live this long in months. When was the last time I did this? Season 13, season 12, right? I was up till like 4 o'clock one morning.
What?
1 o'clock. It wasn't 1. No. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Who remember?
Oh my God.
Alyssa, this was after we watched the show. I was up until about 1 o'clock.
Oh my God, no. Well,
because sometimes it's just that good, and you're looking at so much dysfunction going on. It's hard to It's hard to look away, you know.
No, because you can relate to it. That's the
Oh
reason
man,
why.
Alyssa, I just deleted those to make space for the new pictures. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta delete some people. I gotta delete some of these. They say you could only have 100 up here, but I feel like I have more than 100 up here. Don't you just think Myrla is so beautiful here?
Yeah, I sent it to you. I thought she was real pretty there.
Very pretty. Thank you, my dear.
Of course, anytime.
Her makeup.
I'm gonna send you Michaela with the blonde hair. You're gonna be like, "Whoa!"
Oh yeah, I want to see.
I would love to see
She is
that.
so pretty with blonde hair. I was very surprised.
Because Myrla doesn't always wear a lot of makeup, and then I think it was a reunion.
Right.
She had red makeup on.
But remember, she had told her girlfriends that she really wasn't into makeup. Like, and we always said she needed a little foundation or something.
She was a little pale.
Yeah, because on her wedding day she looked kind of pale, but she didn't really want any makeup on. But here, this is a full face of makeup. So.
Oh yeah, you know she gets Botox and lip injections.
Make sure y'all go get the $2.99 the value lotion.
What could I ask?
Who the world wants that? And probably it don't even last on your skin for long. Half hour, your skin dry again. Oh, girl, please don't. Oh, my gosh.
Don't forget what Zach wanted.
Oh, my. I call him Mr. Predator. I got a whole thing on him. Predator.
Yeah. Poor Zach.
It ain't poor Zach, honey. I don't make it poor when a guy is using women for sex. There's nothing poor there.
Yeah, I just say poor because I really was looking at those tears that he was crying, and I was
doing that because that was covering his real motive.
Oh yeah.
That's why he stuttered.
That was Dr. Viv got something right when she said it's performative. His tears are performative.
Yes. Well, you got to remember, Dr. Viv is a real doctor in Houston, Texas. So she's a doctor. She's a licensed doctor.
Crap. Wait, let me get my picture. Let me get my picture of her saying to the experts, well, Myrla makes a whole lot more than Gil. And then at the reunion, she gonna ask her, did we get it wrong? Yes, bitch, you got it wrong. What the hell you mean did you get it wrong? You got it wrong.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Now she's real pretty. I find her very pretty.
Yeah, people go on about her fashion, and
she is very curvy, but she's real pretty.
Talk about but Myrla makes a whole lot more than him, and go at the reunion talk about. Did we get it wrong? We thought you would be happy. Did we get it wrong?
Oh, what do you think?
Oh, I can't with the fake. You know I don't like fake people, honey. I run away from fake people.
She's a pretty fake person.
She is pretty.
I've seen better pictures of her. She's extremely pretty.
Outfits. I love her outfits.
Especially when she's not doing the show. She's very pretty with her husband because she's married with a kid.
Very pretty.
Yep. Italian.
Ooh,
very pretty.
So you know she's well taken care of.
You took the words out my mouth, okay?
You know he ain't no Dusty, but she want Myrla to stay with the Dusty. Those Italian men, honey, they don't play when it comes to their family, honey.
No, I don't know about that. I don't think the husband's on her
African
level.
Men.
No, have you seen her husband, Janice? Oh, girl, I gotta send you the pictures then. Because she's very pretty. And I don't think her husband is on her level.
Are you implying that he's not? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Girl.
Say no more. Say less. I got it.
Okay. She's extremely pretty. You see what she looked like. All right.
Alyssa
that girl. Look at there.
Ooh, I like that.
Of my new book. So that's a part of it. That girl.
That girl.
And here's the other. That's my name. Janice.
I like the lip gloss this lady has on.
Nice. Well, you know, I have almost all of your books, Janice. So this is.
Oh my God! I have to send you some extra ones to give away.
Yeah, I gave back in September for my daughter's birthday, I gave her your WOW book, I think, Words of Wisdom.
Yes. So message me when you get off here, honey, and I get up and Clara, you message me your address so I could drop these in the mail.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I do it and send it through Amazon.
Yep. And I'm on this book the second time because I like reading books more than once.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm excited. This is the book I did for NaNoWriMo, so it's going to take a minit for me to get it all together, girl.
Of course.
Move things around, and so it's going to be a minute because I feel traumatized.
Uh-oh.
I feel traumatized.
Well, that girl, the name says something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Janice, it's been real. You should end your stream, go and enjoy.
God.
We can do this again.
It's 11 o'clock, child. You know,
Yes.
these time of nights.
Yeah, and we know you start early, Janice. You know, you'll give us a morning video if we need it. So,
girl, ain't gonna be no morning video, girl. I'm gonna be sick till about 12 o'clock.
Oh.
Janice, I'm telling you, you are the hardest working woman on YouTube, on these YouTube streets. I would get up and 5 o'clock in the morning and you got a video that's been up for like an hour and a half.
Yes.
Oh, but see, I be up. That's why when she sent it, I'm up already. She's
now,
like a morning riser.
Okay, who is that, Clara?
Yes.
Okay, all right, awesome.
Mary Beth, that's my address below, my email, Janice Hylton blog. So how many people, come on now, how many people in here check out my growing financial, growing generational wealth channel? Everybody, come on. I should get 100 people today. Go over this page.
And how are those thumbs ups doing too?
Oh Lord, I'm so scared to check it, girl. I'm scared. I don't want to check it.
Says over 118 people in the live chat. So how are those thumbs up looking?
I haven't checked. Alyssa, I don't check it because I'm like, oh my God.
And it was way more earlier.
Oh, it looks good. Yeah. Okay. It's looking all right. It's 185. It looks like here on mine.
Ooh. Okay. And I think that was what I know when I signed it. I basically begged to get in the chat. It was about that much people watching. So.
Right.
Oh,
so
really?
Okay.
More.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you. Or she needed an image consultant. Yeah. She needed image consultant also, but you know, the thing is you can put a dress on somebody and it still don't look right because you need the femininity to go with it. You know, that's the thing about women. It's like you could take the dress off of what's her name and put it on page Mercedes and put it on page, and it won't look like how it did when Mercedes have it on, because Mercedes is very feminine. And you know, it's like a dancer, you know, like a ballet dancer, and then me trying to dance, girl, you're gonna know the difference.
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't think she needed an image consultant. I just think she needed a good makeup artist.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's makeup on her.
And hair.
That's right. I'm getting everything. You got that part right. Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna look one bit out of tune with the cameras and lights. No way.
But Paige is an accountant, owns a home, so she just didn't care. I don't know if it's that she didn't care or.
I wouldn't say that.
Did you see her? I mean, and her friends now, like if you looked at the way her friends even put themselves together, they just seem like a group of women who are very, very
Mary Beth.
Laid back. So
laid back.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm trying to use find a good word, but you know, laid back is not the word.
Right.
The tall friend, I do want to say this, the tall friend that had the dreads, she was on Little Black Book's page. And she gave a good discussion. It changed my mind about her. She did a good job, and he did a good job pulling out things. And he did ask her, like, why didn't y'all say something? And she was just kind of like, well, I knew Paige was going to make a decision. So, but I still, if you look at the way those young ladies looked at themselves compared to Brianna's friends, her Paige friends are more laid back. That's the word I'm going to use.
Yes, yes. Also, you're right. I recall watching that interview with Little Black Book. The thing that stuck out too, though, and I kind of thought this after I was just like screaming at the TV, say something, say something. And then I realized, I said, but wait a minute. I said, you know what? Paige strikes me as the type of person that doesn't take wise counsel.
She don't.
She does not take wise counsel.
But I think somebody said,
and when
I think her brother said that.
Yeah.
I think her brother said that. She doesn't.
He did. He did on the show.
Hi, Melly. Melly says, Vanessa, Iris, Brianna. Excellent. When you think about femininity, soft, feminine, these are the girls you think about. Vanessa, she's my favorite. I love Vanessa.
Yeah.
Like, if Vanessa had a YouTube channel, I would watch her. Iris, but my Iris is a model, so you know she had.
And she just did a new spread. She looks really nice too.
Oh yeah.
B. Candace, I think Paige is feminine, but she's not polished. Really? Paige doesn't like herself, and she doesn't. Go ahead.
I think there may be a point to that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, because she's still wearing her hair in a certain way. She's wearing skirts. But you're right; it's not polished, and I think a lot of it goes back to who you're modeling after.
Yes, yes.
And if her mom is the show showed the difference. Her mom is not someone who seems like she's very fussy about hair and those things. So Paige is probably not like that.
And then also, ladies, you know, I talk about this all the time because you know people see me up here and I'm laughing and and I'm eating and stuff, and they want you have a husband, and I'm like, yeah, I have a whole husband, that very extremely masculine man that takes care of me, everything. But the thing is, you need to learn to pivot. So when I'm with y'all, because I'm, oh my god, for real, girl, no, you know what I mean. But when I'm with my family, I'm mommy, I'm wifey, I'm very calm, I'm very feminine, I'm very ladylike. I go take this stuff off. This is like a costume to me. I take this off and I put on my little stuff to walk around the house, you know what I mean? And I'm being mommy and I'm being wifey. So as women, we also need to learn how to pivot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think she doesn't know how to do that.
So true.
Paige is gorgeous. She has
Janice.
Canvas, but not to do her complexion figure excerpt is great, but dress for skin tone, figure, and do nails here in a appropriate make.
Well, she's in the latest Essence magazine, and they fixed her up pretty nicely.
I seen it. Yes,
she does. And she got a gown on, a wedding gown, so she looks better in the Essence picture than. But her gown wasn't bad that she wore on Married at First Sight.
No, her gown was very pretty.
Yeah, but those men got underlying issues. The Ryans, the Chris, they got their own underlying issues. I wouldn't even dig into their trophy wives. It ain't about a trophy wife. They got their own underlying issues.
Because remember, Paige's resume was still good. So at the end of the day, she was somewhat, I believe, some part of it. I do believe a little bit was for ratings, but some part of matching her with Chris was their resumes. What they both said were the goals they had, and in fact, they were both religious, and it still didn't matter. He was still worried about the trophies.
Miss A, this is true. This is true. My mother didn't. It was. I remember my father, Pastor Bradshaw, pulled me to the side and he said, "Janice, you're a little rough around the edges," and what I did was I got around Sister Rosemary. She was very like this. Pastor's wife, Sister Bradshaw. Let me tell you, Sister Bradshaw, Pastor Wood, Sister Bradshaw, she had hair down to here, and she would bounce when she walked, right? And she had the baby, and she would walk and bounce, and she would come to the church door and stand there. She would never open the door, and she would bounce. And
that's right.
To the car, and she would stand
there. I love it.
And Pastor Bradshaw would drive up, and Sister Bradshaw would sit right in that car. He would get a come, and I remember saying, "That's what I want.
Exactly.
That's the type of man I want. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And Sister Bradshaw was very dainty. And Janice, this is Rosemary. Janice, Deaconess Grace. Janice, Deaconess Grace call me Janet. Janet, I'm going shopping, Janet. And Deaconess Grace, every time she goes shopping, she would always buy me and Lexi a dress. I still have a dress she bought me over 20 years ago. And so I started getting around the soft, feminine ladies, and I learned to be dainty and feminine. And I would read books, and I would go to wine tasting and learn to use a knife and fork, and learn how to hold a glass and stuff like that. Because the men that I wanted, that's where they were. And I'm telling you, since I got married, my husband has introduced me to this whole other world I didn't know existed. We went to a house dinner, and I wanted to cry because I'm like, these are my people. And I wanted to cry. I wanted to call my girlfriends like, you've got to come here, because these were the type of guys when I was younger that I was interested in, but I wasn't meeting them. But you know what? Because I was not in their environment. I wasn't in their environment. You know what I mean?
And that's what a good man should do for you. A good man should take you into a space.
Yes.
You get, and you're like, oh, I feel elevated. I'm here. And I have to believe that was the whole argument, really, that I think Myrla was having, is that my lifestyle, where I see myself, is just, I can't, Gil can't take me there. So it's best I leave him here.
He's trying to, who's waiting for her, take her from the penthouse to the dungeon. And she's like, oh, hell no, I'm not going down to this dungeon.
Oh yeah, and as you get older, you start to, when you get more comfortable with yourself. I mean, the beautiful thing is now we have all these books and education that is more accessible to us to learn those important things. Like, I grew up in a household where my mom wore skirts. I've never seen my mom in pants. She wears a slip, and she made us wear slips and things. But there's certain levels of femininity that I did learn from just seeing her. And there's some things I didn't learn, like somebody said in the comments, until like maybe a year, 2 years ago. I had to realize being that strong, tough woman is not attractive to a man. Sometimes you got to wait for him to open the door. No. You got to sit. You're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and you got to have that bounce. That you got to.
I never forget Sister Bradshaw bounce.
You got to get it.
Just let me get a pillow.
Like she's light. I know what you mean. Like, it's just, she's lightly walking on the floor. That's how it is, honey. And the right man will come along. We're just going to go find a pillow, yo.
Bradshaw will walk like this, and the baby it's like she was throwing up the baby in the air. The baby was bouncing.
Look at you.
Her hair. She had hair, and the hair would bounce. And she was so slick, and she wore these heels. I just never understood. Sister Bradshaw. You know what? As I stayed around those women, honey, I learned to wear those heels. You hear me?
Yes.
The heels, the hats, all those things. And those are things that teach you a little bit about femininity. Like, this is how a woman should be graceful. I mean, that's for everybody's different. But that's my feeling. Maybe Paige growing up in that house with her mother being divorced, I think 2 or 3 times over, it could have made her a little tough. She may, after a while, start to see a woman who was being very masculine, probably teaching her, like someone said in the comments, probably teaching her, look, go get some education, don't rely on the man. So then you don't really focus on certain behaviors that would be attractive to a man. You just kind of being who you are. And I looked at that and I said, Chris is not going like that. When I seen that suit,
when I saw her, I was like, yeah. But they're gonna match him with her. I was like, But you know who Chris? But I said this. Guess who Chris would have been attracted to? You will not believe who Chris would have been attracted to.
Who? What do you think?
Brianna.
Oh yeah, I thought so. Oh no, I thought so. I don't think it was Brianna from the other season. She was nice looking, but she was a little dopey in the head to me.
No. Brianna, that is this the last Brianna we talked about.
The one that married Vince, right?
Oh,
but what about
that was on
the other
same
Brianna?
season.
I thought, you know why? Because she's very feminine. See, so even though Brianna and Paige are dark skinned, Brianna doesn't have the typical Black girl's body. She's very thin, she's very girly, she's very, dainty. And I think her or Karen. I think I liked either one of those girls.
I agree with you. I think he would have been attracted to them. Now, do I think they would have lasted, or do I think those women would have put up with him? No, but I do believe he would have. Karen, I think he would have been definitely attracted to. Hands down.
Yeah.
I think
Karen,
he would have liked the other Brianna.
Which Brianna?
Remember the girl that was married to a guy who was a piece of work? I always forget his name. He was an African-American guy, nice looking, but boy, did he... We thought Chris was bad. I think he was the worst ever on the show.
He was the worst ever. I know what you're talking about. They were too light.
Remember, he wouldn't get out of the car. He went to the place. It was the same series with Michael and what's her name?
Was it Taylor and Brandon?
I think you're right. Taylor and Brandon.
Her. I think he would have liked her.
Oh, he would have Oh God, she would have been a god to him. Mm-hmm. He would have worshipped the ground she walked on.
Because she was tall and she had a nice body and she wasn't bad. Look, I didn't like the way they made her look, but she's real pretty. Mm-hmm. Chris would have been drooling
worshipped the ground. Taylor walked. I think I have a picture of her.
Taylor. I seen a recent picture of her. She looks much better since she left the show, but
in a spaghetti.
And that guy she was with was something was wrong with him too.
Oh my gosh! See how they match these women with these terrible men.
So did he need a restraining order by the time they were done?
No, you talking Matt and Amber. And Amber went through hell with Matt. She just got the divorce from her because he refused to sign the divorce papers.
Lord, why do they do stuff like that? You know who just got divorced? I'm gonna find their names. Another couple just got divorced, and they were like 3-4 seasons ago. The guy that kept lying about having a job.
Michael.
Did
he get an annulment?
They just got it because he would not give her a divorce. I couldn't believe
Did he get married?
Yeah, he just got married. Ooh. She's also, I think, just also got married too.
He pushed that one for a long time because they said he just wouldn't get he just wouldn't
he got issues, girl. Some of these folks need help. I keep telling you that. And Matt just recently got arrested because he attacked the girlfriend.
Lord,
and he got a mugshot all over social media. He's another one, but he put Amber through enough. That poor girl, he put
Amber
her really
was another one, child. She had low self-esteem problem. They keep putting these people on the show that don't need to be on the show.
I keep saying it, and I said something major is going to happen, and it's going to shut the show down. Because they keep putting men that don't belong on the show with women that they should never be matched with. Mm-hmm. And he put Amber through a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see he got arrested from beating up another woman. So it's like, okay, this guy got a little bit of a history here. Why the world was he ever on the show? But I take it back to Jessica, and I talk with Jessica. And that guy wasn't even his name.
What?
That wasn't his real name, remember? And on Decision Show, they had to get the cops for him because he was threatening her on air. And Dr. Pepper said, you can't do that on the air. Because now it becomes out of our hands. And he was threatening Jessica. Come on. I put that girl through hell. They're going to match one of these people. I'm telling you, something going to happen. I told somebody that. I said, Married at First Sight going to get off the air from something that they're going to put together that they shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. You got some guys out here that got some real problems. And you putting them with people they should never, ever be matched with.
Right.
Because I thought Johnny was going to do something crazy this season.
Oh, well, the Me Too movement was waiting for him. It was a good thing Decision Day did happen. Because they was about ready to shut that production down.
Really?
Oh, my gosh, girl. I was in a group and they were going off on this Johnny. And I didn't know that they were already in arguments with Connecticut, which is the show, the production that owns Married at First Sight. And they was threatening them to remove Johnny from the show. They said, if you don't remove Johnny from the show, we're going to shut your production down. And they will do it.
Mm-hmm.
They will do it. They will come there and they will storm and they will shut it down. Because they said they didn't like the way they presented him with Bao. He was abusive. Oh, wow. I didn't see this picture of her, but I seen another picture of her. You gonna tell me Chris wouldn't like her? Yes, he would.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We all agree Chris
Girl, he'd be foaming at the mouth for her.
Chris would worship her. Chris would
he
bow
would
down.
Be foaming at the mouth over her.
He probably would behave himself. Who knows?
But she was a little loony too, so maybe they would have made a good pair.
Chris would have bowed down to her, honey. Worship her.
She got in a lot of trouble though from the show because she broke contract when she went and posted on social media. Because when you're doing the show, you're not supposed to be on social media at all. And remember, she went and put that she was looking for a man. They gave her a man that she didn't want. And
well, wait, didn't they say the producers told her to do that? What was the story behind that?
What happened was, remember, she was starting to have problems with Brandon. So one night, her and Brandon got into a fight on the streets. And she went to social media and she posted, she's a single woman. She's looking for a tall single man, blah, blah, blah.
Not gay.
And right. And Brandon saw it and complained. And production stepped in and said, wait a minute. You guys are gagged from going on social media when you signed the contract. You're not supposed to go on any outlets when you're doing the show. You have to wait till after decision day to go on your social media. And even when you do the social media, Connecticut now has a part of it. They allow you, if you can go all the way out to the public and all that nonsense, because you sign your life away when you do the show. That's why this season, I didn't understand it, because they were saying Ryan was on a dating site. It's like, well, how you know he on there? But then I heard that this Texas group, they were on Facebook the whole time they were doing the show, but they went under a different alias. They were not allowed to go under their common names. Because Ryan said he was in a chat where they were talking about him real bad, and he put some stuff in there. And somebody said, wait a minute, this starting to sound like Ryan. But he went under a different name.
But he was being quite too defensive.
When you do these chats, but somebody said they must have changed the rules, Clara, because I had the contract, and the contract stated you cannot go on any social media outlet the minute they choose you. You have to get off and unplug from all Facebook, everything until decision day. You're
right. And let me tell you why. Because didn't you feel like there was a lot of information that was just coming out before decision day?
They were, they went on Facebook under different alias.
I mean, even through some stuff they showed on Instagram, I was just thinking like, well, let's see how, like the fact that we were able to find those pictures with Bao and with Zach. It's stuff that even Michaela had gave her speech before I think after decision day, but even before the reunion. And I was like, wow, I guess they're not holding back.
Maybe they might have changed something. I'm going to find out. When season 14 come, I'm going to find out.
Because you got your receipts going.
Yes, honey. When I came on to Janice today, somebody said, oh, there go Clara. I'm like,
Mary Beth said, I used to pivot so much that I got dizzy.
No, because they signed, I used to know the whole contract from beginning to end.
Funny.
Yeah, because these people were doing things that they weren't supposed to do in the contract.
Oh, yeah. Now I think they're kind of just pushing it. Now that they, I don't know. I think maybe they was pushing it a little bit. Kind of like, we ain't going to say I'm with someone, but I'm going to express my
Maybe
feelings.
They were doing that too to help the ratings, because this season ratings was so bad.
Ratings were down.
So that's why they probably just let them leak everything out just to help the ratings.
Good point. Good.
Okay,
definitely.
y'all. All the books are on
sale.
The Kindle $5.99. The 23 times is still $90. It's sale $99.99. It's crazy how Amazon could take your book and do what they want with it. So because they have that under their control, I can't do nothing with it.
Girl, you sound like you're married at first sight. You lose all your control.
10 years a girlfriend.
Listen, I say it when people sign up for that show. I said there's two things you gotta watch for: your name and your identity, because they can make you look all kinds of crazy, and you cannot change that.
You can't change.
So true.
10 years a girlfriend, paperback, $11.99.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm going to get that for about 2 more people.
Yeah. That's
terrible.
That's
Somebody
my
a girlfriend
gift
for
to everybody.
years.
All the books are down to the print price.
Nice.
Okay.
That's starting today, Janice?
Yeah, I changed it while we was on, and they finally hook over. The Naked Wife, $15.99. Paperback.
Great deal.
That's my Christmas present to you guys, because I can't do the mailing books out. I like Mary Beth, I was dizzy.
Oh no, and this time of season with the mail.
In Christ I Am
so
book.
much I got dizzy.
The book's at $9.99. Okay.
Ooh, good. Those are the only two I don't have. Yes.
We really have to do this again.
Absolutely.
Moments of Gratitude paperback, $9.99. Okay.
Wow.
That's my Christmas present to everybody. So all my books, with the exception of 23 Types, is still $19.99, because Amazon has that one. They're doing their own promotion with that book, so I can't do anything.
No.
Moments of Gratitude, the journal, $9. The paperback, this one, the paperback, $9.99. That's 50% off. $9.99. Paperback, $9.99. Paperback for the first book, $9.99. This one, let's see, how much is that one? Paper. So that's your Christmas present, honey. Let me tell you, December 26th at 12:01 a.m. I'm changing that back. Okay, so get all your Christmas presents. Let me see how much the journal is. The journal paperback, $9.99.
Wow.
$9.99.
Wow.
Okay, and the ebook is how much is the ebook? Is $5.99, I think, or $4.99. I'm not seeing the ebook. 10 Years a Girlfriend paperback, $11.99. Okay, so I brought it down to the cheapest price for the print. How much I paid for the print and for Amazon to get their 20%. Okay. So all these books, $9.99, $9.99, $11.99 for that one. $9.99 paperback, $9.99 paperback. This one $9.99, and another one of them is like $5 or $7.99. This one is $19.99. The Naked Wife, $15.99. That's a $25.99. So how much is that? $10 sale.
Yep.
That one, how much is that? $11.99. That's a $22.99 book. So okay, the Bible verse of the In Christ I Am is $5.99. Let me look at that. Bible verse, yeah, paperback, $5.99 for that. And the prayer journal is not, I thought I changed this. This is supposed to be lower. This one probably didn't hit yet, but I think it's like $7.99. And paperback for the wisdom book, $8.99.
Wow.
Okay, so that's my Christmas present. All my books are on sale until Christmas Day. Okay. This is lower than the Black Friday sale. It's just for Christmas. People don't want to get their Christmas presents. It's the print price, how much I paid to print it, and for Amazon to get their 20%. So that's my Christmas present. Just everything is on sale. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can play with these t-shirts tomorrow.
Nice.
I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. How many of you guys check my new financial group page? Let me drop the link. Let's everybody just go over here because we're getting ready to. Ooh, child, it's almost 12 o'clock. Honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was really good, ladies. We have to do this again.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Yeah,
everybody.
Absolutely.
There's the link. Come on, y'all. Everybody go over there. Jump on it. Jump on it. Jump. Oh, God. I have a couple of videos over there. Lord, did y'all watch that video about the man, honey, lost his family $100,000 and the wife didn't know?
Lordy.
Girl, I was like, walk around, cry around the chair, $100,000.
Mm-mm. No way. No way.
$100,000. I was like, girl, no. And leave a comment, guys, because sometimes the video, the YouTube don't take the subscription because YouTube is doing some crazy stuff. That's why I'm making sure I'm putting the make sure I just set up my Patreon because YouTube is doing some stuff. All right, let me see. Thank you. And somebody messaged me for my Cash App. I put it below. Let me put it again. Get me some coffee tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate the love and the support. I don't ask so much. My main thing is my books.
Janice, we appreciate you.
Well, I love you guys. I really thank you, Alyssa.
There's going to be some bullies out there and people that's going to make some comments, but you're helping a lot of young. When I say, and I shouldn't say young, just single women, single women who are going out there and they're making bad choices. They're getting desperate and they're not identifying bad relationships. They're not identifying bad partners. And they're sitting there meeting people and crossing their fingers that someone is going to change. And they're not.
Hey, Ellie. Oh, my God. Ellie. I haven't seen you in forever. Honey, Ellie's been dating up a star. So here's my Patreon link. I'm moving my membership to Patreon because YouTube is doing some stuff, girl. Okay. Ellie, how are you doing, babes? Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate it, babes. How are you? All right, y'all. I love you. I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
We know. Everyone, good night. Ladies,
good night, all.
This was
love
good.
You. I
Thank
love you.
You.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Janice, for letting us come on. Thank you.
Yes. Wait a minute. 5:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11, 6 hours. Oh, no, honey.
That's what I said. You're done with us for today.
Let me tell you, this is it for the rest of the month.
Till next year. Thank you, Janice. Till next season, right? Well, not even. We'll move on to something else.
I want to see what's going on with this runaway bride.
We'll do a little discussion. Next season.
All right, y'all. I love you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
good night.
Love you, ladies. Have a good night.
Good night. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Black Luxury. Bye.
Bye. Love you.